Breaking news, there was an announcement for everyone to see. Someone with blue eyes opened their eyes. It was 8 in the evening, and the announcement went out that the S-rank mage Lee Seojin had been killed while on a mission. Oh, this was terrible news. The person could not believe the news that he was watching. Lee Seojin was not supposed to die. That particular S-rank mage was fighting the evil dragon that appeared in downtown Seoul, Kruas, when he was caught up in the incident. The 25-year-old Lee Seojin debuted as a mage in the year 2034, and he was a beloved mage, known to have solved countless incidents. He had earned the love and adoration of the public, so this was indeed very tragic news. Memorial altars for Lee Seojin would be set up all over the country, and people who heard of his death were currently suffering in deep shock. The boy had to turn off the television because the terrible news was getting to him. The boy stared in disbelief because this could not be happening right now. The protagonist was not supposed to die at this point in the story. This had to be some kind of sick joke. Unfortunately, it was a joke that was not even slightly funny. The Lee Seojin that they had just shown on the news was a 25-year-old genius mage. He had amazing monster-slaying talents, cutting down multiple beasts at once with his exceptional skill. He was the young hero that everyone in this era was watching. However, what mattered even more than that was the fact that his old classmate also happened to be the main character of the novel that his world is based on. It is called The Modern Wizard. That awe-inspiring mage was the protagonist. If everything had followed the original plot, it was supposed to end in a happy ending, and he believed that he would be able to return to his original world. However, that huge dragon had suddenly appeared in the dungeon, and it had cut off the normal life that the main character had planned for. He could not understand why the protagonist would die at this point in the story. Even scarier was trying to figure out what would happen to this world now that the protagonist had jumped ship. That dude was supposed to at least stick around long enough to keep everyone alive. The fact that he was gone now was troubling. The main character feared what would happen to the story. He had been looking forward to seeing his friends again once the novel ended, but with the protagonist gone, could there even be an ending? The main character recalled how easily and casually he had laughed with his friends back in the past. One of them said that if they possessed a background extra in a novel, then they would either hog all the lucky chances, or they would not touch them at all. He asked which side the others were on as they laughed over mugs of beer. The beautiful lady beside him giggled and said that the obvious path was to go for it. The brunette sighed and said there was no way that he would do that. For instance, if they stuck their nose into the story's plotline, then the main character could end up dying, and everything would fall apart. His friend laughed, asking if the brunette would truly never step up in the story ever. The brown-haired boy insisted that they would have to go through every hardship imaginable if they did that. That was not an easy thing to suffer through. Besides, the brunette was not confident that he could work as hard as the main character. All of that effort to grow stronger and fight more demons sounded like something that would tire him out. Even the blonde had to admit that was true. It seemed they were coming to an agreement. Even when he was right, he had to say it in such an annoying way, as expected of Kim Seonwoo. The friends happily raised their glasses in a toast and drank down. That was when the brunette got the message that he had won some kind of award. The friend beside him was excited and asked what event it was. Apparently, it was some kind of weird message from the author of Modern Wizard, and Seonwoo had won a very unfortunate event. This was a travel ticket to a very special place, and he could choose to claim it or not. That was interesting. The boy excitedly showed his friends this lucky win, and even his friends celebrated that he was going on a trip. This sounded like so much fun. It was insane for him to cash out from so much luck. They asked when he had even entered something like that. Excitedly, the boy clicked yes as his friends tried to guess where he would be sent to. They were about to get the shock of their lives. They were thinking the boy would get to go abroad, and they happily cheered and drank in his honor after he hit the accept button. Just like that, 7 years ago, the atmosphere around him began to get brighter, and he found himself transported into the middle of a magic circle as a young teen. Some of the teachers were yelling that students should not climb on top of the magic circle while it was being drawn. Well, our boy had now fallen into the novel that he had loved reading, The Modern Wizard. Fortunately, it was a book he loved, or that situation would have gotten ugly pretty fast. Still, he could not believe that his favorite novel could not even follow the script that it had designed for itself, or at least the path the author had created. Since the original plot was not allowed to change, the boy had only been acting outside of the main story. He had ignored all the major characters and had made sure not to draw any attention to himself. Now, he wondered where it had all gone wrong. If everything was supposed to unfold according to plan thanks to his minimal interference, then how on earth was the protagonist dead? Suddenly, the television in front of him started to glitch. He was sure that he had turned that off. It seemed the glowing picture box had a life of its own. Leaning forward, the main character wondered what on earth was happening now. He waggled the screen a bit, trying to see if the television was just having an average malfunction issue. However, he was soon surprised by a sudden loud noise and the universe breaking apart in front of him. Now that was terrifying. Anyone who looked out the window and saw the sky falling apart would naturally be terrified. The main character looked outside and was even more horrified to see that the people out there were legit, just melting away like they were no more than an illusion. Of course, the death of the protagonist meant the death of the world. Now that the axis that the world spun around was gone, then so were the extras created just to support his story. The poor victim of the travel ticket was horrified and screamed, wondering what was happening and why. He was powerless and had no understanding of what he was seeing. Quite fortunately, an error message popped up to explain everything to him. See, the problem was that Lee Sujin had died, and now all the main scenarios were considered to have failed. Since the scenario could not proceed, the world would be reset. Now this was terrifying news. The boy was sweating as he saw the world around him start to shatter and crack, everything rearranging itself like a resetting game, except that he was not an element of the game. His eyes widened as he began to crack too, and he was in for a very painful and earth-shattering surprise. This poor kid also immediately reset. Everything went dark for a bit of a while. In the darkness, a voice called out to wake up the student. More voices called out, calling for the student to wake. He had to wake now, after all, they were at the school. The powerful voice took on a shout, and our dude yelled right back as he was startled awake from the worst dream that he had ever had. The bus driver was concerned by this reaction, and he apologized quickly, but he had expected the student to wake up and get off the bus by now. The teen blinked and nervously stood, apologizing for causing such a ruckus. Meanwhile, the main character's head was reeling. The bus driver had just called him a student. Come to think of it, he had definitely been in his room when the world fell apart, but now he was on the bus of a disgruntled bus driver. It had felt like the world ended. The brunette was still a little shaky on his feet when he descended the bus, trying to stay sharp even though his legs felt like jelly. He wondered if he had suffered some kind of dream. The light in his eyes was so bright, and he winced, raising his hand to block off the light. This place was the Grand School, a rather nostalgic sight. Posted on the board outside was a congratulatory message, congratulating students on their admission to the Korea Magic Academy class of 2032. This was the school that he had graduated from in the game. Something was off, the year was 2032. The realization made the main character gasp. That was 7 years ago. They had gone back 7 years in the past. He touched his chest just to make sure, but it was just as he feared. He had small hands and a small chest, and he was a teenager once again. The main character had regressed, a nice and special skill, and he had gone back 7 years. The announcement continued to ring out to all the students entering the Korea Magic Academy. They were wished a warm welcome. The entrance and opening ceremony will begin shortly. Students should please take their seats. Our dude was expected to repeat high school. The true embodiment of madness. He felt like he was going to lose his mind. Everything was exactly the same as it had been those 7 years ago. Since things had come to this, he had no choice but to accept it. At any rate, it was much better than dying indefinitely. Now that he had gone back to the past, he had to endure everything that he had been through before. It really sucked the excitement out of school, but maybe he could get better marks this time. Of course, our dude had a much more pressing question right now. He needed to know why Lee Sojin had died. According to the original story, there was absolutely no reason for him to die. The protagonist was strong and talented. Crew is going berserk was exactly what was supposed to happen in the story at that time, and after a brutal fight, Lee Sojin was supposed to defeat it. If so, then there had to be some other reason behind the hero's death. The main character thought about it, but he really had no idea since he had stayed as far away from the main character as possible. How could he know when he didn't get close? Suddenly, the boy looked around as they sat in class. His new fear was the protagonist somehow dying again in this life. If that happened, then he might get regressed to the past once again. Seonwoo had already suffered through high school twice, and he was not dying to do it a second time either. There was also the fear that the world would just end and not come back. Nothing was certain, but there was one thing that was clear. Lee Sojin must not die. It was an unacceptable result. This time for sure, the main character could not just sit back. This time, he had to play as part of the story if he ever wanted to get back to his original world. Then he had to stop Lee Sojin's death and see this novel through to its ending. To do that, it was time for our guy to start getting close to the main characters. Of course, the first one he targeted was a girl. Our dude was laser-focused. It was like he had just been waiting for the opportunity to chase down pretty girls. He watched as one of the main characters sat beside him, and then he waved at her with the brightest smile that he could muster. He figured that the best course of action would be to start growing close to the main characters as soon as possible. Yuara, the second year, ranked second in the story. She was one of the people that he needed to start getting close to right now, or so he thought. Unfortunately, our Navi regressor had just targeted the cold, serious type who immediately asked if he knew her. She did not even wait for him to answer, scoffing that she did not recall meeting him for him to act so familiar with her. Right? He knew a lot about her, but she knew next to nothing about him, so this kind of reaction was expected. The boy waved lightly, still caught between shock and the half-assed friendly gesture. Before he could take back his greeting, The girl asked if he had something to say to him. It seemed she was the Sunder type, as cold and as frosty as ice, but hopefully she had a bit of an agreeable side somewhere. He admitted that he did not have anything to say. He was just saying hi. Instantly, she dismissed him and told him to look somewhere else. It seemed that starting with the nearest pretty main was not the best of decisions after all. He was making her uncomfortable. Why that rude little child? Our dude was quickly realizing that this situation was not going to be easy at all. They were all seated in class in neat little rows, and each grade representative was asked to come up to the stage. The grade representatives then stepped forward. There were 3 of them. Immediately, everyone recognized the main character and clapped at the presence that he had. Some of the students had even heard that the boy had trained under Chairman Kim Jinchul. His talent had to be on a whole other level. This was Leo Seojin of the 2nd year in rank 1. Despite being a student, the protagonist of the story was already soaring and famous. That was as expected. Modern Wizard was the kind of power fantasy novel where the main character did everything. They celebrated and clapped for the freshman top student, some of them thinking that she was really pretty. She did look like a happy saint. The pretty and flower girl turned out to be the kind that was calculated in all her gestures. Even that little smile was calculated. Her goal was to build connections at school after all. That senior had also been ranked the first for 3 years straight. He did not look that impressive, but that was still an awe-inspiring feat. In the face of all of these really amazing characters, it was understandable why our main character had thought it would be fine for him to just enjoy his background. He did not know much about the hero of the 3rd year, but the guy seemed pretty impressive. Though even in the original novel, the guy had barely had any screen time. Now they would have the student oath. All the present student representatives raised their hands and took the oath. However, for some reason, the girl beside our dude was vibrating. He had to glance her way just to check if everything was okay with her. Everything was not okay. Her fist was clenched. She had a whole doom and gloom presence going on, and her feet were tapping with so much rage. Only a few seconds after meeting her, he had at least found someone whom she hated quite as passionately as him. Now that was really something. The boy wondered if he should try scoring some points with one of the protagonists now that she was emotional. For some really dumb reason, his choice of words was telling her that it was too bad for her. She had come in 2nd place to the protagonist. The girl was heated and asked if that little insignificant rat was talking to her right now. He really needed to learn how to know his place. Of course, he doubled down and said yeah, he was indeed talking to little Miss Stick in the mud. Now she wanted to know what he meant by saying that it was too bad. The boy sighed. Honestly, he thought that the girl was surely much better than those 2 up there. The girl with the dark hair was a snob, but she was not taking any empty compliments from a stranger who was very clearly just trying to score points. The girl scoffed and asked what he knew anyway, and if he was trying to be funny. If he had ever seen any of those 3 use magic, then he would not be confidently spouting the brain-dead nonsense that he was telling her right now. So much for cheering her up. He had just redirected her anger towards him now. The boy admitted that he'd maybe seen their magic, and that just made her even more heated. He had no ground to judge their talent when he did not even know how much power they had. However, the boy doubled down on his nonsense. It was either go big or go home, and he refused to retreat. The brunette made the claim that he could tell just by looking at her. Apparently, he had really good instincts, and he beamed with a self-confidence that was backed up by his aura alone. That faker was only digging himself deeper and deeper into a very ugly pit. Now she was extra heated and asked if he was messing with her right now. It was time for our guy to pick the go-home option. He could not believe that it did not work, so he thought to try a different topic. It probably would be more sensible if he tried not to talk at all. He then asked the girl if she had been worrying about her future lately. Well, that much was true, and she wondered how he knew that. The boy was moving like a charlatan fortune teller. He had disturbed her peace enough times that he finally decided to check out his name. He was Kim Seonwoo, and she was going to remember his name. That sounded like a threat. Then she added that he should not dare to open his mouth and spout any more nonsense today. She was quite tired of him. All of our dude's efforts had been painfully in vain. And now the protagonist girl was stomping away from him. That was definitely not the reaction that he had been going for when he had started the conversation. He had already messed up, and he had just started his mission. The Magic Academy's new semester began with an evaluation test on the first day that determined everyone's ranking. It was an initiation ritual where students revealed themselves in front of the entire student body. Some of the students were already panicking about the test. After all, some of them didn't really have the skills and all that. Meanwhile, our dude was smirking and calling those kids cute. His goal, his new goal anyway, was to rank in the top 10 of the second year. In his previous life, he had gotten offers to be promoted to B rank several times, but he had ended up staying at C rank though. It would be embarrassing if she could not at least hit average against these kids. However, he was starting from the beginning of this story, so he would not be a slouch. The main was so excited to show off his professional skills at the evaluation, and his number one hater was already hating his guts from a distance. Our dude had not even successfully made friends, but he had succeeded in gaining a hater. Hilarious. Of course, the top 3 students of each year were exceptional. Little Miss Polite Smile shot out her magical power with a shout and fogged off the running maniacs. One by one, those Earth-looking golems got shot down. The gathered students watched the exam go down, praising anyone who showed exceptional talent. They also watched in awe as the talent from the first years proved that she was a top ranker. Her skills were insane and incredible. Yes, it was none other than the girl who was praised at the assembly and was happy to show off her obvious exception. The second years were up for testing next, and they had to come up when their names were called. The blazing fury that was our dude's number one hater, of course, took the opportunity to show off her exceptional skills. She blasted her power forward and obliterated the targets before her. The other students gaped in awe, thinking surely a girl that powerful could not be the same age as they were. It was insane as she had professional level flame. That fire was impressive, but of course, since they shared schools with Leo Sojin, the hero boy overpowered the light of those flames. Then again, Uara was legendary too. The hero boy stepped up, and within seconds, he had zoomed to the targets. Those little stone creatures tried to run, but in an instant, they were cut down and defeated, sliced to pieces in an instant. With the golems fallen, the hero beamed with satisfaction. The boy sure was impressive, so impressive that the heated girl could not stand him. Our dude had sense now, so he was not going to try to offer her any comfort, when she clearly did not need it. The brunette thought that Uara was pretty good, too, even though she did not care about his opinion. It just so happened that Lee Seojin earlier was basically on par with a professional active mage. The girl had always been in first place, but that had been snatched by the pillar of natural talent that just happened to shine brighter than hers. Her frustration was understandable. Then, it was time for the second-year Class A, Kim Seon-woo, to show off his power. The boy was told to come up and display in front of all the other students. The boy stood with a proud smile now that it was his turn to play. The others gathered to watch wondered who Kim Seon-woo was. The lady had been in charge of last year's first years, but she did not really remember the name. A man smiled because he remembered. The boy was in their class, but he did not have much of a presence, so it made sense if people did not remember him. Looking at last year's records, the boy had a talent for reinforcement magic. Reinforcement was great, but the boy had come out to fight empty-handed. That was curious. It looked like the boy had switched to manifestation magic along the way. Well, sometimes they have students like that. Now, our main character stood before the golem dummies and prepared for his evaluation. He stretched out his hand and a portal opened up in the palm of his hand. Because of course it did. The ones who specialized in what they loved rather than what they were good at. The boy was more ordinary than he had expected. However, a lady at the back recognized the boy before her. It was not that she recognized his face, but she recognized the magic swirling in his hand. That child was using the compression manifestation technique. The first stage of manifestation magic was, of course, materialization. Compressing the materialized mana slowed a person to finally control the next stage, projection. That advanced technique was also called the compression manifestation technique. It was a technique that only veteran mages would use. Both the hero and the protagonist girl stared in awe as the boy used that magic now. It made no sense for a second year to be able to use a technique like that. However, this second year also happened to be a regressor, and he could not wait to wow them. With a bright smile, the boy fired out a blast of something right at the golems, and it shot out in a large boom, flowing around the standing mannequins into something that wowed the class in a way that was different from what was expected. Everyone was speechless, and for a moment, there was silence in the class. Then rang out the painful mocking sound of laughter. It seemed there had been a collapse of what he had tried to summon due to mana exhaustion. The students laughed because he could not even use his own powers. There was no point to materialization if he could not even project. Those awful jerks. Our poor dude was already going through a lot, but now he realized that he was well and truly in trouble. He was just wondering what the heck was going on with his abilities when multiple system windows popped up at once. The boy stared in shock and then horror, wondering why it was opening now. There was a very tired sigh, and our dude sat sulking in his room, wondering why the window had opened so belatedly. The last time he had opened it was at this time of the day. Something had changed with his power, and our dude Seon-woo needed to understand what had gone wrong. Back then, multiple windows had opened at the same time, informing him that outsiders' benefits had been unlocked. The main scenario had now begun. The windows also communicated that the second time around achievement had been unlocked, and he was going to receive a 3,000-point reward. He had also achieved the Talent of the Clown award, as if he wanted anything to do with that nonsense. However, the Talent of the Clown somehow achieved way more awards than regressing. He got 5,000 points for being laughed at. Now, 232 people remembered his face as the class idiot. They laughed at him, booed at him, and told him to get off the stage while the system gifted him a 1,000-point reward. The system was cruel. However, for some reason, the protagonist of the story was now interested in him. It was hilarious that this even happened for the worst possible reason, but our main character got 1,000 extra points for that one, too. In fact, 4 main characters had taken notice of him, and he received 1,000 points for each of the characters that had noticed him. Our guy had wanted to make an introduction. It was not a proper one, but it did get him noticed by the important people, and that was necessary. In such a very short but very humiliating time, our dude had made 10,000 points. However, to use any of these points, the outsider's benefits had to be unlocked. That was such a bummer. At least he had an idea of what the outsider's benefits included. This magical point-driven system has apparently been reserved for special privileges alone. So basically, only Xianwu could use these points. The achievement system is now active, but the talent he'd achieved had been cut off for some reason. The brunette pondered his new situation. Points were earned by stacking achievements through the system. He could also get points as he became more well-known. The points shop was one of the best things about the outsider's benefits. He could literally use points to buy traits, skills, or items. It was a totally overpowering setting. Having all of these points was great and all, however, our dude had been labeled the class clown on his first day at school. He had legit only gathered all these points because he'd turned into a circus performer. Plus, calling it the talent of the clown was kind of harsh. Back then, when he had attempted to use that large range and impressive attack, our loser had completely forgotten that he did not have enough mana to use such high-grade skills just yet. Honestly, he had never been this much in the spotlight in his life. Even if he had made so many points, he was not thrilled about it. The important thing was knowing how strong he was now. The boy called up the system to check his stats. The window popped up and informed him that Kim Xianwu, owner of 10,000 points, had good health, alright strength, okay mana, average speed, good reflect, and an average dexterity. He was not maxing out in any skills, but at least he was not garbage level. Still, this kind of sucked after all the points he had dumped in. His stats had gotten reset after all of his work, and now he needed to raise them all over again. Then, the boy realized something. In this life, he got to reallocate his stats. The window explained that in this system, there was enhancement, manifestation, support, and summoning. These were the 4 branches of magic here. Enhancement was for boosting weapons on the body, close combat magic basically, so those mages needed more health. Manifestation was where a person could cast actual spells, the classic mage vibe. Then, summoning and support were, well, for bringing things out and backing others up. For the record, our dude had totally chosen manifestation as his main skill on purpose. He figured that if he was going to get a skill, he would prefer something nice and flashy. He was laughing at the situation now, but it was not very funny considering how things were going right now. Since he was in manifestation, he would have to start by maxing out his mana so that he could actually use his chosen power. The statue's window popped up, and our man was informed that another 50 people just been added to his circle of influence. How wonderful! News about him was already spreading like wildfire for all the wrong reasons, but that was good. He could use this popularity to max out properly when he finally acquired some actual good skills. Xianwu was starting to understand that just that one silly moment was racking in so many points. This was such a huge payout that he almost did not mind being the class clown at all. Actually, it was crazily amazing. Now, 400 people remembered his face, and he got a 2,000 point reward. 400 people were insane. He would never have a normal school life now. Well, he'd had to kiss that goodbye anyway, since he'd decided to save the protagonist. That was still an overwhelmingly ridiculous number. It felt like even more people knew him than the whole school body. Someone probably recorded him or something. There had been all of those guests on the balcony. Our dude instantly whipped out his phone just to check what was going on in the Korea Magic Academy website. Just as he feared, someone had uploaded the second year's last place test video. So many people were dragging him in the comments section. Bro had never been more clowned in his life. Some people were even asking how he managed to get into the school. This was so unfair. Xianwu had never imagined the day that his test video would blow up like this. It was embarrassing, but the points were pretty nice. Since he had come this far, he might as well cash out from the attention, and now our guy was wondering if there was a way for him to get even more attention and points. Suddenly, his eyes shone as he came up with a pretty cool idea. With this, he would really pull all of the attention to himself. He would finally be able to buy the thing that he had always wanted after cashing it in. The next day, people were still whispering about the class clown. Some of the students stared in awe and asked if that guy was truly him. The video from yesterday looked just like him, so that likely was the guy they were looking for. Someone with shame and lots to lose would probably hide their face after becoming the class disgrace, but not Xianwu. He had money to make, and he would make it in the most shameless way possible. He needed even more people to keep talking about him as he paraded himself before them without fear. All night, he had played up the incident for attention, and it had paid off. Now his failed video was trending with over 1,000 views. Lots of people had a lot of criticism about his pathetic academy performance, even judging the academy scandal. Bro even went as far as calling himself an S-rank mage at the shocking scandal situation. Thanks to all of the hate that the video got, he made another 5,000 points. Racking up hate like that sure felt great. Then, the boy walked into class that morning, acting all cute and everything as he stepped inside. All of his classmates were of course waiting for him and all eyes were on him. Someone even outright pointed at him. It was a blonde. The bro looked like every stereotype of a bully that usually featured in these kinds of stories. However, surprisingly, the boy came over to cuddle with the brunette, laughing loudly about how hilarious yesterday had been. After the boy came out, everyone could no longer stop laughing. The other kids were in high spirits too, and they kept asking how the boy had run out of mana like that. His family had to have money, or he would never have been able to get into this school. It was funny that they thought that, considering his involvement in this school was a total unfortunate accident in his life. Well, the main character at least recognized yet another of the protagonists. The blonde's name was Park In-won, and in the novel, this dude was the resident loon in the beginning. It was never good to get involved with someone like that, so our dude would just not get involved and keep quiet around him. Unfortunately for the main character, the blonde now had his eyes fixed on him, and he grinned. From now on, he would be calling the boy a blockhead, and from now on, whenever he called, the boy would come running. Otherwise, it would be tough to survive in a school like this. However, a voice dismissed In-won's bullying immediately. Of course, it was none other than the star of the second-year students. The glorious protagonist stepped forward, and he scolded the blonde, telling him not to bully others. The blonde scoffed in annoyance at the dark-haired hero. The genius that the world was watching, Lee Seojin. Now that genius wanted to play hero even inside the classroom. Naturally, good guys made fake losers like the blonde feel sick, because he could not comprehend being an actual kind person. Regular guys like him just had to go along with whatever the hero wanted. The hero spoke back in a warning tone to Park In-won. At any rate, the bully knew better than to push his luck, and he walked away from the hero of the second year, taking his stupid goons with him. With those guys gone, our dude was finally free. The hero asked if he was okay. He was such a cute, nice guy. Our dude was grateful for the support. Without even trying, he had gotten the attention of the person that he needed to protect the most. Now, the hero looked at him, recognizing the boy as the class clown who had debuted yesterday. The clown tried to assure the hero that he was fine after all. He had really cashed out thanks to all of that attention and laughs. He then figured that he should at least have some shame. Normal people would have shame about things like this. So, he sighed and whimpered that he just had to accept it since that was how things were. That video was everywhere already, so he had to accept his fate. The hero reassured him, telling the clown not to worry about it too much. The person who had spread that video on purpose was in the wrong. Yeah, Seonwoo had sort of helped them spread it, too, so he was hardly one to talk about people who were in the wrong. At any rate, the hero wished him a great day and was about to bolt. However, our guy could not let a good opportunity go just like that. Instantly, he latched onto Lee Seojin, and he started mumbling as he tried to figure out the correct way to make his request. See, he needed to stay as close to the protagonist as possible to keep the boy from dying. So, our main brightened up with a sparkly smile as he asked about the semester's dungeon class. He wanted to team up with that hero for the dungeon class. That was a cute offer, but he was kind of a liability. The hero had no idea what to tell him and asked why the boy was asking him. Well, with the sweetest expression that he could muster, Seonwoo explained that it was because it would be really good for the hero too. The hero considered the pros and cons of taking dead weight like the class clown into his team. After a moment of thought, he hit the poor guy with a bolt of instant rejection like a shy Japanese girl rejecting a romantic letter. It turned out that he had never really thought of Seonwoo as a teammate. However, fortunately, our guy was the kind who did not back down when he made up his mind about something, which was why he had successfully done an entire run-through of the game without ever interfering in the main character's life. There were two things that the hero needed to know before he made the rejection official. Alright, the hero agreed to hear him out, and it was time for our guy to market himself for all that he was worth. The first thing that the hero needed to know was that he was dead last in the entire second year. Yeah, that was not really news. Everyone knew that our dude was garbage, and honestly, that should not even be a talking point in this conversation. The hero was stunned by the boy's shameless audacity. He could at least pretend that he had some level of self-respect. The hero asked if this was really his reason because our dude was really making it hard to buy into the case. The main character explained that everyone knew that every group test had an adjustment score. This meant that if the top student in school teamed up with the very last place like him, then the hero's score would surely come out higher. Well, the good boy had not expected for the class clown to be pushing for this level of self-sabotage. His words did make sense, but the risk was too big considering that the guy beside him had shown no skill whatsoever. It felt like he would only be a burden in a place like the dungeons. The second reason was sure to make the hero agree. Yuara, the second best in their class, had already picked two low-ranked students for her own team. Clearly, she was thinking about the score balance as well. As the hero knew, the girl specialized in some wide area of magic. Even with 2 low rankers, she would manage just fine in the dungeon. This was a statement that even the protagonist accepted as true. Third, because it turned out that there was a surprise third reason, even if our dude had said that there were only 2. The boy beamed and then happily pointed to himself. He was the third reason. For someone in last place, he was still a pretty decent fighter. Well, there was no actual combat proof to back that up, but he had been about to use high-grade summoning magic, which was the only thing he had going for him, considering the wild stunt that he had tried to pull. The hero could not help but laugh at this whole display. The protagonist was such a sweet and jolly guy that finding motivation to protect him was going to be so effortless. This class clown was really seriously funny. He had seen his potential right from his debut. Alright, since the boy had amused him so much, the hero agreed to team up. However, he also had one condition because he was a nice guy that actually cared about his teammates. The protagonist smiled and said that he would pick the remaining teammate. With the high chances of him picking other main characters, that was a highly acceptable part of the deal. The hero was still sweet enough to check with the class clown and ask if he minded. Our boy did not mind at all, and he shook hands with the character Lee Seojin, who had now taken a deep interest in him. Our dude gained 2,000 points as a reward. He was so happy to have gotten this far. Alright, so now it was back to serious topics like class and study. The origin of magic goes back to the 14th century. Back then, it was divided into 2 branches, not the 4 that they have now. However, it did not take long for that solid 2-branch system of magic to collapse. Now, the teacher paused to see if anyone could tell her the reason. Our boy surprisingly raised up his hand. Of course, no one was expecting much from the class clown, but he'd done this entire class before, so he knew the answer quite easily. The 2 magic systems broke down because of Bloodsword, the first enhancement type mage to appear in the 18th century. Xianwu might have been a background character B2. He had done his homework well, surprisingly the teacher and the students. The teacher congratulated him on a good job. For manifestation-centric medieval mages of the time, Bloodsword's appearance was a huge shock. Manifestation mages back then couldn't even stand up to Bloodsword. From that turning point, research into manifestation magic exploded. The teacher continued to give an important lecture about the history of magic, while our dude listened on with a bored look on his face. Even for someone like Lee Seojin, classical magical theory and complex formulas were kinda hard. However, that was not the case for him. This was because of the outsider's benefits that had been bestowed on him. It fed him all of the basic info on the world, so when it came to written subjects, he was way more confident than anyone in class. Happily, the boy used his cheat skill to take down notes with joy. The other students in the back started to whisper and call him the class Hermione. He had gone from class clown to basically the class no, it all in just the span of a day. They even giggled that there was no point in his listening so hard in class if he was still the last place student. This pissed off the brunette. It was one thing for those guys to mock him for his mistake, but now they were calling him a bookworm. If they were that jealous of his skill, then they should go ahead and answer questions in class too. Well, the class ended, and it was time for everyone to enjoy their lunch break. Our dude had not really made a lot of friends, so he sort of lingered as most of the students filed out of class. He was just figuring out what step to take next when someone walked over and called out to Kim Seonwoo. That was him, so our dude turned to see who it was. It was the sweet hero who grinned that they were a team now, so they should eat together. That was so cool. They went and got their trays of food, and they walked together in the cafeteria to find a nice place to eat. Honestly, the hero was so jolly and smelly he was quite an easy person to like. As they searched for a place to eat, an excited boy waved over for Seojin to come and sit beside him. That dude was Shin Youngjin. The hero happily headed over to that guy, and they both laughed and teased each other. So, for some background, Shin Youngjin was one of the main characters in this world, and he was Lee Seojin's best friend. If all of the top rankers teamed up, their scores tanked, so it looked like most of them had split up this time. The Shin guy then noticed our brunette hanging around. The boy beamed, saying hello to Kim Seonwoo. Of course, he had recognized him on sight since everyone had seen that stupid video. Getting points was one thing, dealing with the aftermath of all that attention was another. Still, our guy took his seat, and the best friend happily asked when the loser suddenly became so close with the protagonist. The hero explained that it had just happened earlier, and they would be going into the dungeon together the day after tomorrow. The best friend had never heard anything crazier in his entire life. He was so shocked that he nearly stopped smiling. Bro had to slide right up to the hero's ear to whisper if he was that confident that he would get first place even without the last place buff. If they were that strong, then there was no need to carry this deadweight with them into the dungeon. The hero sighed and explained that Yura looked like she was out for blood. The best friend was surprised that she was a motivation point. Apparently, the second place hero was not playing around with the battle for first place, and she had put 2 bottom rankers in her team. That made the best friend flinch. That girl really was not playing around with how much she wanted to win. At any rate, they had already decided that Seonwoo would join the team, so they should just eat for now. The best friend agreed that he had been starving anyway. Ardu did not particularly appreciate the way the entire conversation had been had about him, but excluding him, but okay. They continued to eat together, and the gossip around them grew. Students were talking about the person who posted in the forest of the great sage. Seo Yuna, the poster, perfect girl for the first-year class, had been staring in their direction when her classmate called her attention. The girl was surprised and quickly dismissed the concern. She insisted that it was nothing. However, the first-year fairy was still curious. She had no idea how the class clown had suddenly gotten close to the second-year hero. Later that day, a bunch of the students were training in a little center with dummies and other practice tools. This time, our dude was going to have to practice his magic so that he would not become an inconvenience to the protagonist who had been so kind as to take him on. He would work with the amount of mana that he could control right now. Carefully, he generated that power in his hands, preparing to manifest. Slowly, the blue portal opened up in his hand just as before, and magic began to bubble in his hold. Now that he had a decent amount of mana, he controlled his project, and then controlled, raising his hand at the nearby dummy. This time, he actually managed to hit the target, and the other students who had been watching were kind of impressed. It was not something top tier, but it was not the worst attack that they'd ever seen. The boy was doing better than they had thought. He could totally hear them gossiping, and they did not even have the decency to gossip at his back properly. He could totally hear what they were saying. Well, that did not matter as much because he was finally making progress. Before regressing, he used points to buy stats, and he had happily bought whatever he wanted while living his own jolly life by himself on the sidelines. However, he eventually got a warning that the more he bought, the more the cost of buying things would ramp up, so he had to spend a bit wisely. Base stats went up in price by 10 points for every 10 purchases. Our dude considered that situation. It was the same logic as how level ups got harder in games once a player was on a high level. In the long run, instead of dumping points straight into stats, it was better to use traits for items that boosted mana growth and could build stats over time. Our dude decided to use the search function. He opened a window and searched around for the skill that he wanted to learn. He needed that one trait that showed up mid-novel right now, since he had increased the difficulty level on his life by teaming up with the protagonist. Finally, he found the Blessing of Great Nature, which was a skill that absorbed mana from nature. Now this was about to be excellent. When training mana, our dude would be able to gain mana depending on the environment. He could gain up to 150% of additional mana, and his mana recovery speed would increase by 50%. That was a whole promising bargain. He scanned through the passive effects to be sure that it was what he wanted and everything lined up. Then, the boy looked at the wristwatch that he had on his wrist. The returner's wristwatch was the kind of equipment that boosted health and mana regeneration by 200%. Bro was just buying cheat codes left and right. In this life, he sold and bought skills, trading lesser skills to gain even greater skills. He could sell traits to earn points too, but it was such a shame to let some amazing items go. Like the Master Chef skill that he had sold to buy the watch. He would really miss being able to cook that well. However, thanks to buying the Blessing of Great Nature and the returner's wristwatch, his starting point was way better than before the regression. Suddenly, his phone began to ring. Now this was odd because bro had very few friends, so he couldn't imagine who was calling him right now. He picked up the phone and stared in awe at the screen, wondering what he was looking at. This was a group chat for some reason. Jung Jinte had invited Leo Seojun, Kim Seonwoo, Yoon Hae-young, and Sheon Jaek to the chat. Jung Jinte happily told everyone to do their best for the next 2 months, and Hae-young happily agreed. A whole group chat. Now this was curious to the class clown. Apart from Yoon Hae-young, he didn't really recognize the members of this group chat. He wondered if they were all somehow low rankers. Yoo Hae-young was the kind of girl who would become an important character later on, but she had not realized her own ability yet, so right now, she shouldn't matter much. Anyway, it would make it easier if all of these low rankers just said what their speciality was. He already knew a few, but he was not sure about the others. Jian was in support of the sub-speciality of manifestation. Yoo Hae-yeon was in manifestation with the attribute office and the subspecialty of support. Jinta was in enhancement, with the sub-speciality in manifestation, but he sucked at it, apparently. Yeah, it was definitely a team of low rankers. Our dude also admitted that he was in manifestation with no elements since he was still at a beginner level, and all. The jerk Ji-yeon laughed that there was no one at the school who did not know the class clown's speciality was manifestation. The boy growled because he had just been trying to be nice and to make sure that everyone was on the same page. There was no need to be blatantly rude by bringing up his failures. He was well aware of them. In that case, it would be the best bet to put Seojun at the center, and the rest of them would focus on supporting him. If they were aiming for first place, they had to do better than Yuera's team. First things first, he needed to find out who she had put on her team. So the training continued as everyone prepared for the dungeon raid. It was very important to get ready in order to score the best in the evaluation. As they trained together, Some of them had training guides advising them on whether they were focusing too much on control and neglecting projection. They needed to put a bit more power into their mana and then release it faster. The girl followed the advice and gathered the energy in the palm of her hand. With a whoosh of her hand, she released the great blast and it swung, taking down a huge load of enemies before her. The people who gathered and watched were amazed by that level of firepower. They were truly in awe of a genius, and watching her was amazing to them. This person was really skilled, and anyone could see the obvious natural talent. Then again, maybe it was because she was still young, and the boy was still a bit rough around the edges. Her mana control could use some work, but exceptional talent was still amazing to see. Then, the teacher turned around in awe to see someone else training on the grounds. It was that one clown from the manifestation exam. Almost anyone would be able to recognize him. And her eyes widened when he saw him shoot a blast to obliterate the target in front of him. That was not bad at all. It surprised her, especially since most people assumed that kid was just a failure. The boy was beyond excited about his growing success, too. It was kind of cute. Back then, the young clown had gotten so hung up on materialization that he could not even manage a proper projection. Now, with the bare minimum mana that he had, he was being sure to balance two skills, managing both projection and materialization. He was even pulling off perfect projection and control. Figuring out his own weak points at that age was no small feat. The lady was impressed. She could not help but smile as she watched the children working hard at training and growing around her. After some time passed, the special lessons came to an end, and the happy lady thanked everyone for trying their hardest in the training. They had all done pretty good work. The students all thanked the teacher for the hard work that she had put in for them as well. It was much appreciated. All of that training had really helped them to blow off some steam. Honestly, this was what class should feel like. It seemed most of the students preferred blowing things up with magic rather than sitting in a class and actually learning. With that being done, most of the students were going to rest. As the students were leaving, the student Kim Seonwoo was called back before he left. The boy had worked pretty hard in class, and she wanted to know if he had been keeping up with training lately. The boy admitted that he had been squeezing in some training every once in a while. Then, she asked how his mana training was going as well. He was doing extraordinarily well with it. He was not about to admit that he had been high-key cheating with that one. And he was just buying some extra mana off the market and borrowing another half of it from nature. The boy was a bit hesitant, since the teacher had definitely noticed that his mana pool was lacking for his current level. The boy admitted that he was definitely growing it. Well, there was no rush, and the teacher assured him that he was doing well overall. In fact, his mana was really on the low side. There was no shortcut to building mana, so they just had to keep at it. The boy beat his chest and happily said that he would do his best. With a happy smile, the lady gave him a chain bracelet, telling him to take this. It was an item that helped with mana breathing and keeping their condition stable. The boy had not expected the sweet gift. He did not know if he should accept something like this. There was no need for the boy to feel pressured. It was just an F-rank practice item. It did not cost much to make, and it was not a big deal that she was giving this to him. The boy was excited and happy, saying that he would make good use of it. The class was over, so it was time for him to hurry along now. The boy could not believe the unexpected score that he had gotten, and he smiled with joy at the bracelet he held. As he was walking home from practice, he could not help but pause when he saw a lady lingering around near the wall. It was a dark-haired girl with laser-red eyes. She greeted Kim Seonwoo, and he wondered why she was even talking to him. She had made such a big deal about not speaking to him before, but now he seemed worthy enough to talk to. She was the one who told him not to talk to her ever again. She clearly remembered that, and she was clearly pissed that he was even reminding her. At any rate, she had heard that the loser had somehow joined the same group as Lee Sejin this time. The boy asked how she even knew that. She just scoffed that he was very clearly clinging to the thighs of the top student like a shameless leech. It was too bad, because the first place for this exam was going to be hers this time, so he should wake up from that dream. It seemed that she had come all this way just to poke fun at him. The girl turned away and scoffed, stomping and leaving. That was truly all she had come to say. What an aging tsundere. The boy could not believe it and wondered why she was touchy all the time. Later, on Thursday morning, a few of the students had gathered outside the dungeon entrance, and our dude raced over with excitement, happy that he had made it in time. There was the shining hero who was also happy to see him. It was the first time that all of the team members would be gathering in person, so it was best for them to do their best this semester. Everyone agreed that they would work hard and do their best, much to the hero's joy. However, there was always that one guy who tried to make a big deal out of everything, and he scoffed, saying that their team was kind of weird. They had got together with the top student and the very last of the class. The main character was wondering if that was supposed to be some kind of jab at him, or if the idiot just did not know how to talk. It was very clearly a jab, and that piece of nonsense was jabbing even more, asking the loser of their class to actually pull his weight during this exam. Alright, That was very rich of this dude who was barely a memory in this class. He had the nerve to tease the brunette for not being able to fire a single spell during the last test. No one could even remember this guy's name. Xianwu could not care less about some loser who was making jabs at him, and neither did some other guy who quickly jumped in to defend him. The other guy said that it did not matter if the class clown had failed so hard in the first exam since Xianjun was the one who brought him along, so he was fine with it. Since the hero brought him, then the hero would carry him. It was that easy. It was very unfortunate that our dude's defense team was made up of a dude who was clearly just trying to ride on Seojin's coattails. He started to wonder if there was even anyone useful on the team. Well, there was at least Yoon Hae-young. Her big moment in the story was still a long way off, but at least she was actually useful. She was happily asking the hero if he had slept well. The boy was wondering if it was because he had joined. The team that the hero had formed was completely different from the one he had formed last time in the story. Yoo Hae-young was one thing, but he wondered if the rest of this group would really be okay for this test. There were not a lot of heavy hitters around after all. As they walked, someone in front of the gate caught everyone's attention. It seemed to be a teacher, and now he would explain the day's dungeon exploration. This class would run twice in the morning and the afternoon. Since it would be the first day, they would only explore the basement level 1. Next, he would explain how their dungeon exploration score would be calculated. First, they would be measured by their dungeon clearing speed. The faster they cleared through difficulties, the more bonus points they would get. Second, the rank difference adjustment score. The more low-ranked teammates they had compared to their rank, the more points that they personally earned. The final contribution was, of course, the most important. This artificial dungeon used a special contribution system. This meant that they would get extra points based on how much they contributed to their team. Above all, they had to prioritize safety. Then the teacher checked if all the students listening to him understood the rules. They yelled that they indeed understood. Alright, if all of that was properly established, then it was time for the teams to enter the dungeon. Most of the kids were so hyped, and the others encouraged them to have some fun in there. The monitoring room was full of teachers keeping an eye on the students. They were not joking about safety first, and they would make sure that every single member of the dungeon would succeed. Teacher Jang was also there, and he waved, saying that he had come right after sending the kids in. The other teacher had been waiting for Mr. Jang to get there. They had to place their best on which team would get the highest score, though they did have to pick different teams for it to be a proper bet. Everyone was going to bet on Yuera's team. Most of the teachers had indeed picked Yuera's team, so it did not look like betting would do any good this time. However, the spectacled teacher said that there was clearly a way for them to bet. She beamed and said that she was going to put her money on Group 3, the one that had Lee Seojin. She was plenty convinced that his team would be able to do pretty well, actually. The teachers were in disbelief, of course. They knew the teacher was just being nice. Even if both Seojin and Ara packed their teams with low rankers for the bonus points, they had both done that completely differently. Seojin's team was pretty shaky and filled mostly with enhancement types. There was a limit to what the boy could do alone, and he could not carry the weight of all of those pathetic people on his team. The teacher with glasses admitted that this was true. Enhancement specialists were built one-on-one, so without backup, it was hard for them to handle groups of enemies. Now, if they looked over at Yuara, whose speciality was wide area magic, she had already reached the middle of the first floor in the dungeon raid. That girl was moving pretty fast when it came to clearing speed. Even so, the teacher giggled and said that she still believed in a bottom ranker uprising. So, they would all see who would actually win this bet. At the end of the day, it was her funeral if she lost, so everyone was just going to accept it and see where this took her. Meanwhile, inside the dungeon, the hero was progressing as usual. He charged ahead, taking down lots of monsters who came to attack them. Slowly and surely, they advanced through the dungeon, felling monsters as they progressed down. They were making great progress so far. So much progress that most of the others in the team barely had to do anything. Lee Seojin fought really well. The happy coattail riders were really fine with just hanging around in the back while the other boy led them to victory. There had to be a limit to how shameless a person could be. They were already halfway through, and they had barely had to lift a finger. As they continued, they wondered who the first floor boss would be. No one was sure, but they figured the boss of the first floor would probably be some kind of trash mob. They were busy gossiping and guessing if it would be a trash rat or a dog or something. Even if they wanted to underestimate their opponent, the girl was wary. After all, it was still a boss, and it would be as strong as a boss. Then, Haeyoung turned to Seonwoo and asked what he thought it would be. Well, he'd already done this whole exam before, so he told her that a giant wolf was going to show up. Now that was a bold claim to make. Immediately, the bully in the group tried to poke fun at him and asked how he would know that a giant wolf was going to show up. The boy was not about to argue or reveal that he knew more than he let on, but he just said that he had his ways. A giant wolf was going to show up, so they should be prepared. He had been here and done this many times before, unless this part of the exam had changed. Of course, that shameless bully just scoffed at him and called him a compulsive liar. It really made Xianwu want to beat that trash up. That jerk could believe him or not, and the bully said that he did not believe the clown at all. In fact, he was going out of his way to be annoying on purpose, and it took all of our dude's willpower just to resist reacting to that filthy piece of trash. The hero laughed and told his teammates not to fight now. He wanted them to keep moving through this dungeon as fast as possible. So, the fighting calmed down, and they kept walking. Before they progressed further, someone asked them to stop. It was the hero and the team who wondered why they were stopping now. The bully jerk even teased that the top of the class was scared. That was hardly the case. There was something on the floor in front of them. They all looked forward, and sure enough, there was a large magic circle on the floor. They had no idea what kind of magic circle it was, but it would likely activate something as soon as they walked through it. The other students were hesitant because they could sense the danger from the magic circle. They worried that the teachers would throw something really dangerous at them when they were just students. Xianwu came a little closer and bent to study it, though the hero warned him to be a little careful. They did not know what could come out of it. The boy said that he was fine. He was just taking a look at the runes and stuff like that. He studied it carefully, trying to remember why a magic circle would appear on the first floor. From what he could tell, it was not anything major, just a simple barrier. However, there had to be a reason a barrier would be here at this point of the test. Of course, the clown recognized it because he had seen this exact same barrier trigger in his previous life. He stretched out his hand and touched the barrier that surrounded the little magic circle. They could all clearly see the shifting magic of barrier air. Then he turned to look at them very pointedly. The bully was very annoyed that the clown was correct, and he muttered that he knew that too. Alright, since all of that was established, they could not pass like this. The coattail rider wondered if they would have to turn back. It would cut their time in half, and there was no other way through. The hero prepared his weapon, deciding to just cut through the barrier with his sword. He got ready as he summoned his magic, his power growing and glowing, and he charged at the barrier in front of him. The others who watched were excited, thinking that it would surely work. However, only a small dent had been made in the barrier. They had been so close. The others had really hoped that would work. The hero sighed and wondered if they could do it with the right approach. It seemed that it was now the bully's time to shine. The boy smirked and said that he was a support-type fighter after all, so he just needed a little time. He bent before the magic circle and started generating his magic. The bully touched on the magic circle, and it looked like he was actually going to be useful to this group for once. However, something was not working. Oh, how embarrassing. This was pretty complicated, and he realized it was going to take a while for him to solve this problem. Like 40 minutes too, even if he tried his best to hurry up. 40 minutes was crazy. Our dude grabbed his hand immediately. If he was going to spend all of that time trying to fix one problem, then it was time to try some other ideas. The class clown said that he would just break it. A crazy statement from Xianwu, who was seen as the weakest member of the group. The bully, of course, was not having it and tried to challenge Kim Xianwu. The clown ignored the bullying entirely because they were wasting time. He placed his hand on the circle on the ground and got busy as he put some work into it. The unique trait, Outsider's Benefits, was activating. The magical formula of the barrier was decoded, and it was pulled up before our dude for him to read. A collection of magical characters that he could rearrange and decode. Since our dude was so good at reading, he easily got the gist of what he was seeing in front of him. Once he rearranged the right letters, he tapped the circle in the right way, and it glowed. The barrier dissolved right in front of the team. It felt good when the deemed useless one was able to solve a problem that the bully insisted would take 40 minutes. The clown was done in like 5. Happily, the brunette turned to his team and said that he had won it. Even the hero was surprised that it had really worked and was very fast too. The bully was in such shambles that he could not think of a thing to say. The protagonist Lee Sojin was now quite astonished by him. In fact, the protagonist's interest in him had increased. Our dude could not help but smile. Now that the protagonist's interest in him had gone up again, our bro got a reward of 5,000 points for his hard work. It seemed this relationship was benefiting my way more than the 5,000 points. Even our dude was stunned. He now had an interest level system and the protagonist's interest had been stroked all the way to level 1. Suddenly, there was the sound of great chaos ahead of them and the echoing sound of a large paw hitting the ground. Just as our dude had predicted, the big boss had emerged, and it was, of course, a giant wolf. The boys and their one girl all stared at that terrifying creature, and the boss stalked forward, growling and drooling as it targeted the boys before them. The co-tailer was beyond impressed now. The class clown had been right about the boss too. It was a big wolf, just as he had said before. The large creature charged right at the hero, but the hero was ready and stood to fight the beast. The wolf roared and attacked, but the protagonist's eyes glowed a brilliant gold, and he sliced through the big boss creature in front of him. His attack was merciless and immediate. The hero had a different look on his face when he was fighting monsters. Even though he was a pretty good guy, He also loved the praise, and he beamed, blushing as his teammates praised him for his good job. He had taken down the boss in one swing like it was any regular mob. The door opened immediately, and the students cheered, happy that it was over. They came out of the dungeon, and the teacher congratulated Group 3. They were in second place for week 1. The hero was in shock and asked who was first. Of course, Group 7 was in first. They had cleared the dungeon 30 minutes faster. Of course, that was Uara's team. The others could not believe it. Uara was truly a monster. She had beaten through the dungeon in 4 hours and 11 minutes. They could not believe that was even possible. They were only 2 minutes ahead of third place. At this rate, they were going to get overtaken pretty fast. Well, the number of useless people in the group definitely did not help. Still, thanks to Xianwu, they had been able to take second and not third. The hero happily smiled at the class clown, still grateful for his assistance, even if they came in second place. The class clown could not help but blush at that. It seemed our guy also liked praise. If he had not removed that barrier so fast, then they would be even further down and stuck in a really bad place. The hero sulked that he had been the one who dropped the ball. They should have secured first for sure if he had only been faster at clearing the dungeon. The only girl on the team protested that assessment. They had only gotten this far because of the hero on their team. Besides, it was just the first week on the first floor. Their run was not over yet, so the main character told the hero to cheer up. They could still turn things around, but the rest of the team members had to start pulling their weight around here a bit more. As they started to head back, someone called out to the student Xianwo. The boy turned in surprise and noticed that the support-type instructor was looking at him. The teacher had come to make a proposal to him. The boy wondered what sort of proposal was being made, and the support teacher asked the kid to transfer to a major in support immediately. Now this was a shocking request. Our boy immediately said no. Obviously, she was not having it. She could not believe that little brat was going ahead to reject him without even hearing the terms. He should just listen to her first. With her authority, she could offer him a special talent scholarship of 50 million won. Now that was interesting. However, it was not something that could move our boy away from the flashiness of manifestation. She found no takers. The teacher was so upset, and one of the other students had to admit that it was crazy to reject 5 million scholarship. They had to check if he was out of his mind. The boy sucked at manifestation anyway, so switching majors should not be such a huge deal. Anyone else would take such a deal and transfer immediately. The other weaklings around him admitted that they would switch teams too. Someone then asked if he truly was not switching. Our guy looked up and sure enough there was his number 1 hater. The girl was nearby again, and she pointed out that special talent status came with way more perks than just a scholarship. Everyone was surprised that Uara had taken an interest in this conversation. The boy smiled and said that he appreciated the talk from everyone. But he was a manifestation type, no matter how many people tried to stop him. He was not about to change or turn tail when he loved manifestation so much. The girl could not believe the blind confidence that the boy had. Later at school, time passed and the talented first-year student was just casually walking through the halls. She paused when she saw someone also walking around the halls, wondering who that was. She paused and said hello, almost instantly recognizing the class clown. It was Senior Kim Shinuk and she said hello. Obviously, his name was Xianwu, so he corrected her immediately. She gasped and acted like she had gotten that wrong by accident, but he could already guess that was on purpose. The girl wanted to know why her senior was cleaning the halls like a cheap servant. Well, it was dirty, so he had just done it. When people had hands and they saw dirt, they tended to clean it. That was what good people did. The girl giggled and laughed, saying that the senior was so nice. She happily waved and told him to keep up the good work. Of course, deep down inside, she thought it was such a pointless thing to do. Our dude had now unlocked the fairy housekeep achievement, and he had gained 1,000 points as a reward. This was great. It was not like the boy could actually tell them that he had worked so hard at cleaning the halls, just so that he could unlock something as silly as the fairy housekeeper achievement. Anyway, now that his cleaning was all done, he was going to take the bucket and put it away. However, someone had noticed the boy doing some cleaning, and he smiled with pride. Back in class, the teachers taught the students about all the different types of monsters. There were humanoids, animals, flying monsters, and all sorts of things. The most dangerous of all, of course, were the mains. Then, the teacher asked if anyone knew why the mains were so dangerous. Our bookworm took the past Bowden and explained that, except when they willingly dropped their disguise and were on the verge of going berserk, mains were almost impossible to tell apart from humans. The teacher smiled and said that this was correct. Mains fed on human blood, and they controlled monsters. They were the root of all evil, and they had already deeply infiltrated their society. Due to the fact that there was not a lot of physical difference between humans and mains, it was almost impossible for civilians to identify mains without any equipment. However, in the situations that he mentioned earlier, the main eyes would turn black. Our dude listened to the lecture about mains, and his eyes widened. Right, this weekend was when the episode of the first main appearance would happen. It was the story where Lee Seojin, despite being a student, would defeat a man and get attention again. Seojin would handle it just fine on his own anyway, so there was little reason for the main character to interfere in this part of the story. However, considering how disastrous the Krua's incident had gone, he would check in just in case there was any danger around him. If he wanted to go out with Seojin, he would need a bit more money, and he wondered what to do. Later that day, at the training center, the boy was busy working on some of his mana training. This was essential for him to upgrade his skills after all. A bit of meditation helped grow the man that was already within him into a growing pool of green that circled through his whole body. As the boy sat and meditated and worked hard, his mana slowly increased by 0.02. The Great Nature's Blessing effect granted an additional 0.03 mana. Great Nature's Blessing proficiency had increased by 12%. All that training, whenever he had a spare moment, was finally paying off. The boy had now built up quite a bit of mana. Suddenly, the boy paused when he saw an odd pop-up window. The Great Nature's Blessing had been upgraded to rank 2. That was great. The active effect of the trait, Great Nature's Blessings, had been unlocked. They could now soothe Great Nature's heart. The boy beamed. He had known that buying Great Nature's Blessing was the right call. Even though the cooldown was long, the mana recovery speed increased massively for 1 minute. He could not freely use it whenever he needed it. Thanks to this, he was built of the manifestation type. He recalled the teacher's call, asking him to transfer to the support department immediately, and he washed that off like the bad juju that it was. The boy had no intention of abandoning his clear-cut passion for manifestation. Honestly, breaking barriers was just him riding the outsider's benefits. He was not cut out for support. He could not actually create barriers either. Support was completely out of his league. Still, the truth was that losing that scholarship money kind of stung. Currently, his bank account is suffering, and he was truly dreaming of transferring. He just would not work well on that side of the department. It made sense that he was broke. Most students were broke. Well, he picked himself up from the floor. There had to be a way to make some quick cash. He had been going into dungeons hunting monsters, and selling dropped items was way too dangerous. Otherwise, there was the option of climbing the tower. He could handle the lower difficult towers, but he was still a student, and he would get wiped out once he so much as touched any higher floors. Our dude was in a very difficult position. Since he was still a minor, he could not get a license to go to any significantly higher floors. Our boy rubbed at his head as he considered the options available to him. Suddenly, he got a pretty good idea. The sky shone with bright stars, and the teachers talked about the really admirable student that they had seen in the dungeon that day. The trash student Kim Seon-woo from the second year was proving to be more than just trash after all. He had come to school early in the morning to clean too. The other teachers admitted that the boy focused well during theory class as well, and he answered actively in class. His attitude to studying was excellent, and it really motivated the teachers to do other jobs. The teacher with the glasses, of course, was happy to hear people singing praises about her student, and she beamed that this was just how manifestation-type kids were. Someone had tried to poach her precious student, but they had failed woefully, and she threw her head back and laughed. It seemed the lady could be malicious in her own ways. Of course, the teacher had always believed that her precious student Seon-woo was not the type to fall for something like that. Anyway, it was such a relief to have a student who was so diligent and upstanding these days. Most students were entirely focused on nothing but power and money. However, our dude was not really a student now, was he? The class clown was beaming today, feeling like an absolute genius. He had achieved the student beloved by the teacher's achievement, and he had gained 2,000 points. This was amazing. He had barely even been trying to get this achievement, but it was his now. He was so happy to have extra points now. He immediately entered the point into the shop, activating the search function. The price to purchase the item that he wanted was the 1,000 points. Now, he was going to get his money's worth and make some great cash too. The beloved student so loved by his teachers was now cackling madly at the back of the class. It was making the other students feel very concerned. Later, on Saturday morning, someone in gear marched out to meet another who was dressed in uniform. The man in uniform stretched out his hand to ask for a mage license. The person reached into his pocket and pulled out the license. It seemed there was a visitor to the tower. It was clearly our dude dressed in the shoddiest and fakest disguise ever known to man. He just slicked his hair back, wore some fake glasses and called himself Kim Jinwoo, age 25. And it was really amazing that the person in the ID was dressed in the exact same way as the idiot standing beside the security guard. The guard looked at the card, and then he ran it through his checker. It seemed that the student had not at all prepared for the chance that there would be an actual verification item at the gate. However, much to everyone's surprise, the seat-rank mage Kim Jinwoo, who was 25 years old, was somehow confirmed as a legit hunter. That had to be some kind of crazy glitch. The security politely greeted him and handed him back his card. No way, security was really lax around dungeon areas. The boy had known that he would not get caught, but he had still been super nervous. Wow. Bro really trusted in a faulty and corrupt system just to get access to what he wanted. This was the new identity that he bought from the points shop a few days ago. So, apparently, he could just buy an identity, too, from his silly little shop. That was crazy. He had even been given the opportunity to set the details of his new identity as he liked. A mage license could be issued together with it, too. The price was, of course, 10,000 points, so that was what he had spent all of that money on. Now that he had the points he needed, he got the fake identity card immediately, and now he was sneaking into low-tier dungeons. The mage licenses in this world were pretty special, and they contained a unique magic formula so they could never be forged, except through a magical cheat system, like the one that he was blatantly using right now. Plus, he had gotten these amazing color-changing glasses on, so his disguise was pretty flawless. Now, he would go ahead to clear the tower and go straight to the Han River. Lee Seojin's fight with the main would start at 9:30, and he needed to be close by when that went down. Our dude hurried into the dungeon, admiring the nice decor around the area. Kim Jinwoo was welcomed to the Tower of Proof, and he was currently only allowed up to the 27th floor, given his current power level. The boy stepped forward, and the tower asked him which floor he would like to go to. Our dude was ambitious, but he was not an idiot. He asked to go to the 10th floor. Unfortunately for him, the 10th floor had already been cleared. Even if he cleared it again, the reward quality would be lower. However, the main character surprisingly did not mind. He would go to the 10th floor anyway. He had a different goal anyway. The portal was pretty convenient as transport devices were found in every tower. There were several types of towers in this world, and the monster's strength and the difficulty of the traps were mostly determined by the level. In the side story of the original, the Tower of Proof, they had both entered the 10th floor. It was a place that most guilds would avoid because of its unusual difficulty. The brunette appeared there and found himself facing a strange wolf-like creature with many eyes. He stepped inside the tower, and the creature growled at him. Of course, it immediately charged, but the main character was ready, smacking that thing with a good blast of mana right in the face. The monsters that appeared were usually on the weaker side, but they made for good practice points. The main character had now achieved the extra title of the first hunt, and he had gained 1,000 points as a reward. The floor was packed with traps and great difficulty magic formulas. This was practically a tailor-made tower for him. At this rate, he had plenty of time to clear it. Alright, our dude prepped himself, and he was ready to keep going. Later, near the Han River, people were going about and doing their daily business. There were so many people there, and the hero was hanging out with his best friend. It was not even a festival, but so many people had gathered around the area. Since they were here, the best friend excitedly wanted to take a picture with his friend. The hero was a little hesitant about taking a picture, but his best friend insisted that this was an important part of making memories. The hero did not buy it, but since his friend was asking, he did not see why not. So, they came close together, and they prepared to take a picture together. As those two were busy having fun, our dude had knocked down the latest monster. He had even been able to get a magic crystal. It seemed that luck was on his side today. Well, that would cover the ride money, so it was time for him to get going. Carefully, the brunette walked around, searching for something that should be close by, his hands running over the surface of the door before him. Sure enough, he touched on a bit of gold before him and beamed. He had found what he was looking for. The gold on the door began to expand and sparkle as he placed his hand down on it, and his eyes widened when he saw the change happening before him. The main character had achieved the Barrier Breaker achievement, and he had thus earned 2,000 points as a reward. The door opened wide before him, and he had now entered the hidden floor of the Tower of Proof, the inner world. The Tower of Proof focused on him as mystical mana filled the air. The room that he had just walked into was rather nice too, a very beautiful looking area. He had now achieved the Mystery Explorer achievement, and he gained 5,000 points as a reward. Our dude grinned because he had hit the bullseye, and he had found exactly what he was looking for. Oh, Challenger of the Tower of Proof. The statue before him spoke and made a request. She wanted him to prove himself. An immense aura suddenly blasted from the statue and hit our dude full force. He groaned as he struggled to deal with that immense pressure. Such strong heat directed right at him was indeed a lot. Suddenly, there was a lot of giggling as the flowers soared around him. Then there was the flutter of wings, and little fairies made themselves known, laughing and kikiing around him. Flower fairies had appeared. They were only C-rank monsters, so they were not that strong. A bunch of tiny flying C-rank monsters sounded like they could be very troublesome, though. Immediately, these seemingly sweet fairies suddenly bared their teeth, and they flew right at our dude with the intent to cause harm. These monsters were not very strong, but they were the crazy type that would lose it the moment they saw a human. Fortunately, they were tiny, and they flew. So Xianwu got to work blasting them out of the air as fast as he could before they were able to close the distance. It would be way too annoying having to fight those ants in close range after all. He didn't want to shoot his foot by accident. When it came to taking down these annoying little bugs, speed was everything. At least one of them would get hit. Instantly, he fired shot after shot at the little flower monsters. taking them down with merciless efficiency. One by one, they faltered and fell until the other fairies got spooked. The boy summoned up a magic circle because he was not even done just yet. Even if he defeated every fairy, he would not be able to clear this floor. The statue had asked him to prove himself, but that was a little difficult. His individuality was not something that he could prove by just taking down all the fairies. So, he activated the unique trader off the outsider's benefits and decoded the magical formula before him. The formula popped up on the screen, once again like a god-given cheat code, and our dude read through what he had to do. All he had to do was prove himself after all, and he was going to do just that. The magic was read all through the garden, and he read the secret to the room that was highlighted in all the blue mana around. It was time for Xianwu to fulfill the room's request, and he grinned with excitement. His individuality was the same as decoding this formula. It was every ability that he had gained as an outsider in this world. So, using his special power, he proved himself and thus achieved the recognition by the Tower of Proof achievement. The boy gained 10,000 points as a reward. The garden cleared away, and he found himself before the pillar of two female statues standing together. The Tower of Proof bestowed its blessing upon the main character, and the adaptive trait, Proof of Tower D, had been added. The gifts that came with clearing this level included the Red Dragon's Soul, the Magic-Imbued Book, the Sacred Herb Seed, and 5 Sacred Herbs. Our dude was also blessed with plus 5 mana, a 20% mana recovery speed, and spell power by 10%. This was great news to Xianwu, who cheered at these results. The tower congratulated the main character. There was a huge spark that shone through the environment, and a firework exploded, telling him that he had successfully cleared the hidden floor in the inner world. The two boys who were chilling at the Han River looked up and realized that the festival was starting. Then, the hero asked his best friend to check something out. It was the photo that they had taken earlier, but there was something else that the hero was pointing out. Behind them, there had been a dangerous-looking man who had watched them with dark eyes. The best friend gasped with shock when he saw what his friend identified. Those eyes, there was no way, and yet it was true. There was a mane among them right now. As they looked around, they soon discovered the mane walking around like a zombie from an apocalypse movie. No matter how things seemed, that thing was definitely not a human. The clock chimed, and our bro realized that it was almost 9:30. The main character was walking around, and he could clearly see it, so where the heck was the hero supposed to slay the monster? However, for some reason the hero was late. The wait was driving our dude crazy, and he wondered if he would have to step in. However, this was a major event and a no-name loser like him was not supposed to complete it. If the hero did not show up now, he would end up like all those other losers in transmigration novels that ended up becoming the accidental protagonist because they had done too much. That being said, this was still a monster disguised as a human walking around in public. If it were left alone, that bad boy was going to cause a lot of serious damage, so naturally, the boy found himself facing a very intense dilemma. Xianwu did not want to mess up the plot, but there was already an idiot passerby heading straight for the main to check if it needed help. That tossed his opportunity to be an onlooker right out of the window. He had to do something, or that idiot would die. The main character was horrified, but he was not moving near fast enough. Blood splattered the grass, and the poor good Samaritan had only himself to blame for being an actual decent person. His eyes widened in horror as that merciless creature gutted him. It truly gutted him, had its long claws inside of his chest and everything. The mane was kinda hot, but that was hardly the point right now. Its formerly black eyes had gone red, and it tossed aside the body of the poor first victim, splattering blood all over the scene. The poor trash spat blood as he flew, bleeding and regretting a lot of his life decisions. Now that it had tossed the trash, the mane suddenly had the great idea to tear off its shirt and roar, like it was the king of the festival. Maybe it was because it did have a nice set of abs to back up that idea. All the blood and the roaring had definitely caught the eye of the other people who had just been enjoying the festival, and it was at this point that they understood that shit had just gotten real. There happened to be one idiot lady standing way too close to that monster, and she was frozen in fear because she knew that she was dead meat. The time for standing and observing was over. It was time for Xianwu to do more than just watch this madness go down. The poor people around had started to panic. There was a mane among them, and it was very clearly going berserk. Someone was saying that they needed to call someone and tell them that a mane was at the festival. Meanwhile, our dude finally took action with those fake glasses on his face. He rushed forward because, story or not, people came first, and a lady was about to die in front of him. He could not just keep standing back. Apparently, the hero was being delayed because he had done the responsible thing of reporting the spotted mane, and the authorities were telling him the results. After looking through the picture, they were sure that the creature was a mane. Jung Hyunsu, and an agent of the Anti-Terror Special Task Force, was the one investigating the situation. He worked for the Mage Association, and he was still asking some really dumb questions about when they had taken the picture. Yes, the picture had been taken nearby, and the agent worried because this creature had been spotted during a festival when the area was crowded. The more blood that the creature absorbed, the stronger they would get, so they had to move carefully. The hero was worried deeply about this news, but suddenly he turned when he felt an enormous bolt of power just then. The agent rushed forward because he was also thinking the same. There was no mistake about the situation. They had to get to the scene immediately. The rest of the crowd that had gathered around the main, because they did not have the common sense to run away, were wondering why a dude was running straight at the monster. Xianwu used the opportunity of the thing's distraction to toss a big orb of shiny blue and white power at it. He was going to hit the weak point at the back of the head. It seemed that his huge blast did make contact, and the creature stopped. There was a pause, and the two froze for a moment. The boy was wondering if he had really been able to get the creature. However, there was no way it would be that easy. Our dude was sweating buckets when the ugly behemoth suddenly turned with half of its face fallen apart. Now it was really ugly, and its mouth cracked into an angry grimace. This situation was really bad. It was already bad before, but now it was getting worse. The boy had not been able to destroy its brain, and now it was targeting him. He was great at fighting a few fairies on his own, but he did not want to deal with a giant roaring monster that was making its way right for him. The beast was boiling at getting hit by that weak attack, and our dude was not in the best mood either, because now he had to turn tail and run. Unfortunately, that ugly beast had no intention of letting him get away, and it leaped right at him. This was the kind of situation where the main character had to put himself first. He was planning on saving his secret move, but now he had to use it here in front of all these people. What a pain. Now, our dude activated the Great Nature's Heart, and for 1 minute, his mana recovery speed would increase by 1000%. Not a bad deal. Charging his hands full of mana, the boy knew that he might not be able to finish the creature in a minute, but he could at least half kill him. With that logic, he shot a gazillion fireballs at the annoying creature. This made the main rethink its decision to chase the guy. He had thought that he was chasing after easy prey, but easy prey was raining mana balls at him. Naturally, he was not digging the situation at all. A lot of the creature's body got fried, and it fell back, landing on its feet as more and more mana balls came soaring towards it. At this rate, it looked like the main character could take care of the situation without the protagonist's help. Then the big bad guy got into a boxing stance for some reason. Our dude grinned and told that big monster to keep trying to block him all that it wanted, because they were going to be doing this back and forth for quite some time. He pushed mana ball after mana ball, trying to at least stall the monster from attacking any more innocent people. He was going to smash its head in no matter what, or so our dude thought. Fortunately, who would appear but a hero swinging a master sword? It was amazing. The story had unfolded just like in the book, but with an extra twist. The main's head went flying, its mouth open in surprise because it had not expected an enemy to come in from the back. Xianwu's eyes widened when he saw the protagonist enter the scene. It sure had taken Xiojin long enough to get here. The main was cut into pieces within an instant, and the agent they had contacted sighed in relief now that the situation had been resolved. Jung Hyunsu, the agent with the Special Task Division, stepped forward, and he thanked the random stranger who had aided in making sure that thing would end much more easily. The man even asked to see the dude's mage license for a moment, as he needed to verify the man's identity and issue a reward. Fortunately, Xianwu had a fake license, so he just offered that one up. The agent stared in surprise that a C rank had been able to hold on this long. He had thought for sure that he would at least be a B rank. As the agent spoke with the mysterious mage, the other boys from school were also watching in their direction. Now, this made the brunette a little nervous, because he was worried that the hero would recognize him. He had used magic to change the color of his eyes, so hopefully the protagonist would not notice. However, Lee Seojin and Shin Youngjin were standing quite close to the scene. He could not believe those two jerks had shown up at this time near the end of the final scene. He'd had to step in and do their work when this should have been their job. It was a good thing that he had come, or more people would have died. However, the hero was staring at our dude from across the room. It felt like his imagination, but he could swear that he had seen that shady guy with the glasses somewhere before. The boy just looked very familiar. The hero stepped forward, and the main character started sweating. Seojin asked if, by any chance, this strange hunter knew someone by the name of Kim Seonwoo. The hero's memory capacity sure was incredible, but that was hardly what would help them right now. Yeah, the protagonist could have sworn that he had seen that face before, so he asked, by any chance, if the boy knew someone who went by the name of Kim Seonwoo. A pox on the hero's great memory, because he had actually taken enough interest in our dude to remember his face and name. The hero explained that the boy he was referring to was a student at the Magic Academy. Now that he mentioned it, his best friend could definitely see the resemblance. He wondered if this strange hunter was somehow related to Seonwoo. The main character behind the glasses laughed awkwardly as he tried to figure out which lie would not ruin him right now. He chuckled and said that he had never heard of that boy in his life. Well, this was news to the hero, but the agent insisted that this random mage probably just looked so ordinary that they had mistaken him for someone else. That burn had come out of nowhere and was so uncalled for. At any rate, The agents told the boys to stop bothering the nice stranger and go on with their day. The agent then thanked the random stranger, but the hero did not stop staring. It was crazy that the protagonist was really this observant. Usually they were just goody, two-shoes airheads. His golden eyes were really fixed on our guy. He should have dismissed this whole thing by now. Xianwu would not have even gotten involved in this mess if the hero had just shown up on time. He had just done what needed to be done, that's all. First, the agents will be heading off. He informed the mage that more agents would arrive to handle reporters and take care of the situation. The boy bowed and thanked the agent for saving his life back there. Well, the evening continued, and our dude was able to retreat into the shadows for a bit to check out his stat window. He had now participated in defeating the B-rank villain Jangan. The brunette was surprised to learn that he had participated in the subjugation. Of course, he had participated. He had kept that monster stalled long enough for the main character to run at it. This was changing a bit too much from the original story, but perhaps that was how things had to go. Unfortunately, that very small shift in the plot had been detected by the system, and our dude gained 5,000 points as a reward for shifting the story. It seemed that it was a good thing. However, the causality rate had gone up by 0.2. This really interested our guy, and he wondered what the causality rate was. Stuff had definitely changed because he intervened. Causality was earned by resolving major events in the main storyline. The more the story changed, the more the causality he could gain. They could then spend causality to activate powers. Hot dog, that sounded like a banging good deal. Then, he realized that if Lee Seojin died in his unaltered first life playthrough, then he wondered if it meant that he could have intervened and saved him by getting involved. Under powers, there was a whole list of possibilities, and even the opportunity to achieve whatever he desired. This meant that our dude could get whatever he wanted, and he was rather excited about that. The Deus Ex Machina 100 causality meant that he could achieve anything that he wished. There was one desire that the main character had. He wanted to go back home to the real world. He wanted to laugh and joke around with his friends again. Our guy was one of the few people who actually enjoyed the life that he lived before getting isekai'd. If that was the case, then there was no point in hesitating. He would charge full speed ahead into changing the story as much as he could, and upgrading until he could gain the success that he desired. If he wanted to protect Seojin and also gain causality, then they needed to actively intervene. Suddenly, a 15 million won reward came in for defeating the main. That was a lot of money. Sneaking around with a hunter's license had a lot of cool benefits. The brunette could not believe that he had cashed out just from accidentally participating in an event like this. He had not been sure about bringing his fancy trident straight back to the dorms, but that worked well. After everything today, he was going to treat himself with this money. Bro went into the excess of treating himself like a shameless teenager who did not know the purpose of savings or investment. He went into a 5-star, mage-exclusive hotel Hansung. The Hansung Group was a global corporation, and they were all about power, influence, money, and they even played a major role in the original. Attendants greeted anyone who checked into the hotel, and our guy whistled at how fancy everything looked. It turned out there was a rich hot mage visiting today, and it was none other than the Hansung Group Vice President Han Sajin. He was the #1 pick to inherit the company as well. Mr. Shin, rich and handsome, was busy chuckling with the gathered people around him, living his great and perfect life while many flocked around for his attention. Someone even mentioned that it was confirmed that his sister would be joining them for dinner this evening. His sister Sai Yen would be joining them, and the man did not mind since it had been ages since he had met up with his beloved sister. Now, Han-san was another interesting character, and she seemed to be a main character too. Later, the main character found a little private room, and he looked at his fancy weapon, admiring it very thoughtfully. It was a truly wicked-looking artifact, but carrying something that bogus around would attract the wrong kind of attention, so he needed to fit that thing to size. The spear drew too much attention, and he definitely needed to sell it. The magic book he could save for later. As for the herbs, he would take them to Sion, because he was planning on meeting her for some reason. To do this, he needed to wait until tomorrow. Our dude was already making some weird moves in the community. The good morning news came in the next day, greeting everyone with a beautiful and wonderful morning. It turned out that there was someone drawing attention for clearing the hidden floor of the tower. Despite their C-rank mage status, this stranger had not only conquered the hidden floor, but they had also somehow defeated a berserk main in Han River Park right after. This was concerning, as our dude was the one getting the credit when Seojin had delivered the final blow. The Mage Association was now praising Kim Jinwoo's feat, and they announced that they considered raising his rank. He had his face plastered on billboards, too, and many stared in awe at this apparently super awesome hero. Some even guessed that he had faced the main alone in that fiasco, but that was not true at all. Our dude had now achieved the title of Little Hero. 2 million citizens appreciated his courage. Several more story characters had not met him yet, but now they were curious. One news segment equaled 1,000 points, so our dude was not mad at all. It was not exactly the type of attention he had been going for, but at least it was something. Now that he had enough cred for his identity, he was going to go ahead and meet Sion. So, the brunette showed up at the Hansung Pharmaceuticals, and many passing girls giggled because they recognized the guy from television. Fame did have its perks, and he paused when he saw someone looking at a little garden while pressing his phone. The muscular man with white hair was none other than the Hansung family's sword, the S-rank mage Jang Suji. The boy could not believe that there was an S-rank popping out the moment that he walked in. That felt like destiny. Way too many people were recognizing our dude from the news. Using the popularity, the main character planned to cash out from selling the herbs that he had gained from the tower. He would really prefer it if Director Nim did the appraisal. Bro was really calling names and making demands too. It was odd being visited by someone so talked about. And the stuff that the boy had brought in was just as intriguing. Hansung Group's youngest daughter, Han Sion, somehow immediately made herself available for this meeting. It was quite fortunate that she was not busy doing any other important thing. The boy really did give off that energy, but these herbs did not even have the basic mana stem. They were tricky but undeniably valuable. She asked the mage how he had somehow figured out their properties. Well, he was using a cheat code to scale through this world, so it was really a matter of knowing what worked and what did not work around here. The boy chuckled and said that he had spent years studying medicine as well. However, he knew the sacred herb was a special resource. It amplified the effects of other ingredients, but did not work well alone. At this point in the timeline, it was considered something very rare and was hard to process. Honestly, only a genius apothecary should handle something like this. The little heiress did not really get it, however. The point was that this was a solid deal. She would happily accept the herbs, but she wanted to know if he had any terms of his own, considering that he had brought such precious materials all the way here. The brunette raised a hand because he did have extra details that he would like to share. He wanted 5 million up front. What an absolutely greedy buffoon. He was lucky that his name had trended on the news that morning, or he would have immediately been kicked out for attempting daylight robbery. The boy even went as far as to request a 0.005% in shares in Hansung Pharmaceuticals. His audacity was absolutely insane. The lady could not believe what this boy was asking right now. Guess he did not know how big their group was. The boy just smiled and said that stock was what mattered. If the sacred herb got commercialized, Hansung would own pharma. As cute as he was, there was no way the young heiress was giving him shares, so she asked him to name another condition. As expected, he figured she would react that way to the shares request, which meant she was more likely to grant something else if he asked for it. He then requested a VIP underground auction membership. Please. Plus, he wanted her to make potions and to deliver items when he needed them. He would pay for the service, of course. Bro was making a lot of crazy demands for someone who had walked into the shop with just a few magical herbs. Sure, they were rare, but since this was their first time meeting, one would think that he would come in with some pretense of humility at least. The lady, however, was rather amused by his behavior, and he smirked. It seemed that this mage was asking to run her errands. In exchange, he would tell her the weak spot of the vice chairman Han Sejin, who was the older brother of the division head. The lady's eyes widened in shock. It seemed that this was the kind of information that she was very interested in. The lady had the intention of taking over the Hansung group, and she would even mess with her own family for that. He knew all of this about her since he already knew the original story. Wow, what a family of vipers. The news had reported all about Kim Jinwoo's exploits, as if nothing else was going on in Magic Korea that day. The Dark Guild was also able to get the information that Jangin was dead. They were not exactly happy to hear about this. They could have stopped it for sure if only they had moved in during the rampage. The speaker was a man with dark eyes, and his forehead throbbed in rage to hear that his colleague had been felled by a mysterious mage. He screamed and threw things around in a rage, yelling that this could have been prevented. The man who'd just been sipping tea told Baekkyung to calm down. It was an order from someone above them. If they had helped a main who was running wild among humans, they would only put themselves in danger, and then they would be exposed as mains too. The redhead cursed in anger, his bad energy radiating around him in waves. He cursed and asked how long they had to keep living like this in hiding. Bro was so vexed that he swore to kill that Kim Jinwoo dude. The other guy was a human, and he asked if that was really going to be okay. The mage seemed to be near the main's client. The redhead scoffed and said that, of course, it was fine. They knew what his client was like. That person was the kind to cut off even his own family with a smile. It seemed that the head of the Hansung family did not have pure hands. He greeted his sister with a smile, and she happily waved to him, saying it had been a while since they had hung out, unaware of the evil that lurked in her brother's heart. They both got into the car together and talked about how nice it was to catch up after such a long time. The man asked how work at the company was going for her since she worked in a pharmacy. The lady smiled and said that work was hard, and dealing with people was indeed exhausting. She guessed that he could say that she was a bit mentally worn out. Father was a little hasty when he handed over so many company shares to her when she was still young. Well, we know she's an ambitious crook, so those were fighting words from her brother. He even said that if it was much too difficult to handle on her own, then she could just pass that on to him. The disrespect had her internally seething as he added that once he became chairman, he would even make her the vice president. All men did was lie. The girl curled her hands into angry fists, barely containing her anger. Her brother was a joke and should really not make her laugh. Meanwhile, our guy was in his room and was busy handling his own affairs. Now he had the information saved by using 2 accounts. Meeting Sion really was the right call, and she had sold the spear for him, too, so that was really convenient. Thanks to her, he could happily return to his dorm room with his mind at ease, without worrying about drawing any attention to himself. Sion should have pretty solid intel as well, and she had immediately perked up when he had revealed that he could so easily tell her about her brother's weak point. He wondered if she was checking whether that weakness was mentioned and if it was actually useful. It was the Hansung family after all. Suddenly, our dude got a message notification. He got a message about a month ago from Han Sion. She would be his errand runner for just that long. The character Han Sion now trusted him. She would send him the upfront payment and the spear money within the day. Then she asked if the boy needed anything else. The boy had now gained 1,000 points as a reward for the lady's trust. As our dude was a point junkie, this was great news to him. It was faster than expected, but that worked just fine for him. Also, he would like the talented pharmacist to make him some potions, and he needed an admission ticket to the underground arena. The potions would take some time to brew, and the lady would contact her newest partner once they were ready. The deal was done, and they could extend the agreement later. He just had to prove that this relationship was of use to her. However, moving as Kim Jin-woo meant that he would attract mains. There had been a revenge plot in the original story, too, and since his name had been broadcast as the one to take down the monster, it meant that his fake identity was in danger. Xianwo activated the search function because it was time to start making some important preparations to deal with the occurrence of a possible attack. The detection search results popped up, and he scrolled through a few of the available skills underneath that. He found the one he was looking for, the ability to detect killing intent aimed at him up to a 500-mile radius. It was an expensive $50,000 fee. That was insanely expensive. Our dude would need to harvest a whole lot of admiration to be able to buy that. He was gonna have to risk a lot of the points that he had already gathered. Still, he needed to buy that skill. It was the price of staying alive after all, so he closed his eyes and pressed purchase. A few days later, the main character was living his life, and he was able to retrieve the potions that he had requested for. The lady had made them with a sacred herb mixed in. All he had to know was that the side effects had been amplified along with the effect. The amplified mana elixir potion was a kind of increase in mana recovery speed by 500% for 5 minutes. However, our dude would then suffer mana exhaustion for just 30 minutes. That was almost a fair price to pay. Then, out of nowhere, he complimented the beautiful damsel in front of him, telling her that she looked pretty good right now. Yeah, she was not falling for such easy rage bait, and she arrowed her eyes at him, changing the topic suddenly. Everything about this mysterious young man was suspicious. He was a capable mage who wanted such a high-ranking potion. Plus, she wondered how he even knew about the conflict between her and her brother when they appeared amiable and loving to most outsiders. Now that she had fulfilled her half of the bargain, she would like to speak on the weak point of her brother's that he had mentioned the other day. She had dug through her own channels to investigate, and it was honestly shocking what she had found. Her brother had always seemed rather shady, but she would have never suspected that he, of all people, would somehow have killed someone, and it looked like a whole lot of someone's. There were also traces of contact with someone suspected of being a main. All of this was terrifying information. Everything about this situation was suspicious, and she wondered how on earth he had found this out. Well, obviously, it was thanks to the original novel, but he could not tell her that. Han Se-jin was a high-risk character who was driven by greed and sided with the mains. As time passed, he would slowly turn into a full-blown villain. However, he could not tell her that he had gotten his information from a fantasy story. So, he just said that he would tell her if she would give him 5% of the Hansung pharmaceutical stock. He was making an audacious request again, expecting her to turn him down. The girl was annoyed because she could tell that he was just saying that because he did not want to tell her. The whole thing made her so upset, but it was rather amusing to him. Their discussion was concluding, so he asked her about the arena ticket that he had asked for. She had gotten it, but it was apparently not transferable, so he would have to enter with her. He could see that was why she was dressed so weird and shady that day. She yelled that it was his fault that she had to wear such gaudy and silly clothes in the first place. She had spent money and risked so much to follow his demands that she just had to ask what on earth he was planning to do at the arena anyway. The boy explained that he had made some money, so now he had to grow it. That was Ariel's fancy way of saying that he was just going there to gamble. She could not believe that he was going there to blow all of the money that she had just sent him on gambling. Youths of this day and age were so irresponsible. He was not about to get scolded by another adult when he was cosplaying as an adult. Besides, he was 2 times her senior from regression and dimension jumping, so she should at least pay him some form of respect. Well, she did not support his life choices at all, and she told him to consider their deal over at the end of this month. The character Han Seon was now deeply disappointed in him, and her interest in the boy had sharply dropped. She was so disappointed that our dude would probably not get any more points from her for a moment. However, that did not matter to Seon Woo. He took up the fancy mask that he had brought and quickly put it on his face, knowing that by the time they left the arena, he would have earned even more of her trust. The evening sky darkened, and the two made their way into the special place. There were guards at the door, of course, so they had to check if they were authorized to enter. They got the very important person banned, and then they stepped inside. It had been a while since the people had welcomed a VIP. The brunette was about to keep stalking in, but he gaped in awe when he saw a familiar-looking dark man with a mask. However, he could not entirely disguise himself to our guy who knew so much, and he instantly recognized the man as the S-rank main and top-tier villain, Ha Ryong. Now that was frightening. Bro's eyes did not look even slightly dark at all. The main character was sweating as he realized that it made sense for a man this importance to be here. Ha Ryong was the host of this very arena, and the man smiled, asking them to please enjoy their time. He walked past them with a polite smile, but Seonwoo could not help but stare after him in awe. That dude was terrifying, and he was not at all on the level to handle him. He had to make sure that he did not get tangled up with him. They proceeded into the arena, and the stands were packed with people, of course. Everyone had on masks as they eagerly watched the games that would take place on the stage below. There were quite a lot of people in the area, and the atmosphere was pretty hyped too. That was probably because of Yang Hongju. The lady asked who that was because she was not very familiar with the name. That dude was the most popular fighter right now, and he was a mage who held the champion spot for 3 years. In terms of combat ability, the guy was basically 8 rank. The heiress easily guessed that there would not be much money made off a consistent winner then, because there was a huge possibility that everyone would bet on him. Our dude was well aware of that, but he had an easy trick for making money. The boy happily waved to the officials and informed them that he would like to place a bet. They asked how much and on whom. With the biggest and proudest smile that the boy could muster, he put a whopping 530 million on Yang Hongju's opponent. Now that was insane. Even the lady could not believe that the boy would do something so reckless. The official could barely believe his ears and asked the main character to repeat himself. The lady begged him to reconsider. They did not know anything about Yang Hongju's opponent, and he was placing such a large amount of money on something so casual and stupid. The main character just smiled. He had a few ideas about the man's opponent, because he knew that a rookie would be having their debut match today. The rich heiress could not believe that this idiot was about to place his bets on a rookie who had not even debuted yet. Meanwhile, inside the room, the main had taken off his mask. He had already heard the rumors that someone had bet a whole 530 million on Yang Hongju's opponent. This was correct, of course. Immediately, the main wanted to know what idiot had that much money to spend. The answer, of course, was a dude wearing a rabbit mask. Too bad for our guy, who had not wanted to get the monster's attention because he had it now. In fact, the monster remembered that he was the VIP from earlier. Now this was an interesting turn of events. To a very important person like that kind of money was likely just pocket change. A rich weirdo with weird tastes, something that could be overlooked. However, a different sort of information was leaked to different ears. The redhead had just heard that Kim Jinwoo had shown up at the underground arena. He heard that he had come with Han Seon for the event. This was perfect, as the red mane had been so frustrated for way too long. He had been pissed about having no intel about that guy. Now, it was time to get the car ready. Tonight they would be avenging Jang Han. Meanwhile, there was a battle going on between 2 men. They were monitoring the proceedings in the pit, and the fighter inside was begging for his opponent to spare him. This seemed like the kind of fight to the death battle. Gruesome, ugly, and bloody. No wonder a lot of mains were hanging around the area. The poor fighter begged that he was surrendering, but his bloodthirsty opponent just mocked his whining and said that he should have surrendered from the start. With a swing of his ruthless weapon, he cut that man down, and the man gasped, choking on his blood as he was knocked down. They had a winner for the first match, and it was none other than some crazy jerk with long hair. The people could not believe that the crazy person whom he had been fighting against had actually surrendered in that battle. They had bet so much money on him too. Of course, people were not happy about the garbage that had lost his match, and they yelled really mean things at him because they valued their money way more than his life. The underground arena was definitely ruthless. Still, the main character informed her that the host would not actually let any of the fighters die. Well, that was a relief to hear. Now, in just a moment, the strange rookie would fight against the arena's champion. The match between Liang Lang and Yang Hongju was about to begin. This match had 2.8 billion on the champion, Yang Hongjun, and a whopping 530 million on the rookie Liang. Apparently, no one else had bothered to be on Liang. Everyone had played it safe and put their bet on Yang Hongju. This meant that he was about to cash out big time. Some people around him whispered, of course, judging whatever stupid lunatic had been dumb enough to place a bet of such a large amount on the Liang Lang. After all, reverse odds were great, but there was a limit. If that rookie lost, that idiot would get nothing. There was not even a doubt that the long-running winner would win. The student smirked and told them to talk all they wanted. If things went his way, he was walking out with almost 6 times what he put in. Now, at last, the fighters were entering the battlefield. The first person to enter was the muscular, known behemoth that almost everyone was betting on. The next person to enter was the dark-haired fighter, called Liang Liang. Everyone whispered when they saw the dude. Dang, our guy was not feeling confident anymore, even after laying his eyes on him. The first noticeable thing about this fighter was that he was kind of small. The difference in weight class alone almost made no sense. Xianwu tried to play it cool. Sure, the fighter was skinnier than he had expected. Perhaps it was because he had not grown yet. In truth, he was not here only for the money. The villain group that played a huge role in the main story was called Jaein. The fighter that they were going to display now was someone who was going to end up joining the Jaein group. The skinny-looking short guy with muscular arms might have made for a more intimidating look if he were taller and did not look so sickly. Obviously, a heavy hitter like that was someone that the brunette was interested in watching. He wanted to see the villain's fight style at least once. However, he had not expected the dude to look like that. Now people were going about asking who the heck had bet such a large amount of money on a loser like that. Xianwu was fighting not to die from embarrassment. He had to trust in the plot. Even though a lot of the story had changed, he had to keep believing. This was a scene that had been written in the original novel after all, and he had not done too much to change this particular part of the story. The fighter Liang Liang had never lost a single match in the underground arena. Of course, the big winner took one look at that sickly-looking short pathetic wrote, and he laughed, saying that the man was so low-level that he could not even bother with it. It was an insult to him that he even had to fight a guy like this. Bro was just radiating all the colors of arrogance. With a scoff, the muscular fighters powered the sparks all over his body, and he burst forward at maximum speed, flying forward to take down the opponent standing in front of him. With a gasp, the small, emaciated-looking villain dodged with shock, managing to avoid that punch that had come flying right at him. The villain actually looked surprised, like he had not expected his opponent to attack him that fast. However, the mighty Hongju suddenly spun in his attack and managed to land a hit on the villain that had been trying to dodge him. With a gasp of pain, the smaller-looking future villain went flying. The poor dude hit the wall, smashing against it hard, and he struggled to stand up as the muscular guy advanced. The crowd was cheering and crowing with joy. They were so pleased about what they were seeing. Meanwhile, Xianwu was high-key panicking. It was good to see a main character act unsure about his decisions for once. He did not want to lose 500 million on a crazy dare. He believed in the story, but the beating the future villain was taking was incredible, and he wondered if that tiny guy could actually win. While our bro was worried about the future of his finances, a smooth car was driving towards the arena with the intention of ending all of his futures permanently. They needed to get to the underground arena, but there was an understanding that they could not storm in right now. If he rained Ha Ryong's event, he would not be able to make it out in one piece even if he did get some vengeance. Instead, the redhead main was going to play it smart. He needed to know what time the event would end. Fortunately, the event would be ending at 10:30. That was a good time, and the evil monster grinned because that worked great for him. When he killed that loser, he would make sure that he would regret it. Meanwhile, the Liang Liang dude was getting beaten within an inch of his life. Bro was getting smacked by that big, muscular giant in every possible way. With a heavy fist, the big multi-winner slammed a huge sucker punch right into that tiny guy's gut, and the future villain made out a large cry of pain. This beatdown was so one-sided that the main character had every reason to worry about how this was going down. The big muscular Galut laughed at his victim, and he told the little runt to know his place and to get lost. With that, he kicked that dude into the wall again. At this point, he was treating his opponent like his own personal punching bag. He was just playing with him at this rate, kicking him, punching him, and throwing him around for fun. That was so many levels of fall. Unfortunately, all dirty moves were allowed in this arena, and that big muscle gorilla was free to beat up his opponent as much as he liked until they were ready to surrender. The poor debut rookie was now in a worse state than when he had stepped out of the door, and all of his body, arms and chest were covered in dust and debris. The people cheered for Yang Hongju. It was looking like Xianwu was about to lose a whole lot of money, a situation that the boy could not be pleased about at all, and for good reasons too. No one would want to lose that much at once. He had trusted in the story, but now the crowd was happily praising the name of Yang Hongju. The main character could not believe how fall the story was doing to him right now. There was no way that the big gorilla had actually won. The main character was doing his best to try to blink away reality because the real life that he was currently existing in was trying to zap away his hard-earned cash. Suddenly, out of nowhere, there was a splatter of dark blood in the arena. The sound that followed was shocked silence when Hongju turned in surprise to see that the opponent whom he thought he had beaten down was standing up again. The man coughed up blood, shocked as he realized what had hit him. The future villain smiled wickedly, a look of joy on his face at finally getting to land a hit. Of course, the big guy was not so pleased about suddenly getting hit, and he ran at the little guy with all of his might, hatred burning in his eyes. The smaller guy smirked, standing to greet him as he continued to harvest his weapons from his body. That tiny menace was pulling out bones. Bones from beyond his ribs. His skin was splitting open like water for Liang Lang to fetch bones like his body was a sheath of many swords. Once the tiny guy had a proper grip on his next batch of weapons, he let them fly. It was truly a horrific sight. Each of those bones flew forward and struck him, piercing different spots of the big guy's body. They arched through the air in dangerous purple power and stabbed the big guy in many different places. More blood trickled down his chest, and the many-time winner screamed in agony. The man stumbled, falling off his usually stable feet, and his body toppled to the ground. It was a pretty hard ask for anyone to stand up with about 5 bones buried inside their gut. All-time winner, Hongjun, toppled to the floor with a large crash, and all around the room there was silence. There was no cheering, no screaming, no excitement. Of course, it was a monumental moment for the arena. How could there be any celebration when everyone inside had just lost the biggest match of the night? They stared both in shock and awe, wondering what would happen now. They could not believe that Hongju had actually lost for the first time in years. The pharmacy heir stared down into the pit with great amazement. Suddenly, there came a cry from the crowd. A scream of frustration as they yelled in hatred at that coward who had lost them so much money. They screamed and cursed at the loser that they had cheered a few minutes ago, hating him for daring to lose their money. As those people cursed and screamed, it was time for Xianwu to wrap up a day of hard work. It had been a pretty close call, but it was time for him to go. The lady rushed after him, of course, amazed at the miracle that she had just witnessed. To call this situation a coincidence was perhaps a bit convenient. A very important person had visited their arena on the one night that their all-time winner had lost while betting a huge amount of money on a whim. There was definitely something going on, and of course, an S-class villain was able to detect that. Liang Lang had won tonight because Yang Hongju grew too confident he had gotten careless. However, that large amount of money bet on a first-time rookie clearly had an intention behind it. Manager Zheng was called, and the owner of the arena had a few instructions concerning the man who won big on a bet that day. The owner wanted the manager to look into what that man did. Meanwhile, after the fight, the boy and the heiress had left the arena. The heiress marveled at him, asking what on earth he was and how he had known that Liang would win. The boy smirked and said that he had used his brilliant intuition, of course. The lady sighed because he never told her anything useful, no matter how many questions she asked. At this point, she was going to stop trying. Meanwhile, our guy could not stop grinning from ear to ear. Today had been an absolute jackpot. Thanks to the bet, his balance was now over 1 billion won, and he had somehow moved all of that money to Kim Seonwoo's bank account. That was pretty risky business, moving illegally made money to his own legal name, especially when he had enemies on the lookout for him. However, the main character was too busy being drunk on all of his achievements so far to care. He had achieved the Gambler of the Century award, and the character Han Sion was starting to trust him again, so that was great. The character Han Sion now felt a strong curiosity towards him too. It seemed like she was crawling into main girl status thanks to her curiosity and helpfulness. In fact, her interest in him had now reached level 1 status. That was interesting. Our guy had earned 7,000 points from hitting that interest milestone too. He was just cashing out back today. After blowing through his points for buying that killing intent sense, he was earning them right back. It was just at that moment that his eyes widened and the killing intent skill kicked right in. The main character froze as he felt danger coming in strong and heavy from the mysterious white car parked along the road. Killing intent had appeared. Killing intent had popped up like he had summoned it just by thinking about it. What a tragedy. There was just one group that immediately came to mind. It was definitely the Vengeance Society that had come to fulfill their little vengeance plotline. In the original, there was a main character who had come out to avenge their comrade Zhang Han. The boy was hesitant about the whole situation, and the lady beside him asked what the sour face was about. He nervously laughed at Ms. Han Sion because he had yet another favor to ask. The car proceeded down the road with a bit of twisting and turning because its movements suddenly changed. Of course, the person who had been tracking them instantly noticed this odd change in behavior. He asked for the car to stop with a grin on his face. They were going to attack our guy and attempt to murder him on the road. It seemed that Xianwu had the same idea because he had also gotten out of the car. The redhead main stepped out, eyeing his chosen victim. The bold hunter stood alone, not even Han Sion was in sight anymore. Then again, he wondered if his pathetic-looking hunter was really the one to kill Jang Han. The dude did not look very impressive after all. His body was also not trained or muscular. To top it off, the energy radiating off him was loser energy, weak and pathetic, with barely enough mana. Now the big bad red was confused. However, standing before him, our dude chugged down that very expensive elixir that he had just bought. He had spent so much money on it that it was used up that quickly. After taking his little cheat potion, his body was now radiating with a bit more power, and he grinned, wiping his lips as he cooed for his enemy to show himself. He needed the enemy to speed things up a bit, because the nonsense that he had just put in his mouth tasted completely foul. He had taken the amplified mana elixir, and now his mana recovery would increase speed by 500% for 10 minutes. After that, he would get mana exhaustion for 30 minutes. In other words, he needed this battle to go very quickly, and he needed his opponent to show up immediately. This battle could not last longer than 30 minutes. Since his opponent was taking his sweet time, Xianwu went out of his way to goad the jerk a little. They knew that the little monster had been aiming at him for a while now, so they could skip the pleasantries and jump right ahead into business. The man frowned, seeing that the hunter's aura had now changed all of a sudden. It was still not exactly threatening, but at least it was not as weak as before. The man chuckled, saying that our dude was pretty impressive. Then, out of nowhere, he summoned some pretty intense fire spears, pointing them all at our guy. The hunter had noticed that he was being tailed. That was good, which meant that they could cut to the chase of this interaction. The main wanted him to die. It was a very simple request. Of course, Xianwu had not lived through an entire universe collapsing to be fine with just dying. He readied the mana in his hand and prepared to fight. His shot expanded and fired, zooming straight at his mad opponent. It was a grapple of two tigers, both very determined to win this fight, except that instead of hand-to-hand combat, they were using magic to smack the mana out of each other. The blast was spectacular and the main grinned. He had 2 shots of firepower left, and after exhausting that, he could just drop to physical power, which would prove difficult for our guy. However, the main character also had the advantage of a 500 upgrade boost, so they could fight on equal footing for at least 30 minutes. That was what it seemed like until those terrible yellow spears made a beeline for the brunette, and he actually looked horrified to see them. There was a huge explosion, and the pharmacy head sweat just watched that fire from afar. She knew that a fight was going to break out, even if she did not properly understand what the fight was about. She had seen the look on the brunette's face and had asked him what all of his sudden seriousness was about. The boy had explained that there was someone tailing them, and she panicked, thinking that it could be a rival company of the Hansung group. However, she was not the only important person in the car. She should put some respect on his name. Technically, this mess was connected to her since her brother was working with these evil monsters. At any rate, he needed her to drive somewhere more secluded. It would be no good to avoid this guy and have him trace him all the way to school. It would be in his best interest to catch and take that guy as soon as possible. The lady asked if the person chasing them was someone that he could actually fight, and the boy smiled that it would not be easy. The mana of the enemy was the kind to far exceed a B rank, and the lady was worried within reason. She knew the guy beside her was not a wimp, but he also did not strike her as the Hulk of fighters. She worried if he would be okay, but Xianwu assured her that there was nothing that plot armor could not do for him. That was why he was asking for help. The pharmacist there parked the car and decided to trust in his skills. He had to come back safe. She was counting on him. It was not the time for our dude to do the loser version of aura farming, as he somehow managed to dodge those pikes that had come right at his face. That was crazy. It was almost like the red-headed guy was actually trying to kill him. Still, the main character smirked. Dodging these many attacks was nothing. He was an enhancement-type fighter until the first year, so he could match up to the speed of those projectiles quite easily. His wicked opponent smiled, asking if all he could do was dodge. Then, he raised his hand and raised even more dark spikes into the air. It seemed that this guy's motto was to keep hitting the brunette with everything that he had. He fired an even larger volley of large and intimidating spikes, surprising our dude because he could not believe how many spikes this guy had in reserve. It seemed to be his special form of magic. The man had gotten even faster than before, but our dude was ready for that, too. There was a blast of fire, and he dodged that as well. It seemed that his intentions for the beginning of the fight were just to continue dodging. The redhead was not pleased, but our dude suddenly had less than 2 minutes of the effect left. That was insane. They had barely started fighting. This skill was clearly such a rip-off. It was about time for Xianwu to do something incredibly foolish before all of his power ran out. He needed to settle this fight once and for all. Immediately, the brunette activated the amazing effect of Great Nature's Heart. For 1 minute, mana recovery speed would increase by 1000%. Now things were about to get really wicked. The man could tell that there was something wrong moving through the eye, and his eyes widened when he realized that. Suddenly, the hunter standing before him had a much stronger aura than before. Now it was time for our dude to aura farm to his fullest potential. He bent to the ground like a frog prepping for a mighty hop, and then he burst forward, running like a bullet train right for his opponent. The angry redhead responded with his special magical skill of a buffet of spikes, growling as he prepared to launch it at the madman running straight for him. This was dangerous. The monster knew that he had to block that attack no matter what, though dodging would be a bit more common sense and would possibly lessen the damage. The monster's fear was valid, though, because our guy was speeding through the spikes of fire like it was a casual maze that he was playing for fun. The mane grunted in horror, seeing the boy come even closer and closer. It grabbed one of its spikes like he intended to use it as a weapon, and he slashed it out in front of him, discouraging the brunette from coming any closer. The main character did not hesitate, and he charged up a blue ball in his palm like it was a special attack that he had borrowed from another franchise with a blonde-haired lead. Immediately, he tossed it, careful not to get too loose to Mr. Red and Nasty. That blue ball landed quite solidly in the poor man's gut, and he choked out in pain, being pushed back from the force of that hit. Man, our dude had thrown such a huge attack, but the enemy was still on its feet. They could not let up now. Any opening that was granted would quickly be used against him, so Xianwu charged up a second attack and launched it a second time at the wicked creature before him, figuring that he needed to spam the attack mode for as long as he could. That wicked redhead blocked the attack, growling in annoyance at how persistent the student was. The mane cursed, hands raised as it pushed back the attack. Xianwu was also doing the best he could, but he was struggling to some degree. At this angle it was difficult for him to aim for the monster's brain. Suddenly, an idea occurred to the brunette in glasses. Suddenly, he quit attacking from afar and actually came right up close and personal to someone who was actively trying to kill him. This behavior stunned the redhead, of course, and he was even more stunned when he suddenly got slammed in the jaw by a very unforgiving fist. From here, he could definitely hit the brain, and the monster growled for his opponent to stop, as if he was going to stop when any slowing down meant certain death. This was over, it had to be, and the main character grabbed the monster by the neck, squeezing down in an attempt to permanently end its life. However, for some reason that he could not understand, the neck underneath his hand was not breaking. It did not make sense. He had increased mana recovery speed by 500% for just 10 minutes. Of all times for that stupid mana exhaustion to activate, and for 30 minutes too. This was the worst thing to happen to our main character. For some reason, he had been unable to kill the main, and he was forced to back away. The monster, of course, immediately took the chance available to it. It healed its wounds, and it manifested a spike within its reach, turning it around with wicked malice in its eyes. With a joy like no other, the monster raised the spike with every intention to end Xianwu's life. However, before that could happen, there was a huge slash, and blue light came down on the monster, slicing it in two. There was a familiar-looking big tough guy behind the corpse of the fallen beast, and the main character stared at him in awe. Finally, a strong fighter had come, Jang Suji, the S-rank mage, and the sword of the Hansung family. It seemed his little favor from Sion had arrived. Now that the big bad beast had been taken down, our dude was now left alone with his knight in shining armor that had come for him. Of course, this knight was not in shining armor, and he was an old man from the family that Xianwu happened to be currently exploiting. The sword demon Jang Sugi had shown up in time to save the day. He was one of the strongest in the original story. That man had cut down Baek Kang, who could trade blows with A ranks in just a single strike. Peak admirable behavior. The old man was not digging the fact that a mere man had dared to lay a hand on the youngest daughter of the Hansung family. That was not actually how it went, but he appreciated the girl for putting in that lie if it got the guard to come in to his aid faster. The lady of the hour showed up, running over to check if her sweet Kim Jinwoo was okay. The sweet, doting, rich girl hurried to check if he was hurt anywhere, and the boy laughed, assuring her that he was not hurt by much, and he did not even need support to stand. It seemed that he had managed quite well, buying time for the real people who arrived with help. The girl was happy to help the boy cut down his enemies, because she believed that her life was on the line too. Yeah, that big bad and red had only come for him today, but at least now he would not be causing any future problems, so they had technically killed two birds with one stone. Sion felt that it was totally reasonable for her to rush and bring the strongest person she knew to fight this battle. Well, now the B-rank villain Baek Kang had died. That was a bit of a deviation from the usual story, and the causality rate had increased by 0.6 points. Fortunately, the character Han Sion still trusted him, so that was great, and the main character gained a 1,000-point reward. That kind of felt small for taking down a villain, but he was satisfied with the results. The big old sword asked if they should report this incident to the chairman, but this was not exactly a lovey-dovey kind of family. A main attack was no small matter, of course, but the brunette recommended that they do no such thing. After all, her big brother was involved with the mains, and he might suspect that his little sister was snooping too close for comfort. He could make some risky decisions if he even suspected that, so it was for the best not get involved. If word spread that someone from the Hansung group was attacked by a main, it would cause a huge and uncomfortable uproar. Plus, there was no need to blow things that deviate from the original. Things had already changed too much, and our guy would like to keep problems like this to a minimum at least. The lady considered this and figured that the boy was right. If this leaked outside, it would drag an annoying trouble, and she needed to lie low so that she could scheme in peace too. So, she informed their hero that they would be keeping the incident between them. It was in their best interest if their uncle Suji also said nothing. The man understood and promised silence. He was way too old for gossip anyway. 3 days later, our guy was chilling in his room and casually looking through things on his phone. As thanks for saving her during the Baekkyang incident, even though honestly, she had been the one to save him, Han Sion offered to find our guy any information that he needed. In that case, what he had then asked her for was the timing for when sacred herb potions would go commercial. For this very moment, he had gone all in, and he had bought up Hansung Pharma stock with everything that he had. He watched his phone very diligently now, waiting for the perfect time that he would get the cash out from what he wanted. It was 8:59, and as soon as it hit 9 o'clock, the market would be open. Our guy dove into that market like it was his birthright, and the shares skyrocketed. The boy screamed and cheered because it was time for him to move up in life. Before regression, even a lifetime of dungeon runs would not have bought him a house. Back then, the main character would have never believed that money could really be this easy to make. He was cashing out in style, and he was giggling and happy about it too. It almost felt a bit bittersweet considering how hard he had worked to stay out of the main narrative back then. There was a notification on his phone, and that made the boy sit up. Han Sion was now surprisingly in regular contact with him, and she even invited him out to lunch. He was immediately intrigued because she had mentioned that she had a present for him. At the Café Veller they met up, and the boy was surprised to see that the lady had arrived rather early. She was even sipping a drink by herself and acting all sweet and dainty. The lady smiled up at the boy, saying that it was a habit, as expected of a businesswoman to always arrive on time. Hansung Pharma's stock shot up quite a bit, and the boy chuckled that he'd had quite some fun thanks to her. The hare asked how much profit the boy had made, and if he had made 500 million. The boy smirked that he had made 3 billion in a single day. Now that was something truly admirable. She almost could not believe it. Well, they should just think of it as a small token of appreciation. It was all thanks to the director. Now that he had come all this way, the boy was, of course, really excited to see this gift that she had mentioned. The lady then got a little serious and explained that she had found the identity of the main that had attacked them. Yeah, he already knew that, but it was not like he could tell her that. So, he decided to roll with her little exposition. The lady revealed the man's name was Baekkyang, and when he was disguised as a human, he was usually a very notorious hitman. However, during the investigation, they had learned that there was someone who dealt with Baekkyang frequently. That person was, of course, none other than her own dear older brother, Han Sejin. The main character already had the idea that the big bad brother was dealing with mains, but he had not guessed that the big red would be one of them though. He was not surprised about the whole thing all the same. This was all very interesting, but Xianwu had to wonder how all of this information would somehow benefit him. The girl smirked because the boy was so calculating even after they had saved each other's lives. At any rate, she was going to show him the real gift. It was a way of saying that she would be depending on him. Happily, she presented a box. He had asked the boy to meet today because she was about to become very busy for a while. The boy stared at the mysterious black box curiously, asking if something was going on. Now that her brother, no, that man was too despicable to even be called kin anymore, so she preferred to call him Han Sejin. He was now closely linked to Baekkyang, so it was pretty obvious who was behind the attack. Right? The Hyra still believed that the attack had something to do with her. Since our dude had not revealed that he had just been using her advantageous fighter. The lady scoffed that she could not stand being in anyone's debt. In truth, he was probably in her debt, but he had settled that score by helping her find out about her brother's nefarious acts. Whether it was a favor or a grudge, Sion preferred to pay back as soon as possible. With that, she got up and left, leaving the main character alone with the storage and a very mysterious box. Sion's assumption that Han Sejin was behind Baekkyang was still just a misunderstanding. However, the fact that her brother was a villain would not change. That man was evil, and it was probably better to end him as soon as possible. Sooner or later that man would get in Sion's way too. In that case, taking down Han Sejin through Sion was not a bad idea. Then the lady stopped to call Kim Jinwoo for a final thing. She smiled and said that she hoped it suited him, making him even more curious about this mysterious package. After all, she had worked really hard to pick up that gift herself. The boy smiled and thanked her, showing gratitude that she had gone the extra mile to be kind. Then, he carefully opened the box and found within it a silver band. It was a mana alloy bracelet, the type of sturdy bracelet that was imbued with mana and had an SS durability rate. How kind of the rich heiress to buy him such an expensive item. It was almost like she was flirting. The boy beamed with joy at getting such a sweet item. He sat there staring happily at his wins when he suddenly got a notification. The boy looked up in surprise and saw that the character Harayong was curious about him. He was now gaining 1,500 points. That could not be a good thing. Inside his office, the big boss of the mains was looking through the files that he held, studying as much as he could about this strange, masked rich guy. Someone came in and bowed, greeting Lord Harayong. It had been almost 10 years since he had known Qianhai, and he asked if the man had come to discuss the 10 Demon Council. Well, that was correct, but there was also another matter that the council wanted to address. There was something that the man wanted to ask first. With his head bowed, he talked about how he was sure that the main man had heard that his close friends Zhang Han and Baek Kang had been killed a few days ago. Coincidentally, this could all be traced back to their encounter with a human mage who was tangled up in both incidents. According to Baek Kang, before he had died, this man had visited the arena not long ago. The man with his head bowed then asked their king Lord Harayong if he had perhaps ever heard of a hunter called Kim Jinwoo. Now this was very interesting because that happened to be the guy that he was investigating. Of course, the Dark Lord had heard of that guy. In fact, he was currently looking into him. It was interesting that other people were taking an interest in his query, and it was no surprise, honestly, because his query had been very busy. That guy also happened to be the only VIP that had bet on Lang Liang. In the dimly lit office, the man then made the request for the big boss to share any information that he had on Kim Jinwoo. The man was ready to spill his blood on the graves of his fallen friends. Oh, that guy was also a main. They kept popping up one by one. Immediately, the big boss called Qianhei to heal. It was one thing to come into his office and make a request. It was another to get so passionate that the request started to border on a demand. It was best that the big guy watch himself, or he would get burned. The strong and oppressive pheromones oozing from the big boss hit that dude like a ton of bricks. He quickly got the message to shut up. If Qianhai was thinking of laying a hand on his client, then the man should be prepared to face the dark and demonic consequences. It seemed that the big boss had now somehow claimed our dude was his client. Now our guy had dark protection among a few other things. The man quickly bowed his head in apology, of course, swearing to never touch Kim Jinwoo. He begged for some gracious forgiveness immediately. With that settled, the man then requested that the bowed man should just deliver the 10 Demons Council's message. That was all that he wanted to hear right now. The man was sweating, but he relayed the message. From the holy relic, the prophet's altar, a prophecy had come down. Now this was an interesting turn of events. In the year the child destined to destroy Mains turns 18 and awakens, the king of Mains would meet his end at that hand. Now that was a terrible turn of events, and a rather foreboding prophecy. The big boss narrowed his eyes as he realized that the king was clearly stirring up trouble again to get this kind of dark and foreboding prophecy. The child of prophecy had been the message, and the man asked if they had gotten any other details, according to the prophet's altar. The place where this now 18-year-old child of prophecy resided was none other than the Magic Academy. After so many days of side quests, it was finally back to school where the real protagonist dwelt. If he could even be called the protagonist at this point. Our dude was standing around and observing something in front of him. For now, the boy was admiring the beautiful bracelet that Sion had gotten him. He had caused a lot of havoc as Kim Jinwoo, and it was time for him to lay low so that he did not attract even more awkward attention. The character Harayong was curious about him, and that was not a good sign. The extra points were appreciated, but there was no way that he wanted a big bad's eyes turned in his direction. It was not the time to get tangled up with Harayong just yet, or he'd end up eaten alive. There was something more important that the main character needed to focus on right now. Something that had to take up most of his attention. Xianwu grabbed the scroll before him and opened it up, its magical properties glittering as it revealed what it held inside. This was a magic-imbued book, with a spell shield that would deploy a barrier to block one spell. It would only last for 12 hours. Our guy was doing his best to study. It would not be long until the midterms began. This was where students had to prove their ability in front of all kinds of important people. It was a key event that was tied to Li Yujin's future path. But these midterms mattered even more because of one key element. The child of prophecy, an almighty being whose coming had been foretold in the ancient text, the future ally of Li Xiujin and the one born with the power to destroy Mains. To flesh out the still unawakened child of prophecy, the Mains would suddenly show up and infiltrate the school at 4 in the evening. Using their dark powers, they would attempt to strong-arm the school into giving up the child that they came for, but they would then be quickly wiped out by Li Xiujin, who would not tolerating their nonsense. That was how it went in the original anyway. The scale was not huge, but it was an episode loaded with all sorts of important hints. This time, our dude would be watching not just Xiujin but the child of prophecy as well. He had to make sure that neither of these two people would get hurt during the raid. So, that day at school, the teacher called their attention. In addition to the next week's midterm schedules, there was one more announcement. The midterms were already killing the students, so they wondered if they could really survive waiting to hear one more announcement. One girl was so done with school that all she wanted to hear about was romance. Well, too bad. They could never get away from the school life, and they heard that training was live combat, and live combat was training. For them to prepare for midterms, this year's second years would be doing several days of free sparring classes. The class looked stunned to hear this. Free sparring was an interesting idea. If they could not find a partner that day, then they could go ahead and watch or practice alone. For now, the group was dismissed. The announcement was barely over before Yuara suddenly started burning with some holy flames. That girl was obsessed with Lee Seojin. The hero was so over it. The main character already guessed that Seojin and Yuara would pair up together just like in the original novel, and the girl was already storming towards him. So it looked like that would play out as planned. Still, even so, the boy could not believe that absolutely no one wanted to partner with him. He had worked so hard to boost his deficient reputation during that last test, and still other students were going in every direction except towards him. How horrifying to be in that position. Well, it was not like it was that surprising that he was getting abandoned. No matter how good he was at theory and barrier breaking, nobody wanted to pair up with the student who was dead last in almost everything else. However, this did not matter, because the person who would be his partner had already been decided. It seemed our guy already had his eyes fixed on the person that he wanted to fight beside. A timid girl who was currently saying nothing. She was not getting picked either. It did not take long for Yuara to get her fire won, and she was just blasting and storming and banging her way through life, trying to take down the #1 fighter in class with all the gusto in the world. The boy just managed to dodge her crazy fire attacks, groaning because he had almost died from just getting out of the way on time. The crazy girl was not finished, of course, and she madly asked Seojin if that was all he got. With skills like that, she would be taking the top spot in the school from now on. That girl was so thirsty for that top student position, she was putting all of her energy into snatching it. The kind hero stood firm despite the tenacity of his adversary, and he told her not to get ahead of herself. With a smile on his face, he drew his sword, ready to face his opponent and cut her down with all the strength that he had. He had not even finished warming up yet, and he swung his weapon at her. They both clashed, fighting hard as they beat each other around. While those two monsters were clashing swords and firepower, our guy was paired up with a nice and meek girl. That girl looked around for some reason, just admiring the quiet nature around her. Oh, it was not nature, she could just see Lee Seojin and Yuara trying to tear each other apart from the window. They were both so dedicated to that crazy fight. They ranked #1 and 2 in the whole school. The girl turned away, creating her little ice shards in her hands. She could not pay attention to them right now. She was going to make her small power grow. The more she compared herself to geniuses, the smaller she would feel. So what if she had not grown to their level yet? It was only a matter of time. Yoon Hae-young had not even been considered as a sparring partner by most of the class. They ignored her because she was the 82nd in class. That was pretty low rung. Her theory was rock solid, but she was weak in practice. The girl pretended not to be heartbroken by hearing her classmate say those words within earshot. She knew that she was not that strong, but it still hurt to be dismissed so easily. It was a bit sad, really, that her brains could not back up her talent. No one was sadder about the situation than poor Hae-young, who was not considered good enough by her peers. She was a good person, but being good was just not enough in places like this. The girl bit her lip and suppressed her feelings, focusing all of her frustration on getting better. Crying would do her no good, sobbing about it was useless. If she wanted to improve, then she had to focus all of her attention on growing stronger. The girl shot her ice shards at the target in front of her. The shards were still small and had little effect. By the time her attack was done, the target was still standing. It was a rather discouraging situation. The girl screamed in frustration. Anyone would at this point. She wondered why it was that no matter how hard she tried, nothing worked. Our dude popped in at that point to give some constructive criticism, telling her that her ice construct was flimsy. The girl was surprised to see Kim Seon-woo, the boy who was dead last in class. That was not just all. The boy stepped in and explained that her ice was not even that cold, and the accuracy sucked on top of it. Overall, it just showed that her fundamentals were lacking. See, our main character was doing all of this to take responsibility for what he had done. Originally, during the dungeon expedition, Seojun's advice would have helped the girl grow to the 6th position among the second years by now. Unfortunately, because he had interfered, the girl had missed that chance, and her growth had stalled. The girl might be lacking now, but if she stuck with him, he would make sure that she could at least pull her own weight. It was not easy to take those words seriously from someone dead last in class. Either way, our guy was determined to help her grow, even if it was like this. The girl then said that she ought to know. Since his own skills were not enough, she thought that he was dragging down someone else's confidence to make them follow him. She had got it all wrong, and now she was angry. Well, that was bound to happen when a person had the reputation of being the worst in class. If only she knew what he got up to in real time. The boy shrugged and laughed at her assumption. But there was also the chance that she could not refute what he was saying, so she was getting angry instead. The girl glared because that assessment was pretty correct. There was no reason for her to blow a fuse about it. The girl was so heated that she walked away though, with a high and mighty air to boot. She had truly thought that he was pretty decent back in the dungeon, but she guessed that she was wrong. Now the boy worried that he had pushed too hard. After all, she was still just a high school girl. He started to apologize for going too far when suddenly the girl growled that they would be settling their differences in a match. She wanted to see just how amazing this dead last student really was. Okay, she was gonna regret that, but maybe getting tossed around a bit would be good for her learning skills. Our dude beamed with joy because now he had her hooked, and he could teach her some really cool skills. The girl was gunning for a match, and she was not about to take any form of disrespect. Already she was fuming with some unholy ice power. So, they were going to have a match first. She was all fired up in the iciest way possible. She wanted to see just how the dead last in the whole school could actually fight. Well, the dead last student was absolutely giddy and pleased to hear this. He was happy to go diving headfirst into this crazy battle. As soon as he agreed, she shot her first shot like she was burning with the drive to kill. That shot definitely landed with a healthy amount of killing intent. It was crazy. Ice Girl was not playing around because many other shots followed right after, one after the other, all aimed towards our guy. It was time for Seonwoo to get serious because Haeyoung was done with acting cute and nice. That was great because our guy was definitely ready to kick this fight into gear. He launched himself forward with the right kick of his heel, dodging projectiles like he was fighting to survive the Hunger Games. The moment the girl got serious, the density of her construct had changed. That was interesting to see. Her technique was not bad at all. In fact, the main character found himself impressed by her drive. It would not be hard for a brilliant fighter like this to grow. However, her attack pattern was a bit too simple right now. She needed to try for something different. Ice attribute manifestation mages were supposed to shine in utility after all. The girl grit her teeth at the insult, and she growled, asking if the boy was really ready to see a different pattern. With that, her hand raised, and she suddenly summoned a giant ice spear. It was incredible. She had no business wasting her time with those tiny ice projectiles when she could pull something like this. That thing was at least 5 times her height. Seonwoo stopped because he was quite impressed by it. It was true that she now had an impressively big weapon, but the question remained, could she use it? With a blast, she shot that death weapon right at the student suspected to be dead last in the whole school. That was almost premeditated murder. The boy stared in alarm at how fast that thing came flying at him. It was large after all. He had to kick to the sky immediately, dodging the ice spear and the way it exploded, covering almost the entire area in ice. Haeyoung herself was shocked. That thing that she had been trying so hard to develop on her own had never worked until now. It was crazy that we had been practicing all this time just to get it right at this time. The ice explosion was so deadly that the main character had to take to the air just to dodge that attack. He landed on the large ice pillar that had been erected, looking at the girl who stared up at him in awe. People needed the right kind of stimulus first if they were going to draw out their abilities. So, provoking the girl had clearly been the right choice because now she was making fast progress, and the boy smiled with pride. The girl, however, seemed to take that as an insult. But that was fine since this kind of provocation was apparently great for her growth and health. The girl asked how he planned to win if he was always going to run away. She raced at him with rage, asking if he really wanted to partner up with her when he was not even showing her his skills. The battle continued, and the boy stomped his foot on the ice. An inexperienced manifestation mage shared the same weakness as most mages like her. With a blast, he shot forward, reaching the girl in a matter of seconds, and she gasped, caught off guard by his sudden approach. He smirked because once it came to close combat, a lot of these high-power mages were instantly shut down. Still, the girl tried her best when it came to defending herself, and she raised her hand to block his attack. The magic power bubbled in her hand and met his elbow. It was time to see who would triumph when fighting so close. There was an explosion off ice and power, and the young girl got knocked off her feet. She had only just started fighting in big girl style, so of course, her footing got uprooted pretty quickly because she was not yet used to it. The poor girl fell, eyes widened in fear as his attack came close to her face. At this rate, she is going to get hit by his magic. Yet suddenly, his magic dissolved. In a show of power where the main character did not feel like he needed to hit a girl to prove a point, he smiled at the girl's surprised and relieved face. She got the idea of how to use her magic now, and the entire point of the demonstration was to help her tap into her magic. The boy smiled and told his classmate that it was a good spar. The girl was surprised, not expecting such acknowledgement or strength from someone who was supposed to be dead last in the class. The poor girl fell to her knees in exhaustion, a little shaken by everything that had gone down. She had lost this battle, but she had also learned something new about herself. Everything about this situation is kind of overwhelming. The girl was tired, but with a small laugh, she wondered if she really should be learning magic from the dead last class after all. The boy smiled and stretched out his hand, saying that she just did not know how to bring out her talent. That was all. He smiled and offered to help her, and they would try doing this together. The girl was surprised, staring at this outstretched hand, and wondering if the guy could really help her to use her talent. Well, she took that hand and took that gamble, willing to see what the future had in store. Since this battle had proved fruitful to some degree, the girl smiled and agreed to give Xianwu a chance, so he had better teach her well. After all, he was her teacher now. Once again, our main character had been able to level up. The character Yu Haeyoung had now gained some interest in him, and Yu Haeyoung's interest had hit a level 1. From now on, they would be doing some attribute adaptation training. The boy showed off something in his hand. All magic started with adapting to an attribute, and it was very important to be in tune with the right one. Adapting meant that the mage was able to understand the attribute, and that would determine how well they could manifest their magic. In other words, without basics, no amount of practice would actually raise their level. The young girl had an understanding of what attribute training was, however, she had never heard of doing things like this. The poor girl currently found herself in what seemed to be a huge pool of ice. The poor thing was probably freezing and very confused. Our dude was now moving like the Dark Lord and insisting that feeling her attributes with her whole body was the fastest and easiest way to grow. So, she had to hurry up and start adapting immediately. If she did not hurry, then the ice would melt, and that would be troublesome. Later that night, some dark rumblings were afoot, and some very weird and suspicious-looking shadows started moving through the place like dark spirits on a mission. It seemed to be sucking out the life from certain fallen beings. The dark shadow then settled into a barely identifiable form and asked if everyone was present for the necessary meeting that was about to go down. Everyone responded affirmatively to Lord Qianhai. As ordered, the mains had been gathered, particularly the ones that had been operating around the Magic Academy. They knew the ins and outs of the place, as well as any given weaknesses that the building might have. The infiltration date to find the child of prophecy at the school had now been set for next week. All the members listened attentively as their boss, Keonhai, gave them the details of this mission. Their contact inside had informed them that the security often got lax during the midterms, so that was exactly when they would strike. The time had finally come, and the gathered mains looked really excited about it. However, one of the gathered had a question for Lord Qianhai. They wanted to ask the Lord Harayong for some extra help so that they could end the child of prophecy once and for all. Well, that had not gone as planned, and the bigger boss had gotten stormy at the thought of harming his person of interest. The big boss had apparently said that there were more important matters than the fate of their race. Well, naturally, this news did not sit well with the rest of the gang, because they could not imagine what could be more important than possible extinction. But it was not like any of them were about to volunteer to go tell the big boss exactly what they thought. Still, they did not think that 4B rank mains would be enough to kill a child of prophecy. They were brutally outmatched on this field. Still, one of the other overconfident mains scoffed and asked if his colleague was scared and needed help to kill one brat. This rabbit was literally the child destined to end their race. It would be foolish not take the necessary precautions concerning this situation. Just because security was lax did not mean that they would face no problems inside of this prestigious academy. If they were not careful, they would all get wiped out. Scouts from every major guild would be swarming the school on that day, assessing the students for talent that they want to claim for their own. That was not the time for 4B class mains to go skipping in there like they could handle all of that firepower on their own. The boss before them agreed with the situation and the sentiment. However, it was different if they locked away anyone who got in the way. The man then raised a pink, magical, glowing orb and then expanded it over the mains gathered before him. They stared in awe at the rush of power that just washed over them. It was an incredible demon grand barrier. The foot soldiers looked around the barrier with wonder and wicked glee as their boss informed them that they were free to rampage as they liked. In fact, the boss Qianhai would be joining them in this mission. It was very important for the foot soldiers to ensure the death of the child of prophecy. Meanwhile, the next evening, back on campus, our main character was still training with his adopted student so that she could hurry and level up. First, she needed to master the attribute and then the form, solidifying the water before her. She needed to be able to picture the ice without actual ice present. Then, she would carve that sensation into her whole body. The girl focused as she created a single snowflake in her hand, pretty and gorgeous. Slowly, that flake expanded into her giant snow spear. It was large and formidable, and holding it up did not exhaust so much of her mana either. The girl shook with joy and excitement, beaming because she had finally done it. After so much trial and error, she had finally made an ice spear with her own power. Just a few days of training and she had improved so much. Honestly, Xianwu was feeling very proud of his little student. Just like he had told her, she had lots of talent. The character Yun Haeyong now fully trusted the main character, and he got a bonus point of 1,500. The girl happily called him her teacher, and even said that from now on, she would believe anything that he said. Now he had a devoted believer, and he laughed, asking if the form of her weapon was bearable. The girl was beyond happy to throw more ice at any problem that came her way. Her cheeks were flushed and her hands were a bit bruised from all of the work that she had put in. The girl was enthusiastic, but she was also clearly in pain from all of the training. Still, he wanted her to hang in there just a little longer. All of this was to help her grow. Even at this time, he was still pouring more ice into the freezing cold pool that she was standing in. No doubt about it, our dude might have been a torture master in his previous life. He was going to help her work hard enough to become someone who could stand by Lee Seojin's side as his ally. The poor girl was drowning in cold. At this rate, they had to stop, or she would get rushed to the hospital. Meanwhile, there seemed to be someone overseeing all of the training going down. It was a lady, too. There was no idea who this mysterious shadow person was. The dark shadow watched the ice user as she shivered in her quest to get better. As the mysterious lady watched, she started to wonder if this was some sort of level of high school bullying. No matter how she looked at it, it really looked like that poor girl was being forced to stand in ice while that horrid classmate was bullying her. The bullying in the Magic Academy looked very excessive. The girl could not just stand back and watch this. She had to report to the teachers right away. Before that little snitch could move and get the others in trouble, a teacher popped up to smile, noting that watching talented students grow was always a beautiful thing. The teacher Lee Hyung had suddenly appeared out of nowhere. But the young first-year student was not about to waste time. She pointed at those horrid second-year students and the wicked acts that were clearly being committed. The teacher, who had a few more adult brain cells to understand how magic and growth worked, smiled that this was clearly an attribute adaptation training. Besides, she was well aware of the madness that was going down at the school. This was shocking news to the young girl. She had not expected this sort of harsh and mad movement to be training. The teacher had been watching the whole thing since day one. The student Haeyoung was improving her mana manifestation, and she had grown quite a lot in such a short time. It was impressive, but what was truly remarkable was the judgment of a certain student. It was true that the ice girl was the one currently working hard and putting in a whole lot of effort, but her classmate had somehow immediately identified a friend's problem and guided her through it. The senior Kim Seonwoo. The first-year students were really surprised to hear that loser had any relevance. The teacher smiled when she realized that the first year knew about the boy. She had thought that Seoyeon was the kind to memorize only the names of the top-ranking students. It was slightly embarrassing that some of the teachers already knew her usual pattern. The girl protested weakly, but the teacher added that Seonwoo was a high-potential talent, so it was good to remember his name early after all. The young girl was unsure what to think of that. Sure, maybe the boy was kind of impressive right now, but he was also the one kid who was dead last in the whole school. That was definitely something that was concerning. Plus, the boy was also someone who only did nice things for others. They even wondered when he would work hard enough to raise his own skills, so that everyone could see the results of his hard work. The teacher fell silent, staring at the young girl for a moment, before saying that they could just give the dude a chance to prove his skills. The teacher smiled, saying that they would look forward to this midterm. Meanwhile, the main character was not looking forward to the midterms at all, actually. Apparently, there was a special sale going on in his system shop for a subspace pocket, up to 30 kilograms on limited time sale, at a discount. He had 5 days to pull up with the cash and buy it. A subspace pocket was an extremely valuable item, and naturally our dude wanted it very much. After all, the pocket was priceless in its ability to summon stored items anywhere. On top of that, it was useful in both combat and daily life. It was great that this kind of item had shown up in the special sale shop. However, even if the item was on sale now, the poor brunette only barely had over 8,000 points. Now this limited edition item that was being sold for a lower price was out of reach for him. He would just have to work hard enough to make 11,000 points in 5 days. He needed a surefire way to scrape together points too. The brunette had his hands on his head when he suddenly realized something. The teacher Lee Hyung was calling. Now this was a surprise. Meanwhile, someone was talking about Yuara, Park In-won, and Kim Seonwoo. There were 3 students who had somehow been selected for the second-year manifestation advanced class. The poor Lee Seojin had not even been considered. Then again, he was not in manifestation magic. The teacher wanted the students to think of it as an intensive class for students with high potential, regardless of their grades. Lee Seojin was in the enhancement advanced class. If our dude could somehow get in, then he would have more chances to be around him. This would be great for scoring extra points because no one gave points like the protagonist's attention. However, the blonde random in the manifestation class suddenly protested. He understood why the second best and his handsome self were getting recommended, but he had no idea why the teacher would have any intention of bringing a failure like him into the advanced class. Seonwoo did not know where to start with this guy. Park In-won was in his second year, and he was ranked 5th. The brunette was not really into him, and he wondered what on earth his problem was. The blonde insisted that he was 5th in the year. Being grouped with a dead last loser was so unfair. The pouty blonde turned to the second best in class and demanded that she complain too. The second best finally sighed, and exactly what she had to complain about. Whoever got into the advanced class did not matter to her, because all she had to worry about was herself. The blonde was annoyed by this faultless logic, and he cursed internally that this was exactly why that little witch had no friends. Then, the student Xianwu was asked what he thought about Inwan's opinion. The brunette smirked that if rank was the problem, then clearly all he had to do was raise his. The teacher was, of course, very pleased about that response from her favorite student. Then, before the young genius joined, he should prove his skills on the midterm. The boy had to work hard enough to make the top 80 or better. Then the teacher asked if this was a reasonable goal. Later, at the very fancy ceremony, confetti flew into the air. If everything went as planned, then the brunette smiled and said that such a goal was definitely achievable. The ice student was happily beside him, and she happily agreed to follow his lead. The second-year midterm was a cooperative battle. This meant that students would have to team up with a partner to fight the summoned green giant. If they targeted the creature's weak point, which was inside of its body, then they could take down the beast instantly. However, each one of the weak points was located in troublesome and different locations, and they were quite hard to spot. One was situated on the ankle, and another was right on the head. So, most students got good grades just by surviving the monster's attacks. However, the truly skilled geniuses would blast fire from their hands. It was, of course, the team of the ever-tenacious Uera and the hero of the story, Lee Seojin. While the girl distracted the beast with long-distance attacks, the boy dove forward and sliced the creature into pieces. Those guys basically already had the cheat code for excellence, so they did not need to bother with the weakling approach of finding weak points, when they could just completely annihilate the big and scary creatures. The scouts were excited in the crowd, happily cheering for Lee Seojin and hooting with joy. The boy had great synergy abilities already at such a young age, and his partner, Uara, had such insane firepower. They were both truly the belles of the ball. With the geniuses out of the way, it was time for the two losers to step forward. It was time for Lee Xianwu and Haeyoung to step up into the top ranks. They were both super pumped and ready to succeed. Immediately, the main character rushed ahead, asking the ice girl to clear a path for him. Immediately, she got busy, channeling her attribute towards the floor, and the crowd watched in awe as ice spread over the floor beneath their feet. Her beautiful magic danced in different shades of blue, and the boy used the ice as a boost to push forward and get even closer to the big, ugly ogre in the ring. Meanwhile, the lousy talent scouts were busy laughing because they easily recognized our dude was the idiot who had embarrassed himself at the public ranking test. A lot of people were guessing that kind of kid had bribed his way in, and they laughed, wondering if he would run out of mana again. All of their mockery was working quite well in our dude's advantage, as he was informed that 254 people felt anticipation towards him. He would then gain 1,000 points as a reward. The boy smirked because he knew that the crowd was clearly expecting him to embarrass himself again. Unfortunately for them, this clown had done the necessary research and training to surpass the mistake that he had made, and he would no longer perform for their laughs. Outsiders' benefit immediately began to activate, and the main character quickly sensed where the weak spots were coming from. It was from the ogre's chest. The boy had even worn shoes for the weather, and he skated on that ice with the laser determination that this time, he had no intention of playing the clown. He shot out his magic at the beast in front of him, and the creature's body leaked blood. The gem that marked its weak point was instantly blown to bits, and its ogre friend cried out in what seemed to be camaraderie and rage. The big ogre launched forward and raced at the brunette, who was ready to take down ogre number 2. He was so invested in proving his haters wrong that he laughed and realized that this whole situation was going to end more easily than he thought. The ogre raised its fist, and suddenly the boy's eyes widened as he realized something. There in the stands was a face that he recognized all too well. It was none other than Qianha. Now this was yet another troublesome character in this story. The boy who had been preparing to take down the second monster with his mana blast suddenly made sure to miss the weak spot and hit only the creature's shoulder. Of course, such a clumsy shot was not going to stop the creature's charge, but the main character would rather be remembered as clumsy than noted to be a person of interest to yet another main. Of course, others watching the show groaned in disappointment and complained that the boy had not been able to hit the monster. Still, a closer shoulder shave like that was pretty good for a last-place student. Meanwhile, the main character was panicking. He had no idea what the ringleader of the attack was already doing at the school. The main's infiltration into the school was definitely supposed to happen at 4 in the evening after the exams had ended. Yet for some reason, he was seeing their boss just sitting casually in the audience like he was a regular visitor. Sanwoo had to get his head back in the game, because the ice girl called for him and warned him to look out. The brunette snapped out of his lost thoughts to realize that the ogre was almost on top of him. Fortunately, he managed to get out of the way of that giant, angry fist. Unfortunately, that orge's big smash shattered the ice underneath his feet and sent the boy flying. However, Haeyoung had spent all of that time working hard for a reason. and now an opportunity had opened for her to show her skills. With joy, her icy attack came down, and dozens of ice spears came down to freeze and slow down the creature. The girl yelled for her senior to stand up and snap out of it. They had to win if they were going to advance in class. The girl managed to help him to his feet, and the boy groaned weakly, while that big leathery beast gave a large arena law. That scream of victory seemed to be enough to snap our guy out of his trance, because he was not tolerating that disrespect, and the creature being that happy felt very disrespectful to him. With a wave of his hand, a blue shot of magic pushed out from the boy's hand to the ogre's body, and he was able to slash that big creature in two. At a time when he should have been holding back, he was busy showing off his awesome and destructive power. The ice girl was shocked, and the audience was shocked as well. For a moment, there was silence as people tried to compute that this dude casually firing and decimating the big monster before them was somehow the dead last student. Immediately, comments started flooding in about the boy's insane fighting level. They could not believe that the man had just done that, and they did not even know the compression manifestation technique. The boy had even hit nothing but the weak spot. Some others even thought that it had just been luck. That was a fine narrative since the main character was not trying to stand out anyway. Someone in the audience could not help but think that this designated loser was pretty good at his craft. There were huge cheers from the crowd, people shouting and celebrating. They did not have high expectations, so they could not believe that they got to see a match like this. The girl who fought with him had crazy manifestation skills, too. Good, they were identifying their student's role in winning the game. The ice girl was overjoyed and hugged her teacher close, but the boy just gave a heartfelt reply to that. The system popped up and informed him that 582 people now remembered his face. The boy had also gained the 3,000 points as a reward, and he had achieved the promising B rank achievement. Now, the boy could gain 2,000 points as a reward. The character Kim Deokien was now interested in him, and the character Park Inwon felt humiliated by him, and he gained 1,000 points. The brunette was feeling a little bruised, however the exam was the least thing on his mind right now. Even after such a victorious match, the boy's eyes were focused on that clock in the hall. It was 12 in the afternoon. The timing for the school raid plot had now deviated from the original. He'd even beaten one of the main villains with the help of another side character that was not supposed to come into play just yet. The students went about their day, but the main character was starting to panic, realizing that his behavior was actually affecting the original plot. It really took that guy that long to realize that his actions had consequences. In that case, it meant that how the school was saved could also end up changing. Right now, the current rankings for the exam put the protagonist in first place, of course, and the main character ranked second with his teammate, the ice girl. The girl asked her partner if he was okay because he should be celebrating after such a great achievement. She worried that something had happened because the boy was suddenly sweating a lot. The main character just remembered that this was not the time or place to be spacing out. He waved his hands and said that he was just tired. He did not want to worry her after all. He would rest for a while, so she should go on ahead to the training room. There was some feedback that he wanted to give her. The girl was so worried and thought that she had possibly messed up somewhere in the exam, but that was not the case at all. The boy encouraged her to be more confident in herself. She was perfect today, she needed to know that at least, and the girl's face lit up in a happy blush to hear those words. The boy smiled encouragingly at his young student, who was happy and grateful to have improved so fast. It was great that she was happy, but he had big fish to fry right now. The girl waved and told the boy to get some rest. If his body hurt too much, he also did not need to come to the training room. He waved and told her to just get back safely. Once the girl was gone, the brunette was back in action mode. Now that the timing was messed up, he needed to check just how much the story had changed from the original. If things were going according to the script, then around now Lee Seojin would definitely be in a particular spot and place. Just as the main character suspected, the hero was exactly where he was supposed to be at the right time. Fortunately, that much had not changed. There were lots of talent agencies surrounding the hero and begging him to join their newest guild. Others invited him to join already older and established guilds. They even refused to leave until he had given them an answer. There was also another troublesome group of fanboys surrounding the protagonist, and he felt very overwhelmed by it all. Some guilds were even offering him a free apartment if he joined their guild. The boy nervously waved them away, explaining that he was only 18 and that he was not old enough to join a guild yet. That was fine with them. They pressed their cards into his face and told him to take them. They were willing to give that boy anything to get his number. These hound dogs had even skipped the third-year scouting just to watch the second-year exams, because they knew that an awesome hero was going to be on the team. They had done it all for their darling Lee Seojin. Suddenly, someone called out to the hero, who was downright getting harassed at this point. It was our dude, and he had come to save the hero. The boy explained that the teacher Jang Ancheol was looking for the hero, and it looked like their teacher had something to say about the boy's results. For some reason, Those lousy reporters felt the need to bring up the fact that Sionwoo was the last student in the entire school. However, for a student who had such low grades, he had put up a very stable fight, and it looked like he had a promising growth curve too. The brilliant brunette beamed and the hero immediately understood the situation. Just like that, the protagonist broke out of that troublesome crowd, hurrying over and insisting that he could not keep a teacher waiting. He would have to listen to all of those guild offers later, and he scurried away to join our main character. The guild horn dogs were upset because they were sure that they almost had him. They really wanted to make him sign. Since things had not gone as planned, they would just go ahead to finish watching the third-year exams. One of the boys standing around asked his senior how Seojin's fight had gone. He was Jung Hyunsu of the Special Task Force. His senior was Kim Deokyeon, the Special Task Force leader, and the man smiled that the hero was not bad at all. It was fitting for the third disciple of Chairman Kim Jinchul, the strongest mage. That brat Seojin was still a little green though, and that was not enough for real combat. The junior teased his senior, pointing out that the man was talking like the boy was already going to join the Special Task Force. They had only come to make a scout offer for after graduation. The senior told his junior to zip it. He did not need that negative Nancy cramping his style and assessment. He wondered why his junior had even aged along at all. The youth laughed, explaining that he regretted not getting to talk with this super kid during the Han River main incident. That's right, it was indeed this guy who had responded to the main report that the hero had sent out. If the boy had been the one fighting the main back then, he might have gotten the real combat experience that the senior was talking about. The senior considered that experience, and then he asked his junior what he thought of that one student who was rated as dead last in the entire school. The junior easily remembered Kim Seonwoo. That guy was the talk of the whole city. For someone supposedly dead last, his combat sense was surprisingly incredible. That was not just sense. Being able to instantly analyze a weak point like that and nail it one shot, as he had done with the first enemy, that was the kind of thing a person could only gain from experience. However, that was confusing, and the junior agent wondered where on earth an 18-year-old would even get that kind of experience. They both laughed because they both felt that the situation was impossible. There was no way a kid was sneaking out of school and battling monsters at the early age of 18. Such a notion sounded ridiculous. Come to think of it, though, the agent realized that the student Seojin had said that the last place student had some form of resemblance to the mage who had dealt with the main that day. Yeah, that mage really looked like Kim Seonwoo from his class. Still, it was strange to imagine that an 18-year-old could use compression manipulation like that. For the bout, both the senior and the junior made a mental note to remember the name Kim Seonwoo. The teacher of their year was happily talking to a few guests, and the others moved around the academy like normal. It was almost like a completely normal exam day. As this was going on, the protagonist thanked the main character for saving his life. He had almost gotten stuck in a very difficult situation for longer than he wanted. However, the hero asked why the brunette had come back to save him. The boy laughed and said that it was good to preview next year's exam in advance. The hero admitted that he really did not want to get cornered by those scouts again, so he was worried that sitting in the stands would attract their attention. Seonwoo smiled and explained that those guys had all gone to the reserved seats with the teacher. They had come in through a different entrance from us, so they should not run into them. Besides, it was important to learn other fighting skills if the boy wanted to maintain his rank in one spot. Using juicy statements like that, the main character was able to convince the hero to stay by his side. He figured that if they watched quietly like this, then they would not notice them. Getting Seojin to agree with him was great, because the main attack was supposed to begin in the third-year exam hall, where it was easiest to make contact with the insider. Since no one knew when the attack would start due to multiple changing events, our dude needed to keep Seojin in the exam hall and then go to find Cheonha. Despite being worried about changing too much in the plotline, this greedy dude was still planning to go and defeat yet another main villain. What a pretentious dude. To him, it sounded like the easiest and fastest way to protect the child of prophecy, but at this rate, he was erasing the hero's importance in his own story. First, the main character asked the hero if anything important had happened after the exam. Seojin was smiling down at the fighters below, and he asked if the brunette was asking about the scouts. That was fine since the situation with the scouts tended to happen all the time. Well, the boy was fine with that as long as he was okay. This was good, and it meant that the original flow was still mostly intact. That was a relief. Below, the sparring began in the ring, and the crowd cheered as the fighters battled. The scouts had entered the third-year exam hall, looking for some great graduates to recruit into their guild. It was all playing out just as the insider had said. The man asked how everything else was going on their end. The others had already gotten to work, and they had released and hidden a healthy number of monster summoning circles all over the school. It sounded like they planned to make the area very unhealthy for normal living. However, Jen-san was sure to go wild the moment he saw a human, so they had been sure to place that guy somewhere secluded. So far, the work was done smoothly, and the boss congratulated Yang An on her good work. The lady smiled that it was only thanks to the good Lord Qianhai joining them that they were able to get this far now. The man stood with all the intentions to begin the raid and unleash his magic. With a wicked smile, the man gathered up the bubble of pink in his hand, and he was now ready to hunt for the child of prophecy. Meanwhile, the oblivious third years were still battling it out in the ring with sparkly power while those watching cheered and clapped. One third-year girl got knocked back, and she couldn't take the heat anymore. Quickly, she surrendered and called it quits. Park Miney forfeited, and the final winner was the mysterious Kim Changyan, who was the ace of the third-year class. The hero was actually having way more fun than he thought he would. His eyes were glowing, and everything changed when he saw how fun the third-year exams were because they got to battle each other. Senior Kim Changyan was the textbook manifestation type, and the senior Park Miney's movements were so sharp. While the hero was being the biggest fanboy, our dude was very worried about the attack that was definitely going to happen in this area. He had scanned the area the whole match, but Qianhei had surprisingly never shown up. He had definitely seen that suspicious man in person, and the attack was supposed to start from this arena. The main character was sweating, wondering what was going on. Seojin easily caught on to Xianwu's distraction, and he asked who the boy was looking for. The little liar just happily said that he was wondering if there was any guild out there that wanted to scout him. The main character laughed that there was bound to be someone who would call from somewhere. Compared to the start of the semester, the brunette had grown like crazy. Anyone who watched his exam would have definitely been shocked. In fact, the hero was curious about how the main character had trained to grow so fast, but he paused when they both felt a dark sensation creep over the school. A deep purple barrier spread over the stands, and the two looked around in alarm. It was worse than the brunette had imagined. The mains were using this kind of thing that had never happened in his last life. There was now some deep trouble afoot. Some of the people down below knocked on the weird barrier that had suddenly and magically appeared around the school, wondering why a barrier had appeared. They wondered if someone was messing with the school, and their immediate plan was to call the teachers. No one knew what was going on, and some people were stuck outside of the barrier. Those outside wondered if some kind of accident had happened. Meanwhile, the mysterious monster summoning bags that those demons had left were starting to open, and monsters were starting to be summoned. It opened to a huge multi-colored portal, and the gathered boys stared in shock. Absolutely no one was happy to see the multiple red eyes staring back at them from the deep abyss inside of that churning and multi-colored portal. The wicked man smirked and then activated the portal, unleashing the monsters within. Goblins leapt out of those portals, filthy and hungry for violence. They immediately attacked the people standing around, who raced away in horror at the appearance of such monstrous people. The last thing they expected was to get attacked at a school event after all. They screamed that a monster was after them and then screamed for help for good measure. Monsters had invaded the school, and that call went out, seeking backup for anyone who could somehow get past that very thick barrier. All students and visitors were asked to immediately evacuate to the safe zones. The announcement was repeated that monsters had invaded the school. All teachers, scouts, and mages who could fight had been sealed inside the barrier. With nobody left to help, the child of prophecy would have to reveal themselves. That was actually a pretty neat trick. All of the actually equipped fighters had gathered to watch the third-year match, which meant that anyone with any form of capability was now trapped behind that stipulated purple barrier while monsters ran loose inside the school. It was genius. However, as the goblins ran amok, someone stepped out to stop them. One of the goblins immediately got sliced up, and the head boss cursed in annoyance, wondering who on earth was getting in his way. It was that senior agent and his junior. The special task force was here, and they had not gotten trapped underneath the barrier. That was kind of annoying and would put a damper on his evil plans. However, the Big C was not about to give up on his wickedness that easily. This was just a temporary setback. Some of the students cheered in relief that the special task force was here. Those guys had apparently come in to watch Seojin's match, but now they were fighting monsters and rescuing people. That was such a relief. Both the hero and the main character were kind of relieved to see him. If the task force came to see them, then that meant that Captain Kim Deokyeon was on the case. Once the barrier was lifted, the fighters would join them right away, so there was no need to be afraid, and all the students just had to trust their teachers. The main character was relieved because if the special task force joined them, then they could still turn things around. However, there was just one very annoying problem, and that was the fact that they had no idea how on earth they were going to break the barrier. The people outside were banging desperately at the mages who were stuck in there, begging them to somehow break out and save them. The place was a mess with monsters running amok. Some of the students were frightened and cursing the fact that they did not stay inside the arena. To dispel this barrier, they needed an A-rank support type mage to assist. The support type teacher Kim Yoonjin immediately kicked into gear to solve the problem. Unfortunately, they didn't have anyone like that there. High-rank support mages were really rare already. The woman yelled that they had to keep looking. It would take her 30 minutes alone, and they could not leave all of those innocent people stranded for such a long amount of time. The boy was listening to all of this, of course. 30 minutes was a long time, and they could not trust the defense of the entire school population to just 2 task force agents. They could not hold out for that long against a horde of monsters. It was not just that it took that long, this huge barrier was practically impossible to break. Qianhai's barrier technique was one of the best in the world. Even in the original, if it had not been a surprise attack, Sujun would not have been able to take that goon down. So in this case, the main character really needed to step up. Even the hero seemed to be watching him with the expectation to step up. However, before the boy could even speak, someone offered to help. It was someone who claimed to be an A-rank support type mage, and she was called Yang Yanjin. It was a good thing that she happened to be nearby. Except that this little devil happened to be the woman who was working directly with Qianhai. She was basically a huge part of the opposition, and now she was pretending to side with them just to slow them down. This lady beamed and said that she would take care of everything. That filthy liar. The main character knew better than to try to accuse this person of being a man here, and now, because he had no proof, it would make people suspicious, and that would only slow down the rescue. However, having this piece of garbage join their team was definitely going to slow down the rescue. The fake good Samaritan said that she would start from this side, so the other mage should please assist in breaking the barrier. Together, the two go to work with the redhead working from the inside and the other lady working from the outside. The Narvi and kind-hearted hero thought that it was a relief that the teachers had a plan. They would now be out in no time. Except that one of the assisting teachers was a total demon, so they could not count on that person. In fact, our boy needed to get moving, so he grabbed the ultimate plot armor powerhouse and dragged him along. They could not waste time waiting for a barrier that was not going to fall anytime soon. The two students left the two mages to work, but it did not take long for the redhead to realize that something about this barrier destruction magic felt off. When it was unlocked on one side, a second lock kicked in on the other. The barrier was not even being dispelled by the magic coming in, it was being reinforced. Kim Yoonjin was a brilliant teacher, and she quickly realized that she was being lied to by the other lady. However, she had to be careful about how to handle the situation. First, she had to figure out who was manipulating the barrier, and when she raised her head, she spotted Qianhai standing nearby and looking very suspicious. The man already knew that the support teacher inside the barrier would be a problem. She was sharp, and she would soon figure out what was going on. The man needed a distraction. With a crook of his finger, something about the nearby aura started to change. The task force was still taking care of the monsters in the environment, but when the dark magic touched them, something strange began to happen. The goblins screeched, a darkness seizing their hearts, and 2 of those monsters broke away from the others. The task force agents immediately noticed those 2, of course. They seemed to be making a beeline for another area. One of those goblins attacked and flew right at the lady, dismantling the barrier. A brilliant move from the opposition. If their teammate got attacked by the monsters, then no one would suspect that she was a main. Fortunately, before that wicked goblin could make contact, a brilliant shot came in from the long range and eradicated that beast, flattening it to the earth in a brutal display of guts and destruction. The task force hunter retrieved his brilliant red weapon and asked the lady if she was okay. The lady smiled with joy that she had been saved. The task force man could now see that these 2 mages were working together to break the barrier from both inside and out. In that case, the task force agents would station themselves in front of the opposition and protect her, thinking that she was working so hard to try to help them. Those good suckers. The junior yelled for his senior to be careful because he almost got caught in the last attack. The senior said that if something like that hit him, he would have to hand in his task force badge. He was not so weak to be felled by that kind of attack. The 2 agents, unfortunately, now had their backs turned to a very dangerous enemy, but surely there were enough witnesses to stop her from doing anything rash. The agents reassured the barrier mage that on the honor of the special task force, they would protect her. The evil demon laughed and thanked them. She smirked so wickedly because this sort of humor was way too hilarious. She was here working hard to hinder their progress, and they were over here protecting her. Meanwhile, the hero asked why they had moved behind the arena. The boy said that it was because no one was there. All the focus was on the other 2 mages at the other side. From here, they were going to break the barrier. They had to do so that they could find the child of prophecy. The hero was surprised that they were not just helping the teachers who were working at the front gate. The main character sighed, trusting only the protagonist with this information. The loser that had shown up pretending like he wanted to help them was actually a main, and they could not trust him. He was currently pretending to break the barrier while actually reinforcing it. At this rate, the barrier would not come down on time. The hero was horrified to hear this. He thought that they should tell everyone right away, but it was useless to do that. Mains were dangerous, plus it was only a hunch, and they had no proof. They would look like idiots, causing a stir at a time like this. That sounded like an easy fix to the protagonist, and he just told our guy to prove it. He was the one who got offered a spot in the special class for barrier breaking. Still, there was no guarantee that anyone would believe him. They needed to break the barrier, and then they could go and tell everyone after. They could not create a new problem when the first one had not yet been solved. If the one speaking was a globally recognized genius and not just some student, then maybe they would listen. That made sense to the hero, so the next question was whether or not Xianwu could break this thing. The boy was about to find out. He turned his attention to the barrier while Seojin drew his sword. Carefully, the main character activated his ability to decode the magical formula. The system got into business really fast, reading as much information about the barrier as it could. The Demon Grand Barrier. The little Maine could not believe what was happening. The grand barrier that they had erected around the school had been pierced. Xianwu was relieved, and he dusted his hands with a sigh. He had taken down that huge thing like it was nothing. He had even done it in an instant. The hero could not believe what he had just seen. Right now, they had a situation to fix, and Xianwu told Sujin to hurry and resolve that. However, before the protagonist left, he needed this child to answer one question. He asked why Xianwu was hiding his role in all this. He had been the one to take down the barrier. Usually, a student would jump at the chance for the recognition of his strength. The boy just smiled that this was more than enough for him. His other personality was already causing him a great amount of trouble. He did not need trouble in his school life too. For now he needed everything that happened to remain a secret. That was Xianwu's one request. Meanwhile, back with the evil villains, the Chanhai was fuming and cursing out Yangyan. That idiot could not even keep one barrier locked, and now the whole plan had unraveled. The Big C could not believe it. He had worked so hard to seal the barrier, so now he wondered who on earth had brought it down. The teacher Kim Yunjin was congratulated for all of her hard work, and the mage Yang Yanjin was congratulated as well. Now, all of the high-spec teachers and mages would be taking over the operation. Well, the child of prophecy had not shown itself, so it was time for the mains to retreat if they had any sense. The fighting went on. It was way more dynamic and explosive now that the other teachers had gotten out, and they could swing their weapons around and take down even more of those filthy monsters. Those monsters refused to go down without a fight, though, and they attacked the fighters with everything that they had. The man in charge curled his fingers into a fist and punched the creatures in front of him, tossing them around. The teacher was also there, and she lit up those flying creatures as soon as they got within her range. With a determined look on her face, she electrocuted those troublesome foes, hitting some of them with a charge so deadly that they died on the spot, while the others went flying away. The task force member could not help but applaud this brilliant display. He thought that this was a clean finish from the teacher Li Hyong. Teacher Jang Ankal was also praised for his one-hit power, which was as sharp as ever. Thanks to the cooperation of all the teachers and the fighters around, they had been able to clear this area quickly. The man smiled that it was an honor to see the special task force in action up close. The task force was not sure where the ringleader, who had started this chaos, was hiding, so it was advised that everyone stay on high alert. Once they regrouped, they would need to track that guy down first. However, the support teacher had one lead. She was not sure if it was the ringleader, but there was one person who was very suspicious to her. The lady stepped forward and grabbed the collar of her fake assistant, glaring at them and asking what exactly they had done while breaking the barrier. The others were surprised and asked what on earth had gotten into the teacher Yunjin. They started telling her to calm down, but she was not having it. Not when there was a great chance that this person could be a main. The lady, of course, feigned shock and hurt by such an accusation. She sobbed about the teacher talking to her like that, even after someone had just helped her. The others were also wondering how the redhead could make such an accusation, when the two teachers had worked together to bring down the barrier. The task force junior wondered if they should step into this argument, but honestly, his senior wanted to observe a little longer. The white-haired lady sulked and insisted that she had only taken so long because she had to slow down to match the other woman's poor skill level. That lying wiggly witch had the gall to accuse her of being low level when she was working for the enemy. The redhead was not standing for her blasphemy. She had definitely seen that little rat go against them. The barrier re-locked itself in a second layer every time the support teacher tried to break it. Everyone turned to this person who had made such a statement. It was Lee Seojin, and he was supporting his teacher Kim Yoonjin. The boy was also in the third-year exam hall. Taking his place as the main character, the redhead teacher was surprised that the boy had noticed such a complicated spell. However, that was exactly what had been happening. The boy then said that he had vaguely sensed that the barrier was acting strangely. He could not forget his promise to keep Xianwu's secret, so he was not going to reveal who had brought down the barrier. The boy then mumbled some gas about how he understood the theory of how the barrier worked too. He did not like lying to teachers, but there was no helping it, so he was making stuff up as he went along. If even Seojin, the genius, was backing up that theory, then it suddenly sounded very believable to the common people, who were now looking at the white-haired lady with judgment. Something about her story felt fishy. Come to think of it, there was no A-rank support mage named Yang Yanjin, At this point, the other mages were getting suspicious and the main was starting to panic. She cursed the situation and wondered what she would do now, hoping for Lord Qianhai to come and save her. The man just scoffed and told the lady to do what must be done. Just like that, the task force immediately recognized the ringleader, and they tried to attack him at once, shouting for others to get him. They raced for the guy and tried to chop him up. Instantly, they unleashed some brilliant attacks, but the man slipped away before they could cut him. The enemy had used the darkening technique, and it was clear that they were up against an A-rank main. Things were definitely getting bigger than expected, so they had to be careful. If the mission failed, then there was only one thing left for the white-haired lady to do. The hero's eyes widened when suddenly a bunch of humans in the area started to transform. It seemed that there were a lot more mains in the area than they expected. One would think that they would use the confusion to run away, but instead, they were rampaging and doing this. The white-haired lady had one strict instruction for her people. They were to kill as many humans as possible and then die. She swung her hand to take down the hero, and he unsheathed his sword just as fast. Seojin's sword glowed with its usual golden power, and he swung it through the air, slicing off that main's head immediately. Bro had the ultimate power when it came to one-shotting mains, and he was finally getting this story on track. If she wanted to rampage and kill people, she had definitely picked the wrong place. The task force agent had also helped in taking down that raging monster. The other mains were also killed pretty fast. After all, this was the Magic Academy, a place flooded with high-power mages who were trained to annihilate monsters. With everything over and done, the hero bowed before the captain Kim Deokyeon and thanked him for his kind assistance. It had been a year since they had met at the chairman's house. The young hero was shaping up to be quite the mage, and the captain felt very proud of him. He also told the youth to ensure that he collected the bounty for slaying the main later. The boy happily thanked the agent, but then he wondered if he should have asked for the account number in advance. After all, the one who really deserved the thanks was Kim Seon-woo. Meanwhile, our dude was racing against time to fulfill a different and important mission. He had to find the Child of Prophecy, and he was sprinting with all of his might. The brunette used his magic power to leap and fly towards the place that he needed to go, and an explosion before him signified that he was getting closer to his target. The boy cursed, hurrying over to quickly get to the Child of Prophecy, who amazingly seemed to be Yuara, the second year rank 2 at the Magic Academy. The main fighting her felt disappointed to think that the genius said to rival Lee Seojin was only this strong. Then again, perhaps the lady was being weighed down by dead weight, and she could not show her true skills. After all, she was trying to protect Taeyong. The girl trembled and wondered how on earth it had come to this. She had just been training with Ara, and suddenly, there were monsters and mains. The ice girl had hurried to help, however. The fire girl had told her that she would only get in the way, and that the best thing was for Haeyang just to run away. The fire girl had been determined to handle the situation on her own. The main laughed as it charged at them, asking if that was all that they got. Its hand was charged with dark power, and it swung its wild attack. Laughing that it looked like the fire girl was clearly not the Child of Prophecy. He broke through her defenses and grabbed her by the neck, choking her out with a wicked smile on his face. Mains were always devouring humans for the mana in their blood, and he could really not bring himself to hold back now that he had such rich, high-quality mana, infused blood right in front of him. The girl was really getting choked out, and she gasped because she really could not breathe. She felt like she was dying. Suddenly, a blast hit the main's hand that was choking her, and he paused to see which pest was interfering now. It was Haeyang. She was not going to sit back and watch her classmate get killed in front of her, at least not without putting up a fight. The girl insisted that she was the main's opponent. It was such a touching, tear-jerking display of friendship. How cute humans were. However, the man laughed that the girl really thought that little blast of mana would do anything to hurt a guy like him. The man began to charge up his next shot, and Ice Girl braced herself. Deep down inside, she knew that she could not win. However, she still wanted to try. She was not going to run away and leave her friend to die. No matter how scared she was, she refused to be a coward. The girl charged up her ice magic and shot right at the big brute before her, piercing through his skin, much to his surprise. Now the man was starting to get it, because he recognized that mark and the amount of power she just displayed in ripping his arm off. His wounds were also not regenerating. It was supposed to be just an ice attack, but the ice was chilling him to the bone. The girl was also confused because it had not been her usual power that just blasted from her fingers. More importantly, the mana drain from that magic was insane. The girl collapsed from the mana drain, and the main groaned with exhaustion. They had finally found the Child of Prophecy, the mage born with the power to destroy mains. Now that they had found her, all they had to do was kill her with their own hands. However, our dude could not let that happen. The Child of Prophecy was a key player after all, and he refused to let her go so easily. So, Seonwoo activated the Great Nature's Heart as he declared that the main would be the only one dying here. Obviously, the demon man did not like that, and he growled for the newcomer not to interfere. He at least still had one working hand, and he used that to blast a huge bolt of mana over at the main character. Fortunately, Our boy put up the spiel shield that glowed blue and was strong enough to negate that evil juju being thrown at him. That flimsy spell was not going to work on him. The main cried out in pain as he got blasted by energy shots while Xianwu stayed hidden and safe behind that big shield. That man was distraught to get hit like that, and he groaned in pain. It was non-stop fire from the brunette because he could not risk letting his guard down for a second. He had to protect two defenseless people solo. It was not easy. The main groaned and writhed in pain, eventually falling to his knees. The man groaned, unable to understand how his opponent had so much mana. Yeah, our guy was just stealing that from his environment. Still, the poor man was shaken, and he wondered how a child could possibly be that strong. The boy scoffed that he got more experience than he looked. After all, this was technically his third life. The man growled at him, saying that he would not die alone. That was a sign that he was about to do something crazy. The man turned his attention, of course, to the main killer child of prophecy, and he stomped his foot on the ground, launching himself right at Haeyang while screaming his evil intent. Xianwu could not let that murderous monster get away with such nefarious activities. He swung his magic immediately, and he seemed to clock that evil beast in the head. The man's body came crashing down, and he hit the floor, blood spurting everywhere. Looks like it was a good hit, much to the boy's relief. The brunette then paused and glanced at his power. That monster had come so close to touching Haeyang. That was close. The B-rank villain Jin-san had now been successfully defeated, and the causality rate increased by 0.4. Xianwu did not mind, he was just relieved that he had been able to save the ice girl. Now that he had achieved the savior achievement, he gained 3,000 points as a reward. The awakening had come early, but the ice girl had also held out rather well. The mains, having received a prophecy about the birth of their natural enemy, would continue to target the school. Through this, Yoon Haeyang and Lee Seojin would continue to grow. Yoon Era as well. Both of them had worked pretty hard while he was trapped, and he thanked the girls for surviving through this ordeal. Thus, the mains had attacked the Magic Academy, and Lee Seojin, Yu Ara, and two other students were given the credit for defeating the mains. The objective of their attack remained unclear, but the two students had their faces published in the news. For once, the brunette was not the center of attention after a major battle. Yu Ara sighed in the hospital as she read the article, annoyed that she was being treated like a hero when she had passed out before defeating the men that had attacked her. The ice girl scolded her, saying that she had done a lot. The fire girl had contributed greatly to her survival after all. The fire scolded her right back and told her to go back to bed. Still, Haeyang was grateful. The other girl had worked very hard to protect her from the mains after all. The fire girl was still upset about pathetically passing out during the battle though. It was just a minor bruising, but the school was making a fuss, and now she was stuck at the hospital. It made the ice girl smile. Obviously, the school wanted them to rest, and the exams were over, so now they could just relax. However, Yu Ara asked about how the ice girl had fought the main in her place while she was unconscious. It surprised her, and she asked why Haeyang had not just run away. It was not like they were close friends who would risk their lives for each other. Still, the ice girl just laughed that anyone would have done the same in that situation. After all, she had never forgotten that someone had been kind enough to reach out their hand to her when she had been alone and desperate. Thanks to that hand, the ice girl wanted to be that kind of person for someone else, too. Making that decision gave Ice Girl the courage to face the main, much to the fire wielder's surprise. So, when things got tough, it was okay to accept help from others. That was an important lesson for Ara to learn. Of course, Little Miss Perfect was absolutely disgusted at the idea of needing help from anyone. It made her feel weak and vulnerable, and all of that arrangement was a compilation of all of her least favorite words. She then got a wicked flashback of a time when something had caught fire. It was the worst-case scenario of her parents being buried under rubble and begging their pure and sweet daughter to run away with someone. The little girl was horrified as she kept trying to go back to get her parents. At that age, she could not understand why they would need to leave them behind. The girl cried for her family as the building continued to rumble around her, sobbing and screaming. It was a nightmare of a memory. Recalling that terrible night made the girl stand 10 toes down in her nonsense, and she declared that she did not need help from anyone. She refused to accept help from anyone, too. The ice girl was not bothered and said that a little bit of gratitude was surely okay this time. If Xianwu had not come to save them, then neither of them would be alive. It was very important to at least know the person to whom they should direct their thanks. The fire girl was surprised as she had not heard this part of the story. She had no idea that the boy had been the one responsible for saving them. The girl smiled and told Xianwu to hurry up and tell her the details. The boy stepped into the room then, and he did not seem to be wearing a hospital gown. He happily said hello to the two girls and asked if everyone was feeling okay. Now they were wondering what on earth brought the boy here, and he just said that he came to deliver something that he had been asked to pass along. 5 million won in main subjugating bounty. That was their share after all. Of course, no one got more infuriated than Yu Ara when receiving money that she had not worked for. She asked why she was getting paid when he had been the one to kill the main. The money was so beautiful that it was shining gold in the envelope. The boy laughed and said that by the time he arrived, the monster was already on death's door thanks to the girl's firepower and the ice girl's support. So, he felt that was a great excuse to just give them the winnings. Besides, it had been a seriously fierce battle, so they should just accept the recognition and all. All the main characters had done was deliver the finishing blow, so they were all getting a share. No matter what he said, Uara was not touching free cash. It was a stain on her honor to stoop so low and accept a handout from poor people. She was too embarrassed to take the money that she had earned from working with other people. With a prideful little brat, rather than take the money, she would prefer for the poor people to split it between themselves. After huffing and puffing like a Sunder train, the girl then blushed as she thanked the other two for saving her. So, she could be cute after all, but she was embarrassed about acting cute, so she immediately pulled the curtain to hide herself from them. What a funny, Sunder girl. The boy had been planning to build a relationship with Uara through Yoon Hae-young, but the girl kept avoiding him, which meant that he could not get points from her. It seemed it was too soon to try to make connections with Miss Grumpy's headquarters. However, to his surprise, Seonwoo was getting Uara points anyway. He got points for interest raised to level 1, 2,000 points too. The ice girl laughed that their classmate was just a little embarrassed about the situation. After all, she had such great pride. After that, our dude got a pop-up message about a special sale being on for the subspace pocket. It cost 20,000 points at a discount, which happened to be the number of points that our guy currently had. The boy then beamed because he had got what he wanted, so he did not mind if Fire Girl was huffing and puffing after all. The girl had actually left the hospital room, but she was still thinking about the savior brunette. He had told such an obvious lie and she knew it. That Maine had not been anywhere near death's doorstep when she had passed out. It had not even gone berserk yet. That meant that the brunette had surely killed that monster alone. After all, she had no idea that one of her classmates had a main-slaying cheat power. He was a guy who was not a manifestation or support type, yet he showed talent in every area as if he were a genius. The girl was now reassessing her opinion on that loser who had spoken to her on the first day of school. Plus, Hae-young's outstanding performance at the recent exam was all thanks to that weird boy. It really made the girl wonder about Kim Seonwoo since a lot was getting done thanks to his help. If he had that kind of ability all along, then he wondered why he was living with such a low profile, barely recognized by anyone. At their age, she could only have one reason and purpose for hiding their power. Of course, the girl was thinking something nefarious, and her hands curled into fists as she recalled a group of evil people. Now she suspected that the boy had also lost his family to those awful people who had likely taken her parents away. Meanwhile, back with the main character and the ice girl, they were alone as the sun set, and he wanted to ask her a few questions. First, he asked if she had told anyone about her special power just yet. The girl laughed nervously, but admitted that she had told no one. It was probably better not tell others about the power that she had awakened. It would make her a target after all. The girl nodded because her senior had told her that drawing people's attention would make training inconvenient, and she valued all of the improvement that she had made under him. Besides, more than anything, she wanted to research her power on her own. A power that could defeat mains was exerting to her. The boy smiled and told her that she had exactly the right attitude. Compared to the original story, Yoo Hae-young awoke her main, destroying power about a month early. Even if she was still inexperienced, building up her power now would be a huge help in the far future battle against the King of Mains. With this, the brunette could now steadily raise one of Lee Seojin's allies. He would make her a training plan, so they would work hard together on it. If she was curious about anything, then she could ask him any questions that she had. The girl was nervous, but there was indeed one question that she wanted answered. Carefully, she grabbed her teacher's sleeve and asked. She had heard that the boy had run straight to the training grounds after the barrier lifted, and she asked if he had come because of her. She wanted to know if the boy had come looking for her. During the midterms and during the attack, too, the boy had spent the entire time looking out for her. In truth, he was just trying to score some points with the story and make sure that the protagonist did not die a second time. However, the girl was blushing as all of this running around to protect her was making her heart beat faster. The boy moved to fix up that line of thinking very speedily, taking the girl's hand and dismissing her worries. The midterms were just because he believed in her potential. During the main incident, he had run towards the biggest explosion. That was all that happened. Our dude was not about to allow a romance plotline to develop when he had bigger fish to fry. The poor ice girl was really disappointed, but she handled the situation like a champ. The boy then decided to make light of the situation by asking teasingly what she thought was going on. The girl was horrified and immediately denied all possibility that she had suspected that there was anything romantic going on. In fact, she was just kidding and she laughed that it was a joke, so he should not get the wrong idea. The tension was properly handled and now she was smiling. This was a win for our dude. It was not like this kind of situation had never crossed his mind. To be fair, Yun Haeyoung was a bright, innocent type character, a real cutie. However, one needed to be where they're meant to be. The Ice Girl's place was at the front beside all the other heroes, while our guy continued to flourish in the background, helping them succeed. At least that was what he believed. He would handle the planning so they could do all the other difficult stuff. The Ice Girl blushed with slight disappointment, saying that she should not get the wrong idea. Then, at least the boy could take this. They were really giving him all of the prize money. Haeyoung insisted that the boy take the whole 7.5 million won. It was tuition because they were going to keep training together. After all, he was her dear teacher. The boy was a bit overwhelmed by this move, but he also beamed with fire and motivation. She was someone that he was going to train properly, and the girl beamed that she would train as much as he wanted. Kids really had no sense of value when it came to money, but that was not a problem for Seonwoo, because he was going to take mad advantage of all of these funds. It was even better that they had received it public just to let him have it in private. He had a plan for all the things that they would be doing starting tomorrow. However, the boy paused. He noticed something odd. He stared in shock when he looked at something on his phone, absolutely horrified by what he had found. For some reason, everyone was falling over themselves because they could not wait to shove money at him. He was really suffering from success and everything. Even the hero had sent him money. Children really did not value the money at all. After the midterms, the hero finally managed to meet the condition that the teacher Lee Hee-young set. Now our dude was ranked 72, and he was very shamelessly proud of it. Now he could boldly join the talent track special class, a place that he had never even set foot in before regression. All the big shots were in that class too. It was almost terrifying. There was the third-year rank 1 Kim Chang-in, and the third-year rank 4 Park Min-hee. First-year rank 1 Choi Seo-yoon, and the first-year rank 2 Jeon Min-ki. Of course, the second-year rank 1 and 2 were also there, and Seojin happily waved Seonwoo over to the front like they were best friends. Yuara was also present and was as frosty as ever, but no one was very surprised about that. From here, it would be much easier to get involved in future key events and make sure that none of the main characters died. Suddenly, there came that blonde bully again. This dude was consistent in being annoying. He scoffed that a little rat had snuck in here, and he scoffed at the fact that the boy had landed the last hit on a half-dead main. The blonde idiot still did not think that Seonwoo had earned the right to sit at the same table as them. The main character sighed because he had already met the teacher Lee Hee-young's conditions to raise his rank. Besides, where he studied was not the bully's business. The bully still tried to double down, growling that the brunette should have the sense to back out on his own. The blonde scoffed because he had no intention of running away from success, but the blonde dared to offer to drag the class clown out himself. However, if he wanted to do that, he would have to go through Sojin because the hero was not letting anyone messing with the main character's slide. Park In-won was a pain in everyone's behind, and the protagonist's best friend also yelled that the dude should cut out his nonsense already. The blonde scoffed that their class average ranking had dropped just because this dude had joined, but the protagonist knew better than to care about Thar. Kim Seonwoo's midterm time was 22.43 seconds. However, the fire girl suddenly spoke up, surprising everyone because usually she was the tsundere that did not care about anyone other than herself. She pointed out that if they ignored the test at the start of the semester, the class clown was actually ahead of the blonde bully by a lot. So, it was in his best interest to sit down and be quiet, because he was the one dragging down the level among the geniuses. Now that definitely fried the angry blonde. He was so heated about being put in his place like that. The blonde tried to pretend it did not matter to him. Of course, scoffing that he had not realized that Yuara cared so much about this knucklehead. However, he was still planning on picking a dite, and he yelled that he would not obey because the brunette's very existence had him twitching for some reason. Seonwoo easily caught that lousy hand. He had battled with demons far superior to one angry blonde teenager, and he was not going to get pushed around by scum like that. The bully could not believe the clown's grip strength was this insane. He had the nerve to tell the main character to cool his head when he was the one picking a fight. Suddenly, something slammed down hard on that idiot's head. He might have even bitten his tongue. Bro not only got hit hard, he also got kicked down the stairs. The main character was worried about if the blonde was even alive after such a brutal attack. The boy tumbled right down the stairs and everyone stared in shock at the culprit. The culprit who was now asking if Kim Seonwoo was okay. The brunette laughed and thanked the guy for stepping in. Just like in the original novel, this guy was still the same. It was the junior agent from the special task force, and he smiled, saying that he had enjoyed watching the brunette's midterms because he could see the young boy's talent. The special task force had come to the school for the special class activities. That had also happened in the original. First, they needed to wake that stupid bully Park In-won so that they could start the class. It just figured that he had gotten beaten up like that after running his mouth so much. The agent now figured that he had come on too strong at the start. Kids were really fragile. The agent had been absolutely shocked when he had first heard the assignment that made him go to a school. Apparently, a bunch of mains who had been hiding separately all gathered and attacked the Magic Academy. There were too many suspicious points. It was true that most mains only move alone unless the king orders them. It was way too easy for those monsters to infiltrate the school too. It felt like the school was not doing enough background checks. There must have been an insider helping them get in. Due to that, the boss of the agency was now sending Hyunsu inside the school to work with them and to find out what the mains were after, as well as to discover the insider. The agent happily greeted the students, informing them that he would be with them at the special class, and he was a special task force agent, Jung Hyun-soo, dispatched from the association, since someone from the task force was here. One of the students asked if this meant that their special class was going to be deployed for main subjugations or counter-terror ops. The man said that would happen, but little chicks like them would not get thrown straight into real combat. After all, they were still learning. So instead, under his strict and coordinated guidance, he would take these kids to scout monster appearance zones. That should be safe enough. It could be dangerous, so it was important for them to report anything that they found suspicious. In truth, they were not going to be taken to a danger zone at all. It was just a secret training ground exclusively for the task force. There was on dungeon, but they had cleared that area out completely. Now that sort of blind confidence sounded like a recipe for disaster. Still, Hyunsu was sure that the surveillance and magic circles everywhere would let them pinpoint any suspicious individuals. The special class had much more freedom of movement than other students, so if there was an insider, odds were that it was someone in this class. Then again, this was all likely what the agent was thinking. The main character had experienced all of these plot lines before, so he could guess the agent's direction of thought. It was true that there was indeed an insider at the school. However, that guy was so sharp, so they would stay quiet for a while. What mattered right now was that our guy had to help Lee Seojin obtain an S-rank item from the hidden stage in the dungeon. Plus, he had to support Choi Seoyin because she was about to start an important part of her character growth. She would be working with Seojin in this special activity class. With all of the introductions done, the teacher slammed his cane on the floor and said that teams would be in pairs of 2, and they would move out to their assigned operation areas. This time, the main character was sure that things would follow the original no matter what. He was just one extra student in class, that was no big deal, and he was so sure that there was no way that the team draw was going to change. Yeah. Seonwoo's hopes were dashed really fast, and he found himself standing in the forest in great disbelief as he stared at his team partner, Choi Seoyin. It seemed something like this could happen too. He was not part of Team 14 with the chipper but slightly fake first-year student. The girl was not so crazy about being paired with the odd senior either. However, she could not believe the look on his face. He was acting like being in a team with her was that disappointing. Everyone else was dying to get closer to her, and yet he was acting like they had both been diagnosed with some kind of deadly disease. It was slightly off-putting. Some people were even jealous that Kim Seonwoo got to be aired with the beauty Choi Seoyin. The two seniors were the only ones acting differently, with Seojin not paying her any attention at all. She could see why she would not be able to satisfy the number 1 in the second-year class. But this brunette was the loser and the biggest clown in his whole department, so she had no idea why he would be looking annoyed. It was ticking her off. For now, they would get moving. There was no changing the situation, so the main character would do what he could. The protagonist's best friend was so upset, whining about he wanted some quiet and alone time, a cute junior too. Seojin laughed, asking if that was really something to throw a fit over. Even Yura felt it was pathetic. Meanwhile, the two tops of the second-year class were, of course, in the same team. Fate kept putting them together, and the best friend wailed that it was easy for his friend to dismiss the situation, because the cute junior was actually interested in him. This was Choi Seoyin that they were talking about. She was the pillar of perfection in their school and the only daughter of one of the 5 great magic houses, with both skill and looks. She was a catch and everyone knew it. Still, Seojin laughed and pointed out that Yura was also a magic noble. She did not want to get dragged into this stupid conversation. The other boy insisted that the sweet, magical and fairy, like Seoyin, was completely different from the satanic Yura. It seemed he was whining so much because he got paired with the most muscular dude around, and he could not stop crying about it. That was the second-year rank 3, Shin Youngjun teamed up with the first-year rank 2, Jeon Minky. Youngjun should be much kinder to the sweet Minky. Meanwhile, the lucky Seonwoo was walking around the forest path with his junior behind him. The junior was also trying her best to make the situation work. If they were both unhappy about it, it actually made things a lot easier for her. This senior was an anomaly to her. He was the dead last in the whole school who had suddenly become buddy with Seojin, and now he had somehow slipped into the special class as well. The boy's behavior was very suspicious. As our guy walked, he received the notification that the character Choi Seoyin was curious about him. He now gained a 500-point reward. Her curiosity was going to burn a hole in the back of his head from the way she would not stop staring at him. It looked like there was something over there, and the boy pointed randomly in a direction, asking if she was up for checking it out with him. The girl smiled and agreed. However, she was determined not to fall for any of his weird plots. Things would not go the way he wanted. At the same time, she was happily pretending to agree with him. The girl beamed and said that she would happily work together with her senior, while high-key plotting his downfall in her mind. As long as she was here, things would not go exactly the way that he wanted. The boy sighed as he looked at Choi Seo-yeon, and she dialed up her cute factor as high as it could go, beaming and blushing at him as he struggled to gather his thoughts. She definitely had the face of someone plotting something nefarious. At this point in time, the happy first year had become obsessed with recruiting Lee Seo-jin in the original novel, and she cozied up to him as much as possible. This was because having him close would raise her own value. The boy pointed in a general direction, saying that they should head that way first. If he used this as a bait to lure Seo-jin over, then he could make things follow the original plot. The girl was also using this opportunity to get inside his head. The more that she saw of him, the more amazing he seemed to her. He had been so humiliated at the start of the semester, but he somehow got strong enough to join the special class. That was such an amazing feat. It was like finding out a clown dog actually figured out how to climb a tree. Her backhanded compliments were completely see-through, and the main character twitched as he explained that it had just been a mistake back then. It seemed that one mistake during his opening exam was hell, bent on haunting him for the rest of his life. Then the girl went on to sigh that forcing his way into the special class could totally backfire on him. She was acting like she was giving concerned advice from a good person, but she was actually a shameless manipulator. After all, if the boy somehow drew too much attention, then the boy would end up with loads of enemies instead. Been there, done that, he had already handled the main problem that had arisen the first time. Choi Seo-yeon, a devil with an angel's appearance. She had a great family background, great looks and talent. It was a popular saying that this young lady was born with everything. However, beneath that surface lay an entirely different reality. The effort and determination to meet her family's standards, that was what truly created Choi Seo-yeon's perfection. The girl worked hard every day, harder than most sometimes, as she strove to become someone worthy of her family name. She worked hard to be kind to everyone, or to at least appear that way, while also keeping close only those who could raise her value. Her pretense was a lonely survival strategy, never being her real self with anyone. The girl had to master creating a fake personality just to survive existing beside the upper class. Seonwoo sighed when she mentioned enemies, deciding to play dumb like he did not understand what she meant by that. Of course, this made the lady feel very haughty, and she laughed that he knew what she was talking about, and all the things that had happened earlier that day. No one said anything outright besides the senior Park In-won, but there were others who did not want the last place clown in the special class. The main character was well aware of the jealousy and judgment glares that he could suffer from the other students. However, he also could not care less about those guys. He had not joined this class for them. The boy had a goal in life that he absolutely wanted to achieve in the special class. He smiled with pride at this unshakable goal of his, and the girl was shaken. She had not expected such a determined and unbothered response from someone whom she was trying to tear down. He was not going to play her game. The boy had a life goal, which was shocking to Seo-yeon. Unlike most people, the young genius was not permitted to have a life goal. Her life had already been designed by her parents, and all she had to do was follow the path that they had designed for her. They even put on the pressure by insisting that this life that they had handpicked was all for her sake, so she should be grateful and obedient and follow whatever they said. Never once had the girl even considered dreaming for herself when she had always obeyed her father's commands. Now, she found herself envious of this clown who had something that she did not. Her expression looked haughty when she smirked and said that she now understood why the teachers favored this joker. However, she still asked what on earth he could possibly accomplish by getting into the special class. Keeping an eye on her and the other overpowered idiots of this story was one of them, but he could not tell her that. Fortunately, before he had to come up with a creative excuse, the boy sensed something red and hot burning nearby. There was killing intent coming right for them, and Seonwoo seized his partner's hand immediately. He threw out his magic to deflect the next attack, pulling his partner away from the weapon that lodged in the ground where they had been standing. This seemed to be an ambush, but there should be no one to attack them. However, Park In-won suddenly showed up, and that explained everything. That guy was such a shameless bully that he had really come to corner the main character at a time like this. That idiot could have accidentally hurt Seo-yeon. The blonde bully did not care as firepower danced around him, and he growled to our dude that this was his last chance. If the class clown valued his life, then he should keep his head down at school from now on. The brunette scoffed and asked exactly what would happen if he refused to do that. Of course, that response quickly got the blonde guy heated. Bro was just spitting flames and rage unrestrained. He looked like he had no intention of calming down either. With a scream of rage, the blonde declared that the brunette should just die then, and he unleashed his next loud, large and explosive attack. That child was so full of rage that he did not consider for a second that he could accidentally hurt the first-year student standing beside the brunette. The two students leap out of his way immediately, because they were not stupid, and they were not going to stand there while this dude tried to kill them. A pink eye was observing them in the forest, and it drank in this sight well. Those eyes watched Yuara as she fought against monsters with her firepower. It also monitored the battle and teamwork between Youngjun and Minky. All of this observation was being done by a redhead who groaned as she monitored the students. She knew this was the captain's orders and all, but she still found it a little hard to believe that there really was a main spy among these kids. They were just students after all. She was the Terror Task Force support mage, Baek Yejin. Her partner asked how the observation was going, but honestly, not much had changed, just kids playing with training monsters. If there was a main spy, they would likely try to make contact when they let them roam outside, so they had to keep watching those kids no matter how pointless it seemed. Hyunsu told his partner to let him know right away if anyone acted suspiciously or left the training grounds. Suddenly, the redhead had a protest. She did not know if they were insiders or not, but one of her eyes had caught sight of something interesting. It was a group of kids fighting each other. Forget monsters, they looked like they were trying to tear each other apart. Fortunately, the agent was familiar with this particular group since he'd stopped the bully during class hours earlier. They were fighting like their lives depended on it, too. Seonwoo noticed that Inwon's discharge speed was impressive. Trash or not, the blonde did not become the second-year rank 5 for nothing. If he kept stalling, fighting back like this, he might ruin his own plan to link the plastic rich girl and the hero. Just then, the rich girl broke up the tension for him by protesting. It was one thing to get paired with a loser. It was another thing to get attacked because of that loser. If her seniors wanted to battle like starved dogs, then they could do that during training hours. Seonwoo yelled out for Choi Soyeon to stay because the area was still dangerous, and the lunatic was still rampaging. It turned out there was another lunatic on the ground, and she was not staying silent about this. This stupid behavior would only bring shame to their school, and Senior Park Inwon should know better than to act like this. He should put away his inferiority complex towards Senior Seojin and Senior Seonwoo, in this instance before it becomes the ruin of their school. The main character could not believe that she had the strength for that outburst. Instead of taking the advice like a good boy and stopping his madness, Hwan somehow just got even more pissed at all the people who were willing to side with the brunette. Perhaps it was because he was not acting like a mad person and rampaging outside of school grounds. Well, the idiot turned up his firepower and blasted it right at the boy and the girl. He was involving an innocent junior in his mad activities just because he was angry. It was a very pathetic behavior from him. Bro turned up the heat so high that the eyes in the area actually got fried. Now that was definitely a genuine cause for alarm, and the monitoring agent gasped in horror. Her magic circle had been destroyed, and she could no longer watch that batch of kids. Well, Hyunsu was not about to waste any time crying over spilt milk. He grabbed his word and headed out right away. He had promised the school that this search would not hurt any of the students. This meant that he was responsible for them, so he had to make sure that they were okay. The redhead was horrified, yelling about how the agent was going to blow their operation over a kid's fight, but it was necessary to protect the children. He would go and break up the fight and then come back. For now, all the redhead had to do was keep monitoring the other ones and to contact him immediately if anything happened. With those parting words, the agent zoomed off. Of course, the man recognized the rampaging students, and he recognized Park Inwon, who seemed to be a designated troublemaker. What a tiresome child that boy was. Plus, the third one was Choi Soyeon from one of the 5 great magic houses. They could not let anything happen to that girl. He needed to stop those idiots before something serious actually happened. Meanwhile, the girl had been able to erect a form of mage wall around herself to keep herself safe as the bully and the clown continued their very mad and dangerous face-off. The bully was beyond livid about the whole situation. He yelled that the brunette should have just kept playing as the class clown, like at the start of the semester. He was infuriated that a complete nobody would join the special class, and he hated that the boy was not cowering in fear at his might. Bro was so heated that he did not care what damage he caused. Seoyeon was trying her hardest to keep that mad person at bay with a shield so that the 2 seniors would not fight anymore. But she was quickly losing strength since she was working on defense instead of offense. Soon, the barrier would fall apart and they would be in trouble. Seonwoo had told the girl to stay back because it was dangerous. Her eyes opened slowly, and then she gasped when she saw her senior standing before her. The boy was wearing that special bracelet that had been bought by the pharmacy head that he had befriended, and he activated the spell shield. Since the blonde had taken things to this level, Seonwoo decided that he would handle this guy. Before regression, he had just stayed back and watched Park Inwon's misdeeds. That blonde bully had terrorized many other weaker male classmates. Seonwoo felt like an extra, so it was not his place to interfere with the actions of the other characters, even the bad characters. So, he had let the blonde do whatever he wanted, and he had remained in the background, thinking that it was better not to interfere with the plot. However, this blonde jerk had not changed and was so dedicated to oppressing others that he didn't even care if he hurt someone innocent in the process. The blonde was a throwaway character who showed up early and had no real importance to the plot. He was just that random bully that everyone forgot after they graduated high school. In that case, our dude would do the story a favor by taking care of his trash early. He summoned the power of the great nature's heart. Mana of all kinds boosted in our dude's hand and he flung it at that stupid blonde. The bully hesitated, understanding that the brunette was ready to attack him now. He called foul that the boy was using enhancement magic, but Xianwu pointed out that, if the bully did not like it, he could just fight him and teach him a lesson. However, now that the bully had dragged someone else into this meaningless squabble, the brunette did not feel very charitable anymore. He grabbed that idiot's face and slammed him right into the ground. That was right. Our loser had been holding back so much power, and he had worked very hard to keep a low profile. Usually, he could ignore taunts from insignificant fools like the blonde, but he was not going to stand back and watch that eyesore hurt someone else because of his own stupid pride. Now the blonde was terrified, but Xianwu was in a listening mood. He wanted to know just one reason why he should forgive garbage like that, and it better be a good reason because his hand was charged and ready to fire at the slightest provocation. The blonde was singing a new tune, Lightspeed Fast, when he saw all that. Suddenly, he was on his knees and begging for forgiveness. He promised that he would not pick fights anymore. He was even willing to admit that he was wrong, so he begged for forgiveness this one time. The brunette did not really want to forgive that waste of space, but the stuffy Sioyan reminded her senior that he was wasting mana. Since that was the case, he put away his attack. It was not like he actually planned to hurt that idiot anyway. They would do things in a different way. He grabbed the blonde by the hair and told that loser to get away from the area as far as possible. If the brunette saw that loser again, then he was dead. That was all the convincing argument that the bully needed to hear. He would not be bothering the class clown a second time. However, he hesitated to ask if Xianwu would keep what happened here a secret by any chance. He didn't even want to do the stupid blonde any favors, but it wasn't like he wanted the school population to know of his strength either. So, he just told that bully to scram. The blonde took off like the wind, and the boy sat on the floor in relief. A heated battle had appeared out of nowhere, which had been rather nerve-wracking. Still, the payoff was great, and he got to watch Park In-won suffer for once in his miserable life. The blonde raced away from the scene, and the redhead informed her senior immediately because the bully was within the range of another of her eyes. She hurried to tell the agent that Park In-han, who had just been fighting, was now rushing out of the training grounds. The agent understood that and slowed down his hurry to save the students. This was a relief to Xianwu since he had sent that bully out to get the attention of the task force at once. The blonde was just happy to escape, cursing that he had barely gotten away from that clown, Kim Xianwu. Now, there was a mysterious old dude chasing him out of nowhere. This poor kid could not get a break from a single person. He had taken his nonsense too close to the sun, and now the special agent was after him. With relief, he sat on the floor and sighed, figuring that this should be enough to draw attention away. It would not really affect the plot either. Suddenly, a finger poked his bruised neck, and the main character yelped in shock. Sioyan could not help herself. Of course, she tried to assist when he looked so hot. He couldn't believe that she had just said that. However, the resident pretty girl found it admirable that a dude that she considered a loser had been able to beat Park In-won, who was ranked 5, especially since the loser had a score rank of 72. The girl would now have to reassess her senior's skills after all. That was troublesome, so the brunette just laughed that if the blonde had come ready to kill, then he never would have won, lying that he just chased him off with momentum. The second year sighed, saying that he now kind of felt bad. The poor girl must have wanted to team up with Seojin, but instead, he had dragged her into this mess. The pretty girl smiled, saying that she was just grateful that he had saved her, that was all. His pop-up screen came up, and he looked at it curiously. That screen was always useful when it came to telling him things that others would not say. Unfortunately for the brunette, Choi Seoyan was now interested in him. This was trouble. The girl smiled and said that at the start of the semester, she had not thought very highly of her senior. After all, she had seen him doing that pathetic mopping thing the other day. It looked like the boy was just trying to get attention because he had no skill. However, watching him lately, with the way that he had helped Haeyoung train and the power that he displayed tonight, he seemed like a completely different person from the dead, last attention seeker that she knew. The boy smirked and asked what he seemed like these days, and she thought about it. If she had to put it into words, an interesting person seemed appropriate, much like a clown. It seemed bro would never escape the clown allegations, at least for now. Well, they had rested enough, and most teams were already ahead of them, so they had to get going. The boy sighed and asked if she did not want to sit a bit longer. Soyeon laughed that she needed to find something and show results. That way, her sweet senior would not be disrespected by people like Park In-won. The girl was just happily hopping forward when a monster popped up out of nowhere. That beast had no business sneaking in on them like that. Before she knew it, she was face to face with a giant snakey. The girl screamed in horror, and it hissed right back at her. A training monster had appeared. Our dude leapt to his feet, running to the girl's aid, and he prepped his magic in his hand. However, before he could launch his attack, a bright light came in and sliced at that giant foe. It was light attribute magic, and the girl beamed with joy. Even Seonhwa beamed because his target had arrived just in time. Senior Leo Seojin was here, on the scene to save their lives. They had been waiting for him. The boy beamed and asked if everyone was okay. He had been going around alone trying to help anyone who was struggling, but there did not seem to be any dangerous monsters around, which was a huge relief. The boy smiled and said that he guessed he was too tense because they had told him that it was a danger zone. Our protagonist had such a heart of gold. Well, for a genius like him, this probably was not difficult at all. If the boy just signed a sponsorship contract with the girl's family, his genius would shine even brighter. Wow, this girl was trying to recruit him right off the bat. Her shamelessness was almost admirable. The boy laughed that he would have to think about later. For now, he should focus on the training. The location, the members, everything was perfect. It had been a while since Seonwoo encountered such a good setup. As long as the major event where Lee Seojin discovered the hidden stage stayed intact, by bringing Choi Seoin near the dungeon, then everything would go fine. From the start, the route that our dude had taken with Choi Seoin's side, passed all the monsters on this trip, and was calculated to overlap safely with Lee Seojin's path. All he had needed to do was to guide the way. This was his most successful mission yet when it came to staying true to canon for now anyway. Suddenly, the boy pointed with a dramatic gasp, asking everyone to look over there. There it was, the dungeon entrance, the very suspicious place that they should very clearly not go to. The hero was surprised to see the light and wondered what it could be. It was coming from inside the cave, too. Seonwoo laughed that he was very curious to see what it was, and he was even going to go ahead and check it out together. Those idiots really went ahead and entered the dungeon. It was the Special Task Force Training Ground dungeon that was mostly inactive these days. The hero looked around with the prettiest girl, and they realized that they had walked into a hidden stage. It was a very rare occurrence. A dungeon within a dungeon. Those kinds of dungeons were much harder to get past than with regular dungeons, but if they cleared them, they would get much more valuable rewards. This was exactly what our dude was aiming for. The room that he had encountered in the Tower of Proof was also a kind of hidden stage, and that was the kind of thing that appeared in a dungeon that had been deactivated and modified. In the original story, Leo Seojin and Choi Seoin joined forces to defeat the boss. This episode was not just when Lee Seojin would gain an S-rank weapon and get even more attention. They would call him the Korean genius and hold a press conference with him after he cleared the hidden stage. The really important part was different, too, as this was the point where Choi Seoin would grow mentally and join Lee Seojin as his ally. It was very important to the story that happened. Of course, since the other two could so easily clear this dungeon, he had made all the preparations necessary. The boy was really going the extra mile to step up to the stage, and he suggested that they try challenging the dungeon. Seojin immediately refused. Hidden stages had way too many variables, and they needed to report the situation to the task force first. This model student was already whipping out his phone to do just that. Sometimes the saint with a heart of gold was way too focused on doing things the right way. Seonwoo immediately started to struggle to snatch his phone away before he did something stupid and ruined the plot line. While those two clowns were messing around, the pretty girl stared at her reflection in the water. She stared for a moment, just bored, when she heard a voice calling to her, telling the human child to come. There was a monster reflected in the water, and the girl seemed unaware as she dipped her finger into the water, just messing around with the ripples. It was beckoning her to the deep and the dark. The water called for her to come inside. The tip of her finger touched the water, and a feeling rippled through the dungeon. The hero stiffened in shock, and the brunette stared in horror at Choi Seoin. That was not how the story was supposed to go. Well, things had gotten wicked, and whatever mad beast lived in that place was happy to take mad advantage of the situation. It erupted in laughter and grabbed the girl by her neck, activating the damsel in distress trope with made immediate efficiency. Oh, this beast was a girl, the ghost witch, and it was rank B. A monster had popped up behind them when they had not been looking, and the two students rushed to help the girl immediately. Seojin yelled at the girl to snap out of it, but clearly she was not going to do that. She had just been captured by a witch diva who wanted to claim her. They could be cute, vicious girls together and all that. Well, the boys were not crazy about that program. Worse, that witch was running away. For a monster to attack first, the plot had diverged from the original again. Our boy kept working so hard just for things to keep ending up like this. The man was tired. Suddenly, there was an explosion of force that seemed to come from the dungeon behind them. The boy stared in shock at the swirling gate, and the hero asked what on earth had just happened. Choi Seoyeon had just been kidnapped by a monster. The main character was silent. He did not know how much more of these plot twists that he could take. However, it was clear that to make things stay on track, he had to move forward. The brunette walked to the dungeon, telling the protagonist to follow him and rescue her. Seoyeon was surprised that they would not be waiting for the task force. Doing things by the book and waiting around for the task force was exactly why our dude had to take care of the stupid main problem solo the first time. Choi Seoyeon would die if they waited any longer. The monster that took her had the ability to absorb mana. After it absorbed all that it had to offer, there would be nothing that they could do to save the girl. If they wanted to help her, then they had to act now. The boy placed his hand on the hero's shoulder, making him understand how important it was for them to work now. Since they had no choice, the protagonist tightened his grip on his weapon. He was not about to sit back and let his classmate die. They would go to save their junior immediately. So, the two raced inside of the portal. Meanwhile, the task force agent had finally caught up to the blonde, who was whining that he had done nothing to deserve getting hassled like this. That was debatable, but the man asked who the blonde was conspiring with and what their objective was. Obviously, the kid was just a bully and not a main in disguise. Good grief. The man still really believed that the obnoxious kid was trying to hide information, and he asked why the boy had suddenly tried to run away. The poor kid remembered his humiliation, and he sobbed that it was the one thing that he could absolutely not tell the task force agent about. Now the man was really convinced that the poor boy was working with the mains. The man had been going easy on him since he was still a student, but now he had no choice. The man told the poor Magic Academy 2nd year rank 5, Park Inwon, that he was getting arrested on suspicion of conspiring with mains. The boy was so confused they had the wrong guy. The man was just calling his partner Baek Yejin that he had apprehended the suspect, and he needed backup to restrain him, but his partner was freaking out. They had no other situation on hand, and this was the case of 3 students who had just entered the dungeon that they had modified for training. One of her eyes had seen it happen. At first, the senior was not bothered by that since they had deactivated the dungeon, and it was basically a cave now. However, just now, they had confirmed signs that a hidden stage had just appeared in that dungeon. Stuff was getting very real, very fast, and the man's eyes widened in horror. The 2 boys stepped into this unknown land, braving a whole new world of ice and snow. The inside of the dungeon looked very different from the outside. It was a wonderland of ice. The main character reasoned that the evil witch must have strengthened the environment with the ice attribute mana that she had stolen from Choi Seoyeon. It seemed they had 2 girls in this story with the power of ice. The hero was shivering in this new dungeon. They were both rather underdressed for the occasion, and the boy could not help but think of how he had a mountain of things to do. For this situation, it seemed we got a glance into Seojeon's point of view for once. It seemed even heroes could be miserable when doing heroic things, and the boy felt so cold that he thought for sure that, at this rate, he would collapse from the cold. The thought had barely entered his mind before the main character draped a big, fluffy woolly coat over him. He was not about to let the protagonist back out of this very important mission, but he also would not let him die from a cold. Honestly, the hero was shocked at Kim Seon-woo, but the main character just smiled. He needed the dark-haired boy to wear the coat since it had insulation, and it would make him feel much better. The inside of a hidden stage was freezing, so the boy had made sure to put on 2 giant coats into the subspace pocket that he had finally gotten. He had bought tons of cold weather gear, too. The warm fleece coat increased cold resistance by 20%, and the warm gloves increased cold resistance by 5%. The hero was amazed that the brunette could even afford a subspace pocket since it cost over 100 million. The brunette just vaguely said that he bought some stocks and was able to cash them out. He had one more coat, of course, for Choi Seoyeon, but first they had to go get her. They saw a figure waving in the distance, and the protagonist sighed in relief, thanking God that she looked okay. He was kind of naive, because there was no way that the ice girl would just be walking freely in the dungeon after getting kidnapped. The voice yelled for them to hurry and save her. The aim was to get her out of there immediately, and the hero wanted to find the exit first. However, before the naive goody Two-Shoes made his way to the clearly fake Seoyeon, Seon-woo had to blast that immediately. The hero was stunned. He could not believe that our dude had just attacked the pretty girl. That was all quickly cleared up when the witch began to cackle. So, it seemed our guy had some pretty sharp senses for a human. The ice witch was now possessing the body of the pretty girl, because that was the only way that she would get a face life. Now that she was looking banjing and possessed a body with lots of power, she was going to make it everyone's problem. Suddenly, someone sensed a surge of killing intent aimed at them. It was Seon-woo, and that was the skill that alerted him to the schemes of the evil witch in the first place. The monster was controlling their friend. The monster was called the Ghost Witch, and if they wanted to save Seoyeon at all, they first needed to catch the witch. The witch laughed, saying the child's frigid. Icy mana was a delicious delicacy. She was being such a creep about a minor, it was very unsettling. Then she declared that once she had absorbed all of this child, she was going to eat the boys too. What an absolutely greedy, power-hungry pervert. However, she did not see much to mind the accusations and fired a bolt of power at the boys. Naturally, Lee Seojin took center stage with that cool sword of his. He raced ahead to take down the menace before them, and the main character watched in satisfaction. The ghost witch was an undead monster, so it was generally weak to Seojin's light attribute. There was just one solid problem, as the boy leapt up to face the beast. While the protagonist took center stage, our boy played backup, blasting away all the other attacks that the stupid witch dared to send in their direction. This was going to be a difficult fight because they were aiming to save Choi Seoyeon, but her beautiful body was currently possessed by their enemy, whom they were trying to kill. They had to separate them first if they wanted to make any progress. The rich and pretty girl was also ranked first in the first-year department, and her main specialty was manifestation. She pulled out ice fragments out of nowhere and tossed many at her enemies. As she ran forward, her subspeciality was revealed. She had the power of enhancement. She dodged right past Seojin entirely and aimed for our boy, probably seeing him as weaker and thus easier to defeat. She was about to be sorely disappointed on that end. Unfortunately, in this fight they could only stay on the defensive because they did not want to harm her, but they also needed to take her down somehow. When the girl manifested a sword of ice, a sword of light hit her away immediately, making sure that she could not harm Xianwu. The hero was fighting to protect his friend and take down the witch at the same time. As expected of the hero, he was tenacious and refused to bend to her will. The ice witch was also not about to take a no for an answer. She was fighting to win after all. She pulled out yet another icy magic and then tossed it at the boys again. This witch was just having fun abusing the pretty girl's body and doing whatever she wanted with her magic. More and more shots were tossed at the hero, but he was the protagonist for a reason, and he blocked them one by one. The more ground that Seojin gained, the more the pretty girl was forced to back off, but this could not continue for long. They needed to find a way to properly dispatch the witch. The witch was also realizing that they were only playing for defense, and she laughed at them for not being barbarians who could so easily hit a girl. Every single one of their attacks was pathetic. That was rich coming from someone who had hijacked someone else's body just to make a stand against them. The fighting continued with our dude playing the supporting role, while he ensured that the protagonist took center stage. Xianwu refused to get pulled into any more difficult plot lines. Quick offense, defense transitions, the utility unique to ice attributes, were synergizing with the environment. More ice came raining down on the boy, and he gasped in horror. Despite the fact that they were fighting 2 against 1, the odds were terribly against their favor, since they could not hit her back. Quickly, he dodged that downpour, managing to escape the ace. When he looked back, he realized that their escape path had been demolished. So, this witch was planning to tire them out and then drain their mana too. What a calculated little diva. The witch laughed that now they had nowhere to go, and she fired more wicked, biting cold magic at them. It was just attack after attack, and the brunette had to flee to get out of range. This was becoming a difficult battle, and the hero had to retreat to Xianwu's side, asking him what to do. The brunette seemed to always have a solution for everything, so the boy figured that the same should apply right now. He wanted to know if Xianwu had a plan. It turned out that the main character did indeed have a plan. Step 1 was finding that stupid witch's main body so that they could finally wipe the smile off her face. If the body felt threatened, then she would leave Choi Seoyeon, and they could get an advantage and get rid of her. The hero pointed out that this whole place was nothing but snow and ice, and searching such a terrain was going to be very difficult. He asked if the boy knew where the main body was. The main character did not know that far. The hero was surprised to hear this. The problem was that, in the original story, both Choi Seoyeon and Lee Seojin had entered the dungeon together. The hero had then slain the big witch by slashing through this entire area. It was not easy, but the brunette was sure that finding the main body could be done. However, he was not the one who could find the body. First things first, the brunette drank one of his special mana elixirs and increased his mana recovery speed by 500% for 10 minutes. After the duration ends, this would cause mana exhaustion for 30 minutes. The main character explained that it was the protagonist's job to find the witch's body and slay her. Meanwhile, outside the dungeon, Agent Hyunsu finally got some information out of the bully that he had cornered. The poor boy sobbed and explained that he had picked a fight and then run away because he had been embarrassed that he had lost. It was humiliating, but admitting that was better than accepting the fault as an aide to mains when he was just a mean bully. The agent now realized that he should have investigated each student more thoroughly before acting. It also turned out that the kids going into an active dungeon had nothing to do with the blonde wither. The boy wondered what sort of mastermind they thought he was in the first place. He was just a mean jerk who was way in over his head. He really did not know anything. The senior agent was furious about how things were going, scolding his junior because they were supposed to guarantee the safety of the students. The junior apologized for his oversight. The hidden stage was an unexpected anomaly. Honestly, no one was expecting that dungeon to open, or for students to be dumb enough to walk inside. Then, the man asked if there was any chance of rescuing the students. First, they would try to see if they could open the entrance from the outside. If they could not do that, then there was going to be huge trouble, and all they could do was pray that the kids would clear the hidden stage and come out. It was a pretty risky wish, since hidden stages could be very difficult. It seemed a huge crowd of students had gotten word about what happened, and now they were hanging around outside the dungeon cave, even though their teacher insisted that they should wait outside. Teenagers were just too curious for their own good. They were shocked to hear that some of their classmates were trapped in a hidden stage, because once a person was trapped, it was really hard for them to get out. Yura also watched silently, a little nervous but saying nothing. Each of their partners and friends were stuck in there. The dark-haired girl was worried because she still had questions for our main character concerning a trauma that he did not really have, but she suspected that he did. If anything happened to her unanswered questions, she would not let it go. It seemed this was her way of saying that she cared. She cared deeply for Kim Sang-woo, so she kind of needed that idiot to hurry and come back. Meanwhile, the brunette had shared his plan with the protagonist, and that dude was horrified. He could not believe that he was being told to find and slay the main body of the witch solo. Well, he was the protagonist, and it was time for him to experience some character growth. In this world, the hero could unleash his power freely. Meanwhile, the witch was acting cautiously because she realized that one of their mana flow changed. She scoffed and asked what he was scheming. More mana bubbled up behind them, and the boys were alarmed. This witch would not even give them the chance to plan ahead. She was determined to use her ice magic to bring them down. The more magic they wasted fighting that horrid witch, the more her chances of winning increased. Seonwoo turned to Sojin, telling him that he did not have to hide his strength, not in front of him. The boy could reveal his power as it truly was. It was fine, the main character would not get scared. But if he kept holding it in like this, they would surely die at this rate. Now that the protagonist thought about it, the only time that he had swung his sword with full intent was during the last main attack. He had also held back during the midterms as well. The boy had worried that if he got too far ahead, then Yura would get hurt. After all, she was working so hard to become his equal and stand at his side. It seemed that the brunette had noticed that subtle difference, and it left Lee Seojin in awe. Then, the hero said that they should both go all out, fighting at full capacity, no more holding back. The ice witch laughed in glee, telling those tiny human brats that she was not afraid of them. She should be, because she was fighting against Cheat Code 1 and Plot Armor 2. Since the main character was putting so much faith in him, the hero could not bring himself to keep pretending. With a charge, his light magic lit up his eyes, his sword and his being. The ice witch had been cackling something awful until she saw the hero step up and summon a huge amount of light attribute mana. Now she was second, guessing her whole existence. Seonwoo yelled for the protagonist to blow away the entire dungeon, and the witch realized that her main body was in danger. In her distress, that idiot finally abandoned Seoyun's body, which made absolutely everything very easy for them. With a blast, that witch dove right for her body, leading them right to it. She should really be calming down if this was what she did when she panicked. It was a very bad habit to fall for your opponent's tricks. The evil ice witch dove into her body like it was the pool of life, and the brunette beamed now that Choi Seoyun was retrievable, which also meant that they no longer had a reason to hold back. The environment around them began to spasm and fracture, ice particles gathering and expanding as the lady showed off her increased power. Now that she was back in her real form, she screeched that she would not let the humans have their way in here. But Seonwoo just smirked that there was now no reason to keep that witch alive. It was time to let it rip. The monster gasped because she had fallen for their trap, but that was just about all the sound she could make before the light magic came tearing into her soul. Seojin was nasty with it too. He stepped in and informed the beast that he was the one in charge now. Meanwhile, outside the barrier, there was a team of desperate teachers trying their best to break into the dungeon. They kept checking their progress, but the portal entry analysis was only 2% complete. They were moving slower than snails. At this rate, the kids would be dead before they managed to break in. Not even a mosquito could get through such a tiny crack. It was very unfortunate that this was somehow the best that they could do. No matter which support mage they brought in, they would not be able to open this gate any further. Suddenly, the scarred agent got a message on his phone, and he checked it out. He was really worried about the situation. At this point, even if he got reprimanded by the captain, he needed to take responsibility into his own hands. He made a call to someone, informing them that Lee Seojin was one of the students who'd gotten stuck in a hidden stage dungeon of B rank. The agent started to apologize, but the person dismissed his worries, saying that it was fine and that the boy would come out on his own. This shocked the agent very much. Everyone was shocked and wondered what that buffoon meant that students could survive a B stage dungeon and come out on their own. Just then, the area behind them exploded in light. It genuinely exploded. That thing hit the sky like a nuclear wave and cleared out all expectations and disbelief. The students watching wondered what on earth was happening now, and if a monster boss had popped out of the dungeon. However, Uara would recognize his rival's light attribute mana anywhere. It was definitely her man Lee Seojin. The boy sighed as he looked at his broken sword, a little sad that it had come to this after all. The sword that he'd been using so far just could not handle his mana. The two looked ahead and there was a nice, shiny giant sword up ahead. Right on time too. That sword was glistening with power. And they had retrieved their classmate, too. She was passed out behind them. It was the Blue Moon Blade, an S-rank sword imbued with mystical power that contained moonlight. It had weapon enhancement, which increased the blade's destructive power and mana amplification by 50% for 30 minutes, with a 30-minute cooldown. It had a lot of pretty good specs. Our dude sighed with relief and told the hero to claim the sword. It was his to wield after he had gone through the trouble of saving their lives. The hero had contributed the most to catching the ghost witch, and he just happened to need a new sword. Of course, the kind and sweet hero was immediately interested in what the brunette would get in return. After all, they had fought together. The brunette just smiled and said he would take all the other treasures apart from the sword. If that satisfied the hero, then he should hurry and claim his prize. Seonwoo would even watch over Choi Seoyeon while the other boy went over to collect it. Standing tall, the protagonist then stepped forward into his destiny, picking up the sword that was now his. This radiance that came from it definitely meant that it was S-rank. He could not believe that his partner would give up a weapon like this so readily. Our dude was only doing that because he kind of needed the hero to survive very long in this story, or the whole thing would crash, and he would be back to square one. Of course, he was handing over the sword. However, the protagonist thought that his partner was a very admirable young man. Now that they had subjugated the hidden stage jointly with Pain character, the causality rate went up by 0.8. The character Lee Seojin's interest in him had increased by 1, and the protagonist's interest in him had risen to level 2. Our dude now has 2,000 points as a reward. The system was getting really stingy with the points these days. Meanwhile, the boy was checking on the girl they had rescued. She was currently suffering from severe mana exhaustion because she was not yet at the level to fight on such a large scale. The evil witch had pushed her body too far. This was the aftermath of having her power forcibly squeezed out while being controlled by the ghost witch. The hero happily came over with his coat full of all the other items that were scattered around. Of course, he was happily giving this to Kim Seonwoo. The boy was grateful for the gifts, but now the hero leaned closer, trying to figure out what the main character was doing. Now that they had finished that very troublesome battle from earlier, the boy was trying to give the girl the extra boost in her health that she needed after experiencing such a difficult fight. The Ice Spirit's Heart is an A-type elixir. It was going to restore mana upon consumption and permanently increase the ice attribute control proficiency. Carefully, he poured that elixir into the girl's mouth to help her heal faster. Slowly, the beautiful damsel opened her eyes, and she found herself staring at the two boys who had saved her life. Seonwoo asked if she was doing okay, and the girl stared at her seniors. Suddenly, she broke into wails and asked why they were staring at her like that. She clutched Seonwoo's coat close to her body and acted like they were predators instead of the heroes who just saved her life. The hero was impressed that the girl was doing well, but he did not seem to care at all that she was wailing and abiding them. The main character also agreed with a grimace that she was definitely full of energy now. The girl stared at them in shock, wondering where she was and what had happened. It was a bit long to explain, but the brunette cut it short by just mentioning the hidden stage. Lee Seojin had worked very hard to defeat the boss after the pretty girl got kidnapped by an ice witch. Our dude was marketing the hero like a salesman marketing the best product he had. No matter what, he had to put the protagonist at the front of every successful mission. The hero was starting to recognize that pattern at this point. Someone their age had actually cleared a hidden stage. There had never been a record like this before. Well, technically, our dude had done it first, but that had caused a bunch of problems for his other self that he did not like to deal with, so he needed the protagonist to take the credit. The girl stared in awe at her two seniors, but they had to save the gawking for later because the exit had appeared, and they had to get out of there. The hero smiled, saying that he never knew that light could look this beautiful. That was funny for a dude with the attribute for light. However, after they went out, Seonwoo wanted to say something. The boy asked them to help him up because he was now suffering from mana exhaustion. He had done a lot of summoning and support, and then gassing the hero into beating the big bad guy. There was only so much a background character could get away with doing, and he was very exhausted now. The hero smiled, and they both helped that silly clown to his feet. The moment he woke Choi Seoyeon, he had ended up collapsing. It was kind of embarrassing really. However, this time, he had calculated the elixir duration perfectly from the extra boost that he had taken during the battle. When this incident ended, the one who should get attention would not be him. The main character was smiling with such confidence that at this point, he was going to jinx himself. Still, he wanted Lee Seojin and Choi Seoyeon to get all of the attention from this stage. With a smile, he left the dungeon with the two main characters, and they faced the outside world while dragging him like he was a big sack of rice. Lee Seojin, who had cleared a hidden stage at the youngest age in history, swept public attention again following the main subjugation incident. The sword Lee Seojin obtained, the Blue Moon Blade, was later appraised and revealed to have two of the highest tier options even among S ranks. The boy made the front page of every newspaper. It was incredible. They just printed pages and pages of the young boy holding his magic sword. Lee Seojin's genius exploits were featured, and the world began to take notice of Lee Seojin. After interrogation, poor Park In-won was cleared of the misunderstanding of being a main insider. However, while being investigated for attacking the main character and Choi Seoyeon, his history of bullying other students with his gang was exposed. The poor idiot immediately faced disciplinary action. Life was going pretty rosy for Kim Seon-woo now. From now on, that bully would no longer be oppressing other kids on the campus, and that was for the best. Even though there were complications, the main character was satisfied that he was following the original story well in the end. The fact that the special class activity was a task force operation would remain a secret, and Choi Seoyeon would build a bond with Lee Seojin through this incident. Of course, Hae-young had been absolutely distraught when she heard what had happened, and calming her down was a bit exhausting, but all was well that ended well. He had a few things on his schedule, but someone interrupted his train of thought. It was the junior pretty girl, and she smirked about how she had heard some very interesting things from the senior Sujin. That was why she had come to thank him in person. The boy was surprised, and the pretty girl blushed because she had heard that the senior Seon-woo was the one who had insisted on going to save her. He had also fought quite fiercely for her sake. The boy was horrified at the turn of events, insisting that the golden protagonist had been the one to save her. However, Lee Seojin was bad at lying, and he had told the truth and nothing but the truth. The main character insisted that the protagonist had defeated the evil witch, but the pretty girl just smirked. She recalled the look on the boy's face when she had opened her eyes back then, and it had her seeing things in pink. Well, if her senior insisted on denying it, she would not push things. However, she smirked and said that she would be seeing him at the next special class. Choi Seoyeon's interest in him had now unfortunately grown to the level 2, and our dude gained a 1,000-point reward. That was crazy. Now she was on the same lane as the protagonist. At this point, Seon-woo was very concerned. He was determined to do even better in the next incident, no matter what. He refused to take credit for anything they tried to throw on him. Meanwhile, in the school gym, a lot of training was underway. Seon-woo smiled at all the students hard at work. It looked like everyone was doing their best and working hard enough to grow stronger. The brunette happily walked through the halls. Thanks to being next to Lee Seojin when they came out of the hidden stage, our dude had been able to earn a ton of points. So, he had bought a new trait this time. Specifically, it was the secret method of evolution and adaptation. This was the type that enabled the user to achieve evolution and adaptation by meeting specific conditions. It had been a really expensive buy, but now our dude could stay in cold places for a long time to gain cold resistance, and his night vision had improved too from hanging around in dark places. It was not the kind of skill that came with explosive changes, but it was highly versatile since it raised various basic stats. In the original, this was a trait that the first year rank 2 Jaeon Minky would acquire, but since what was in the point shop was separate, it did not really matter to the plot. Our dude walked into the gym, and suddenly his fanboys started hooting and hollering with joy, waving him over. Of course it was Seojin and his best friend Youngjun. They asked what had brought the class clown over to the training room, and the boy laughed, saying that he was just trying to take care of his body, and he was not up to anything weird or unusual. Just typical training like a typical high school boy. The protagonist laughed that the main character sounded like an old man, but that hadn't changed since they'd met him, so this was fairly normal for Seon-woo. However, Youngjun pointed out something else that was going on in the gym. There were a bunch of other students whispering and gaping at them. It seemed they were tracking Sojin's usual morning bench press and how he was lifting that weight with pure muscle strength without any mana enhancement. They could not believe how strong the hero was. The best friend pointed out that his friend was also not like other kids at all, and the other two boys laughed. Speaking of people who were not like normal kids, they were thinking of one other fiery youth that they knew who screamed Lee Seojin's name with a burning passion. Yuara was always heated whenever it came to her rival. The girl was truly insane, and apparently, she was doing hellish training and saying that she would show all of them real firepower meant. The hero was not so sure how to feel about hearing that news, considering how passionate the girl could get. However, the brunette was delighted and said that this was good for the young girl. She should keep it so that she could grow even more. Yuara was the type who worked even harder when she had a goal, so this was good stimulation. However, the teacher Jang Ancheol was not here today, and that was surprising. The man was always in the training room when there was no class. That dude pumped out all sorts of quick sets on the weight machine like it was nothing. Apparently, the teacher was currently patrolling the school. This was a secret, but apparently, they had found a body drained of blood near the school. Now that was not a good sign. Seojun guessed that the victim had been killed by a main, but his best friend just chuckled that no one really cared. Even if those monsters attacked again, their genius would protect them. The best friend was happily counting on Lee Seojun to save them if anything went wrong. The hero groaned that his best friend should go away. However, Seonwoo was thinking seriously about the situation. It was true that Main could attack the school again at any moment, because there was an insider who had infiltrated the school. To be precise, what had infiltrated into the school was not a human collaborator but a Main itself. It seemed we were finally going to get an introduction to that spy in the school. A beautiful lady walked into the gym with perfect flowing locks of dark hair and a beautiful, toned body with nice muscles. The lady smiled, noting that the junior Sojun was sweating a lot. She was the third year rank 4, Park Minai. She happily handed her junior a towel, and of course, Youngjin stood to the side in awe of this cool moment. Our dude was watching the whole exchange too, with a wariness in his eyes. The best friend commented on how beautiful their senior was, and the lady laughed but thanked him all the same. His compliment was so sweet. The hero was also glittering and glowing, and he thanked the senior Park Minai for her kindness and all that. The lady smiled and said that she was always rooting for him. Very sweet of her indeed. The lady Park Minai held the junior Seojun very close to her heart after all. There was every drop of sinister energy in her smile and her words. That bodacious beauty was dangerous, and malicious intent dripped from her words. That night, she had happily drained that poor helpless victim who had cried for salvation but had found none. The wicked monster had moved like a vampire and sucked all of the strength from her victim until the poor thing could barely stumble away. She sat on her bench, rubbing her lips as she considered the taste of her latest meal. The third year 4 rank Park Minai was gorgeous, and she carried herself as someone who understood the power that her beauty held. However, she was also the main, Jang Hana's only daughter. This meant that she was totally the daughter of the first main that our dude had killed. After her meal, the girl had smiled, saying that she had not expected a visitor. A dark presence loomed in the darkness, and she asked that presence if he was planning to attack the school again. The Lord Qianhei had returned, and the man smiled, saying that he had just come to see how the girl was doing. As if the poor victim was not going through enough, the man decided to further disrespect the unfortunate soul by stepping on his head too. Since Jang Han had died and the poor girl was left alone, the Lord came frequently to assess and make sure that the girl was doing all right. He then squashed that poor human into a bloody mess, while sweetly saying that it was his duty to take care of the girl after all. The girl sighed that she was planning to play with the human a little more, but now the Lord had killed her toy. Obviously, she was not pleased about that. The man warned that if she made too much noise on campus, then they would soon catch her tail and find her out. Then, the evil monster asked how her school life was going these days. The girl took the money to think about school and all the fantastic things that had happened. With her status, she could not even approach Jung Hyun-soo, and the Lord Harayong told her not to take revenge on Kim Jinwoo, even though she wanted him dead. Instead, every day she had to see those darn brats who had reported her father and gotten him killed. Obviously, her school days felt like trash, and she had to fight the murderous feeling that surged within her every day, that she had to see Lee Seojun and his friend Youngjin. The man sighed at the girl, saying that among said brat, Lee Seojun had become quite the topic lately. The boy's rise in society had, of course, been noticed by the top dog monster. During the school attack, the boy had also been identified as the prime candidate for possibly being the child of prophecy. The girl was shocked to hear this. During the school attack, the moment the demon's grand barrier disappeared, the boy with the sword had suddenly appeared. All of that was already suspicious, but the girl's report confirmed it. That overwhelming power that had exploded during the special exam could surely be nothing else than a flood of mana, which was the power to destroy mains. The child of prophecy was definitely Lee Seojun, so now they would be targeting him just as the story intended. The girl was so excited because every main had been given the authority to track down and eliminate the child of prophecy, which meant that she would get to kill Lee Seojun with her own hands. No wonder she was just beaming when she saw him at the gym after that night. The Lord Qianhei was no fool, and he asked the girl if this task was something that she could accomplish. They had all seen that boy's power directly, whether they liked it or not. That boy was a powerful problem. The girl said that Lord Qianhei would just never understand what it was like to walk up to that scene and see her father's decimated body lying dead on the ground. The pain and thirst of having the fruit of revenge right beside her, but she was unable to pluck it. It filled her with rage. This was not just for her revenge but also for the sake of their clan. If this overpowered boy was the child of prophecy, then she would definitely kill him. It was her honor to end the troublesome hero once and for all. That was the right mindset for Jang Ye to have. The girl gasped when she saw the person who had appeared without any warning. The The man in a tailored suit smiled, saying that it had indeed just been as Qianhai recommended. The girl had made a good resolution at such a young age. The lord immediately fell to his knees before Lord Songjin, saying that he had not expected him to come here personally. If someone was going to be his subordinate, then the man must see their face directly. Though right now the girl's power was weak, her resolve was pretty good. Thanks to that, the man would happily accept the girl. The lady was, of course, stunned but also very hesitant. The man in charge told the girl to join the king's order to attack the child of prophecy again. He would not accept refusal, so it was basically a threat wrapped in a pretty pink bow as he exuded his dark energy, waiting for the girl's response. He was, of course, one of the 10 Demon Council members, an S-rank main who was known as the king's right-hand Songjin. Now, something was going down at the Bukansan Demon Sealing Hall Dungeon, 5th entrant. There was a battle as a mage wielded their power against their foe, a horde of deadly bat goblins. Summoning a big enough circle of mana in her hands, she prepared to shoot it at her deadly foe and blasted ice right through a few of the flying creatures. It seemed to be Haeyang, and she worked really hard as she trained with our dude, who stood behind her and directed her magic and attacks. The goblins were kind of intimidated by this very determined and relentless attack. That young girl who had once thought of herself as mediocre was now so overpowered that she was scaring beasts right back into their cave. Now this was what a true level up looked like. They fled immediately. The ice girl was thrilled and happily turned to her teacher, asking if she had done well because she had worked very hard to impress him and all. The boy admitted that the girl had indeed improved a lot, but for now, they could focus on handling this form skillfully. She had been surprised when her teacher had suddenly said that they should go somewhere for the weekend. However, it turned out that they were going to the dungeon just for her training. The boy just laughed because he got lucky. It was indeed really lucky. He had discovered this dungeon purely by chance back when he was a C-rank mage before the regression happened. He had remembered it in his new life and had thought that it would make the perfect training spot for his little ice student. It was a place that did not really appear in the original, and it was known only to him, so it should not affect the plot if he just borrowed it for a bit. This dungeon was crawling with demon-type monsters, and it was the optimal environment to develop Yoon Haeyang's willpower. He was still monitoring her growth, and he asked what she had been thinking when she had manifested that power. The girl had been thinking about the time when she had fought beside Era. She had thought that she wanted to save the person beside her. The most important thing when handling the power to destroy mains was, of course, the willpower that was manifested through special purpose and a single-minded determination. The focal point of Yoon Haeyang's willpower seemed to be our dude, unfortunately. It was very unfortunate that he had just been trying to help out the ice girl, but now she was very invested in her trainer. Just now, she had tried really hard and thought about how much she wanted to join the special class just like her senior. Well, if they kept training together on weekends like this, he was sure that she might eventually qualify for the special class too. Just the two of them in a dungeon every weekend, it was like a date. It seemed the ice girl was still happily satisfying her desires with delusional fantasies like this. The girl happily said that she was fine with it. After midterms ranked 82. Now she would aim for rank 52 and then the special class. At this growth rate, Yoon Haeyang would actually join around the first semester of the third year, just like in the original. Also, training in the dark cave enough times had upped our dude's evolution and adaptation powers. His eyes could not adapt to the darkness as well. Then all that was left was the problem of Jang Hain's daughter, Jang Yi. In the original, Jang Yi was a villain who approached Lee Seujin and continuously schemed for her father's revenge. However, now the ones who had killed her dad were him and Jung Hyunsu. Yet for some reason, she was approaching the protagonist even though he had not gotten the credit for slaying her dad. It made the main character wonder why that was. Sure, Seojin had delivered the final blow, but only people on the scene knew that. Something was strange about the new plot, and he had to figure it out before the protagonist got hurt. He needed to make the first move before that villainess could cause any damage. It did not take long for the main character to bump into the senior who sort of remembered his name. Of course, she remembered his name after all. She had heard that the boy had been rescued by Lee Seojun from a hidden stage recently. The girl had also heard that the young junior had something to tell her. The girl prepared to summon her magic, wondering if she had been caught using her main powers somehow. The brunette said that what he had to tell her was really important, as this was the only way to deal with the problem of Jang Yi. He reached into his clothes, and the girl gasped at what he pulled out. This was sudden, but the boy would say it anyway, and he raised a magical book at her, saying that he wanted to keep in touch with his senior privately. He was hitting her with a confession attack. This was surely going to backfire on him somehow. However, Seonwo believed that he first needed to create a situation where the two of them would be alone. There was no better way to achieve that than with a confession. He suddenly got an intense notification of disgust. Dang, she did not have to be so mean about it, but she was genuinely infuriated. Our dude had achieved the medal of his first rejection, and he got 1,000 points for it. A win was a win. The girl truly looked disgusted, too. It had to be the first time that anyone had seen her make that face. The boy was hesitant at the instantaneous rejection. The girl really was hot stuff when she was not pretending to be human. How merciless and cruel she was. She had not even said anything, but just her eyes were threatening to strip him of his flesh. Then the girl spoke to her junior, Seonwoo, and let him know that he was not really her type. So, a personal relationship was just not going to work. For now, it would be much better for them if they just stayed as good seniors and juniors. The girl then walked away immediately, fuming at his audacity. She would never date a human. After all, they were beneath her and basically just prey for her kind. It was even insulting for him to suggest that. Even if he was a human, the boy sulked because he knew that he was kind of cute. It kind of sucked to get his first rejection from a girl who had looked at him like he was disgusting. Monster sure had odd taste. At any rate, Shin Youngjun sympathized with him, and he got 500 points as a reward. Our dude smirked because what he was really after was that guy. This was perfect as the hero's best friend seemed to be stalking close to the pretty senior too, and he looked so sorrowful at having witnessed our dude's rejection. The boy patted the main character's shoulder and told him to hang in there. The boy had not been trying to eavesdrop, but the training grounds were on the way. The senior Park Mai was at least worth confessing to, even if he got rejected. She was reluctant to receive any attention though. Well, that was because she was a main, but most people did not know that. At any rate, the brunette focused on how Shin Youngjun had not even started his classical magic theory notes assignment. This caught the other boy off guard, and he asked how the main character had known. Then Youngjun sighed and admitted that he was an ace when it came to physical activities. Unfortunately, theory just did not stick in his head, no matter how hard he worked. It was a huge pain. Then, Seonwoo asked if the other boy wanted to reference his assignment. He was a rank 1 in theory after all. The musclehead was amazed, asking if that was really okay. He would appreciate all the help that he could get on theory. However, there was no condition. The class clown smirked and asked the hero's best friend about how he used the school message board. Later, most of the students were in the cafeteria just dishing out their food and eating with their friends. Soon they spotted the guy that they were looking for from the other day's school board. The boy could not get attention for being dead last, but now he was pulling wild stunts. It seemed the main character had done something crazy to get attention focused on him once again. Now, 247 people were interested in him, and he gained 1,500 points as a reward. The boy sighed at the results of his hard work. On the school board, he had written a rather audacious message, saying that absolutely no one should touch the third-year senior Park Manai. She was the Magic Academy's greatest beauty, and she had been claimed by the second-year class of Kim Seonwoo. No one was allowed to touch her. If this did not get the main heated, nothing else would. Already, word about the ridiculous message on the notice board was going wild among the students. The teachers were laughing, wondering if this was a way that kids confess their feelings nowadays. The teachers thought that it was such a cute expression of youth, and even the first-year students thought that this was hilarious. The ice girl was so upset to find out that her crush apparently liked older women, and the fire girl just told her to eat her food so that she would not hurt her heart. Logically, there was no way that he had posted it himself, so the fire girl guessed that someone must be playing a malicious prank. However, that idiot had indeed gotten someone to post that very stupid and audacious method for him. However, the ice girl was thrilled to hear the fire girl's theory. Now she wondered if Seonwoo was handling things okay since someone was playing such a mean prank. However, the brunette had truly not posted the message this time. He had just gotten someone else to do it. Both boys involved in the ridiculous event were sweating bullets at getting found out. Youngjun whispered that he had done his best to help the kid like he asked, and he had posted it on the board. But the muscle head was worried that the whole plan had backfired since the brunette was now the laughing stock of the school. Of course, Seojun had heard about this, and he was laughing about it too. The brunette admitted that he was not the result he wanted, but thanks to the help of his friends, he had been able to convey his feelings quite clearly. So even this result was fine. In truth, the boy had known that if he got Shin Youngjun interested in gossip, then it would spread across the whole school instantly. He thanked the muscle head for helping, and the boy promised to support the brunette until the end. Well, the third-year student finally appeared in the cafeteria, and the main character spotted her instantly. Then again, no one with brain cells would actually confess true and honest feelings of love in such a way. He had just created this kind of situation for the desired effect that he knew it would have on the main girl. Now the whole school was talking about her admirer. The boy had escaped from dead last, but as Choi Seoyeon had said, a lot of people just saw the boy as an attention seeker. While the girl was associated with someone like him, she would find it difficult to hunt people freely or even harm Lee Seojin because now there would be many eyes on her. The boy had no image to lose, so there was no damage to him and he was fine with making this sacrifice. Happily, he winked at the main girl like a silly clown, and her friends screamed in horror at how disgusted the action was. That poor monster girl found herself shaking in anger at the pure audacity of his existence. Honestly, their disgust was really too much. Sure, he was a poser, but he was not ugly. The main's friends sighed that pretty and kind people only ever attracted absolutely weirdos. They encouraged their friend to ignore the stupid human. There was no need to deal with a loser like that. However, the main girl was seething. She had been left with the very important task of killing the hero, Lee Seojin. Now all her plans were in ruin because of the attention of Kim Seonwo. She could not make any moves because all eyes were on her. That stupid junior had quickly become the bane of her existence. The brunette would love to ambush and eliminate her, but for now, he could only patch things up like this. That was because there was something much more important that was going to happen to Lee Seojin. At the American Artifact Museum, it was closing time. Visitors were told not to forget their belongings as they exited. All the students had done very well, and they were told to check for anything unusual and begin night patrol. The students agreed and got busy. The soul container was a holy relic with the power to seal souls. 13 years ago, the world had been threatened by history's worst multinational terrorist organization called JN. It seemed those jerks were going to show up at this point in the story. Back in the past, the Magic Association chairman, Kim Jinchul, after a fierce battle, had repelled the evil villain group, and he had succeeded in killing their leader, who was called Jin Qianwu, and the spoils of that battle included the gifted soul container that was given to the American Artifacts Museum. The soul container was all clear, and they continued to shut down. It was a holy relic, and one of the most important exhibits in the American Artifacts Museum. However, someone wicked-looking had shown up in that museum, and it looked like carnage was about to go down. The man tried to play it cool, telling the evil-looking lady that the exit was the other way. However, she smiled and said that to see a holy relic imbued with this much mystery up close was such a sight. The object was just too beautiful to be locked up in a place like this. However, the artifact was as dangerous as it was beautiful. This was why qualified people must safeguard it. The lady laughed that 13 years ago, that person was qualified to possess all the mysteries until he lost to Kim Jinchul. The association had stepped in to prevent abuse by those washed-up terrorists, but the man refused to take any slander about their hero. The power of mystery should be used only for the public good. Well, that was a debatable opinion because the lady vastly disagreed. Greater power should be used for a greater purpose, and their magic association was only desperate to monopolize such great power. That was when the man finally realized that he was not talking to any random lady who showed up in a sexy gown to debate him just for fun. His eyes widened, and he yelled for security to get the potential criminal out of there. Yeah, bro was pretty slow because there was no way that she had come this far without taking out at least half of the security. In fact, the last half of security got tossed inside the room and dumped at the man's feet. A big, muscular man came in, dragging the beaten and bloody bodies of the so-called museum security. It had been quite boring playing with them as they were all too weak, and he complained that he wanted to fight someone stronger. The man was in shock because all of the security were A-rank mages. The security system had not even activated until things got this bad. Bro was still processing that when a bored emo girl in a red jacket hopped in and sliced the contents of the special soul item. They had agreed to just threaten the guy and steal the item, but now the plan had changed, and it was very inconvenient. The man shook because he had barely noticed when that other lady had shown up. The poor man fell to the floor in horror, asking who on earth these terrifying people were. The association may have taken their god from them, but they could not break their will. The villains loomed over him with disgust. Calling them washed-up terrorists was something that they just could not stand for. They would make the man pay the price for insulting their almighty king. With a boast, the man realized the villains he was facing were Jayun, which was all he managed to say before the museum lit up and then exploded. The resulting echo rumbled through the whole city like a roar and a declaration. The schoolbook shook, and the hero paused in his reading at the rumble that he felt in his very soul. The recent terrorist attack at the American Artifacts Museum had been revealed to be the work of the cult group known as Jayun, which had previously vanished in the past. Though site records were damaged, the terrorist attack was presumed to have been led by Executive Burt. Voices calling for the Magic Association to make a statement could be heard all over the news, but what was louder to Yuara was the terrified pounding of her own heart. After so many years of searching, her face went pale because the monsters that had taken everything from her had come back to the light. The first girl lied that she was just feeling queasy and stepped away from the dining room. It was going to start soon. The first battle with the main villain group, Jayun. Jayun resumed activities, and the nightmare group from 13 years ago had returned. This was broadcast on Sigma News along with the recent terrorist attack at the American Artifacts Museum that had been revealed to be the work of the cult group Jayun, which vanished in the past. Though site records were damaged, the attack was presumed to have been led by Executive Burt. A man asked a lady if she was satisfied with the news, and her very satisfied smirk was all the answer that she needed. The photo had come out very well. They did not have time, so the man had barely covered their faces. If they were going to do it like this, then he wondered why he had gone through all that trouble disabling the security system. This man was the JN member Jin. It turns out that the plan had changed because a clueless curator insulted the blonde. The woman smirked and said that she had made the man atone for his life. She could not stand for that loser calling them washed up. This was the JN member called Natasha. The bigger blonde guy insisted that the whole carnage had been ended way too quietly, and he did not like that. In the old days, they would have razed the entire surrounding block to the ground before leaving the site. JNSK seemed to have a lot of conqueror and arsonist tendencies, but that would not work right now. Times had changed, and such an action was way too hasty. Even the dark-haired terrorist member agreed with Jin. The task force and the Blade of Dawn were still hunting them after all, so they did not have the luxury to take a lot of unnecessary risks. The big guy did not care. He was ready to fight those goody two-shoes any time, and he yelled at the woman not to call him an idiot. The blonde lady then stood and said that the team should go somewhere quiet for a while. Like Jin said, she had been a bit hasty this time, so they might as well go to Korea and take a bit of a break. Now, this got the entire terrorist group feeling pumped. Korea was a place with plenty of strong opponents for the big guy to fight, and the smaller-looking lady wanted to hit up the Sil Magic Arena this time. The man Jin said that going to Asia was all well and good, but he wanted them to avoid running into Kim Jinchul. The blonde woman chuckled that the darkest place was under a lamp. No one would expect them to visit first after all. Plus, there was one thing that she needed to confirm, and she looked with seriousness at the picture of what seemed to be a high school boy. The man could already guess exactly what the blonde intended to go see, and the woman smiled, saying that the man knew what that child meant to them. They had been caught up in a lot of incidents, too. It made them wonder what on earth Baek Unsong was doing with surveillance. The crisis made the man in the big guy's opinion. Still, it was best for the villain group to be on the move. It was decided, and the lead lady told Jin to prepare for their fake IDs because it was time to get this show on the road. They needed fake IDs and passports, and then they needed to contact Baek Unsong. They would tell him that they were coming soon. The lead lady was the JN member called Bert. Meanwhile, at the restaurant Kantia, our dude was out living his life. It had been quite a while since he had come out as Kim Jinwoo, and he should be fine to be active now. Since he had been this cautious, Ha Ryong's interest level should have dropped. He was not really looking to get the attention of such a dangerous man after all. More than anything, before they encountered one of the main villain groups of the story, he needed to raise his specs first. So, Seonwoo stepped inside the specially reserved room and found his favorite client waiting for him. The lady perked up as soon as she saw him walk inside, beaming at the fact that he had come. The guy mentioned that she could have just sent someone with the item that she came to deliver. However, it had been a while, and she had wanted to see his charming face. Happily, she pulled up what he had requested and showed him the holy herb potion and high durability combat boots. The boy stared in awe at the very nice items that he had been given. The combat boots were 6B functional multi-purpose combat boots, and they were custom fit to match the user's body. They reduced stamina loss from walking and running by 20%. It was a pretty good buy. They also had dual options that had our dude gasp in awe. He was sure that this cost several times more than items of the same grade. It was a gift from her, and she could not choose the ordinary items that he had asked her to pick out. Their food soon came in, and as expected, it was luxury dining. A gift should never disappoint the recipient. That was her principle. Kantia was the restaurant where Lee Seojun almost fainted after one bite of the food in the original. Our dude had heard that regular people had to wait for months just for a reservation. He wondered if that food was really that good in reality, and went ahead to taste it just to see what all the fuss was about. Our dude took one small bite, and as the golden pastry shell broke, what filled his mouth was the subtle mushroom aroma of the Dexel's sauce that flowed in with the meat juices. Finally, the 1++ Korean beef roast that had been made to perfection was hidden inside. It reacted with the red wine and became a sauce flavor explosion. The boy chewed with delight, his eyes lighting up with joy as he took a bite of the food in his mouth. He could not believe what he was eating. It tasted so darn good. It was crispy on the outside and then juicy on the inside. The food was just too delicious, and he cried tears of joy just eating the food. The lady with him laughed that his reaction made this whole thing so much worth treating him to good food. Happily, Seonwoo cleaned his lips and sighed. After receiving such wonderful hospitality, he could not just sit there shamelessly. The lady laughed that money was not necessary, and they were not the type to care about that. The man then smiled and said that he could produce something even better than money. He had noticed earlier that the lady looked troubled. This was likely because of the terrorist threat going around the world. The deposit of 2 billion won into a stated account had been demanded with the threat of bombing the Hansong pharmaceutical building in 3 days if they missed the deadline. The lady was shocked that the boy knew such top-secret information that had not even been leaked to the press. The main character just smirked that he had his ways, and she should know that better than anyone. Back to the matter at hand, after the Jayan news broke, a lot of copycat crimes increased worldwide. The poor lady was already busy with the power struggle against her brother. Fortunately, the one threatening Han Sion had nothing to do with Jayan. The brunette happened to know that the real Joker who was messing around with the pharmacy hair was not Jaeon, but an alchemist active in the underground by the name of Jo Seong-hun. That dude was just a small-time criminal who would eventually get caught trying to extort the rising Hansong pharmaceutical. The boy told the lady to check the financial situation of her security staff. She would eventually find someone involved with a low-quality alchemist. In the original, that phony was introduced just briefly to trigger an event, so this level of interference should be allowed. That was how he felt about most interferences until they eventually ballooned into something beyond his imagination. However, he was always able to handle the problem, so Xianwu was not really worried about it. After dinner, the dude and the lady went out walking, with her looking like a tiny and thin in comparison, despite being a manager involved in a business. The pharmaceutical hair was pondering how the boy knew high-level information that even she did not have access to. However, the source was a complete secret. Finally, she voiced her concerns to Mr. Kim Jinwoo, saying that she did not know who he worked for, but if he would consider coming to work for her, she would reward him greatly. Little did she know that she was totally talking to a minor who used a cheat code to solve his problems. Still, the pharmacy hair forged on, saying that with someone like him, she did not think that she would lose to her brother in their competition. She would even offer at least an 8-figure salary and treatment beyond what he could expect. The man laughed and said that this work was not the kind that he did for compensation. However, his desire to help Han Sion was genuine. The lady sighed and then said that it would not be fun if he accepted her offer right away anyway. Refusing to give up, she suggested that they could have dinner again sometime. She would make an even better offer then. With a smile, the boy admitted that he looked forward to it. Han Sion's offer had been really attractive. However, if our dude accepted it, he would unfortunately end up distracted from Lee Seojin, and he could not let that happen when that golden-hearted hero was the axis around which this world spun. He needed to watch that man every day. However, the main character did very much like his new combat boots. The pharmaceutical hair was ever so generous, and that was very kind of her. He was wearing the boots now, and he immediately activated the ability to airwalk to give him a bit of aura. All he had to do was imbue the shoes with mana. That made it a triple option shoe too. Fortunately, there was something useful among the hidden stage drops, and the boy raced ahead with a happy smile. With a leap, he took off from a ledge, jumping into the air and landing on it. That's right, our dude had pulled out one of the coolest miracles of just running straight ahead in the air. It was cool to be able to walk in the sky, and as long as he kept those shoes full of mana, he could pull off audacious airwalking stunts like this. Soon, our dude landed on another roof and smiled with satisfaction after testing out the strength of his fancy new equipment. It was not bad, but he would need to practice a bit if he was going to get used to it. Back in the magic law class, our dude had to focus on his studies. There was a lecture that most students were taking seriously, and despite his late-night activities, our dude was somehow still able to pay even more attention than poor musclehead Youngjin. The students were then told that they had a 2-person theory research assignment due next week. Some of the students were thrilled, but a good load of them were horrified to hear about that, and Youngjun only woke up because of the noise. The boy complained that the teacher should at least extend the deadline, but the hero was totally judging him because he had seen that dude sleeping in class. Of course, the teacher had no interest in extending the deadline and the students would just have to deal with it. With the inside benefit, our dude was sure that he should be able to finish the assignment in a day and get some rest. He needed to find someone suitable to pair with, but it seemed that someone was already headed in his direction. Before our boy could blink, Yuara actually approached him and told the boy to be in her group. The other students started to complain that Yuara had snatched up the kid who was best known for doing great at theory assignments, and they whined that all the top theory students were going to hog everything. Of course, the girl shamelessly said that it was their right to do just that, with such a dark and oppressive aura that all the boys in class just accepted their fate. They were not about to fight against her or anything like that. It was first come first served after all, so she could go ahead and take what she liked. Then the girl asked if Kim Seonwoo had a problem pairing with her. Honestly, the boy did not mind, he was just surprised that she wanted to work with him at all. With that, the girl told him to find her after school because she would be at the training grounds. He had no idea that she had this super delusional idea that he was also hunting the Jaein group. However, this setup kind of worked out well. He needed to check up on this character at some point after all. At least, that was the idea that he had in mind, until he suddenly found himself pinned against a wall. The brunette realized that he was in over his head and asked what on earth the girl was talking about. The dark-haired growled that denial would not work with her. She knew his identity, and the boy was panicking about it. The boy said that even if she said that, he was not exactly sure what she meant. Honestly, She could mean anything by insisting on his true identity. He had so many at this point, like the secret of what happened in the hidden stage, the truth behind the main attack incident, the incident that would happen next. The possessed person, bro, had so many secrets that he could not even be scared properly because he did not know which one she was referring to. Yuara then said that on the first day of school. He had casually brought up personal circumstances of hers that he would only know if he had investigated her. That was when she had suspected that something was off. Now, she was sure that Kim Seonwoo, as well, had also been dragged into a Jaein terrorist attack. Finally, all of the assumptions clicked into place, and the brunette stared at the girl with wide eyes. So, this was what this was all about. She thought that he was a victim. Well, technically he was, but he was a victim of getting dragged into this troublesome story with its multiple twisting plots. 13 years ago, Jaein, an evil and despicable group, had hunted the prestigious mage families and also small clans in order to seize the power of mystery. The family of Yuara had been one of the unfortunate families of the 5 great magic houses to suffer this fate as well. They had fallen to Jaein, who had then stolen the clan's treasured artifact. The young fiery girl had then vowed to become stronger to take revenge on the villain group herself, and strong enough to kill them without any hesitation. That girl had driven herself mercilessly for 13 years in her drive to achieve that goal. However, for her to think that the boy was a victim of Jaeyoon as well was kind of incredible to him. He had no idea where she got that crazy idea from. He even asked, and the girl admitted that she had vaguely suspected it during midterms, and she had confirmed it yesterday. When everyone was shocked watching the news, the boy acted differently. He had remained calm when he heard those villains had resurfaced, like he had been waiting for them to return. Well, that much was true, but he had been waiting for different reasons. Still, Yuara was related to that painful feeling. At first, a person would feel shocked, but at the same time, there would be the sickening feeling of relief after endless years of silence. At least, she shook at the possibility of a chance to take her revenge on those despicable villains. However, the boy immediately told her to slow down. She was running headfirst into the dream of finally conquering the terrorist group, but they were made up entirely of S-rank mages. At this current level, they could not possibly oppose such terrifying monster. Of course, this was not what the girl wanted to hear. She seethed and yelled at him, telling him not to lump them together. There were tens of thousands of Jaeyoon's victims in the world. The boy must have lost something precious to them, too. No one understood the pain that she had felt that day, when everything that she had loved had burned down because of those terrorists. She had been living with that agony for the past 33 years. The dark-haired girl was full of violence just thinking about that group. They had taken everything from her. She paused when she saw the wound on our dude's wrist and the bandages he hid underneath his sleeve. The girl paused, and now the brunette panicked, thinking he had definitely messed up this time. He tried to explain that it was not the type of scar that she was thinking of. Suddenly, the character Yuara felt immense pity for him. It was almost like she suspected that he had tried to off himself just to run away from those terrifying villains. The boy suddenly got a $10,000 reward for the pity, so it was not all that bad. Still, the girl mumbled that she could tell the difference between a wound made by his own hand and a wound made by something else. Slowly, she turned away, apologizing for digging up painful memories for Seonwoo. She had not realized how traumatized the boy was. It was not much of an apology, but she promised to do the assignment on their behalf. Then, she said that she would see him tomorrow and said nothing more. With that, the dark-haired girl walked away, and the brunette was left standing there in shock. Suddenly, the boy told her to forget the assignment. He was not going to let her just walk off like that. Instead, he was going to help. He would not let such an important character slip from his grasp when he needed to protect all of Lee Seojin's allies. He would help her gain revenge no matter what. She had to remember the first day of school. Honestly, the boy thought that the girl was better than both first-grade students of both years. He had not been lying when he had said that. Seonwoo truly respected Yuara that much. If it were him, he was sure that he could help her get even stronger than she was now. After all, she had seen how much he had helped Yoon Haeyoung. She could become strong enough to get revenge for both of them. The fairy girl shook, and the boy had no idea what that was about. But suddenly she tossed something at him. It was something to help him treat his scar, so that it would not leave a mark. If she did not knead this with her own hands, then it would mean nothing. The prideful jerk was willing to risk her life just to prove a point against S-rank criminals. This was not going to be an easy mission. Deep down inside, the girl knew that emotional wounds often left marks on the body. Even though he had talent, the way he had acted on the first day of school was probably not unrelated to the scars that he carried. It was because he was like that that the girl could not bring herself to drag the boy into her revenge. How sweet she wanted to be kind. When she had been younger, she had told her sister of her plan. Shaking with rage, she declared that when she graduated, she was going to go after that mad group. She would join the task force or her sister's Blade of Dawn unit, and she didn't understand why her older sister was so against it. The girl had taken Yuara's hand, saying that her only desire was for her only remaining family to live happily. The big sister had promised to put an end to Jane with her own hands. Back then, Yuara's big sister had also had a similar scar on her wrist. The fiery girl knew an expression like that all too well. That was why she was fighting to ensure that no more victims like them would ever appear. She would personally finish off those evil monsters in Jaeun. Meanwhile, the brunette was doing some necessary research. For someone like Yuara, who avoided opening up to others to share something so personal, that was definitely real progress, even if it had been over a slight misunderstanding. The character Yuara felt she had a sort of kinship with him, and he gained 150,000 points as a reward. However, the boy wondered what on earth he was supposed to do about this misunderstanding. In the hidden stage, our guy had used the special dagger item to gain an adaptive trait. It was a dagger coated with paralytic poison, and stabbing an enemy could paralyze them. This effect varied depending on the target's poison resistance. Using that dagger, the boy had slowly stabbed himself over and over to gain resistance, and he was not sure how to explain that to Yuara, since most people in this world did not have a cheat system that could just gift them special abilities and all that. Still, a win was a win, and his poison resistance had gone up by 50%, with a 70% recovery speed. The boy sighed because times like this were exactly when people trained. Every night, he refined his mana and thought through how to support the upcoming developments. Jaeun was an enemy they would have to fight someday, and helping out Yuara to get her revenge was also helping out Lee Seojun. So that was a genuine win-win situation. Now the brunette had to set the stage for that. The blessing of great nature had risen to rank 3, and our dude had gained additional mana with a mana recovery speed of 65% and now a cooldown of 23 hours. It was not a bad deal, and he definitely had something to show in this next incident. Yongwol, Gangwon-do, the mercenary experience activity, one of the elective field activities that all students had to participate in. They had to form groups and receive missions from the mercenary corps nationwide, and spend about 3 days assisting them. According to the original story, the mission our group took on was as escort support for the large Gangwon-do mercenary corps, the Black Flame, a VP who specifically requested Lee Seojun to come all the way out there. Of course, the usuals were already in the group: the hero, his muscle, head best friend, his fiery rival, and our dude was here too. Jang Ye was also involved, so it was kind of a dicey situation, and he had to keep his eyes on her. The main would not attack Seojun, surrounded by veteran mercenaries. Even in the original, nothing happened at this point. However, just in case, until they arrived, Seonwoo was going to keep her from getting near the hero. Way too much had changed in the story for him to take anything for granted these days. The boy smiled and asked his senior if she would like something to drink. Obviously, to keep her heated and agitated, he was not about to let the rumors of his crush fade away so easily. No. This whole thing was going to be torture for the both of them. The girl immediately rejected the water, politely saying that just the thought was enough. The boy was relentless and then asked if she would like a towel to wipe her sweat. The girl shook her head again, telling the boy to just give that to the juniors following behind. Truly, the main girl hated the boy's guts, and she swore that one day she would totally end his life. The hero chuckled that he had never seen Seonwoo this fired up, but the fiery girl did not want to have to deal with the loser and his pathetic crush. It was crazy that a manifestation type like the brunette would have so much stamina from hiking up this difficult path. The muscle head, of course, was having the time of his life, and he chuckled that maybe his efforts for those two were finally bearing fruit. After all, the senior was no longer looking at her junior with outright disgust. The other two main heroes really doubted that though. Suddenly, the teacher called everyone to attention. This was Jung Ha-jun, the A-rank mage and captain of Team 6, the Black Flame Mercenary Corps. They had now arrived at the mission site, and the men at the gate confirmed that they were friendly visitors. They were then granted permission to enter the premises. A mansion like this in the mountains was amazing. This was where they would be working. The students were expected to be in awe since this was likely the first time that they were seeing a place like this, even for a famous genius. The difficulty was D rank, and the client was a famous artist. Lately, several pieces in the mansion's collection had been stolen. So, for the next 3 days, the kids would be helping them out. The Black Flame Mercenary Corps was going to guard this mansion from petty thieves. The man had gone through all the trouble to explain the job, but it looked like the students were not even listening. They were just going around admiring all of the beautiful paintings. Seonwoo even explained to the other students that the artist used intense colors, but the background did not overwhelm the subject, and everything was in harmony. This reflected the artist's unique view of their work. His classmates were impressed with such a sharp analysis. They asked how he even knew stuff like that, and the boy beamed, saying that he knew a lot of things. He should know about this especially. Down came their client, and she sighed that she was so grateful that the students thought so highly of it. They could even call her Charlotte. This was the client who had designated Lee Seojun for this mission. She would be in their care for the next 3 days, and she was looking forward to seeing what the students of the Magic Academy could do. She was also especially eager to see Lee Seojun. As expected, it was Bert of the villain clan. the villain of the incident that was about to go down in this mansion. That's it for this episode. Until next time.